Rowing Championships. It's a fairly beautiful day out here. The wind is certainly not as strong as it was at my home in the city this morning, but there's quite a southerly blowing. We can see quite a ripple on the lake. Underway at the moment is race 66, which is the women's para single scull, and it's a 500-metre race. There's only one person in it, representing Community Rowing Club. She's a PR3. It's Jennifer Emerson, and she's coached by Anne Craig, Liam James, and Barbara Ramjam, who are the real drivers behind the Community Rowing Club. They're about to start work on their new clubhouse on Iron Cove, which is going to be a very exciting new move to see a brand new rowing club built within the city.
Fantastic. I actually didn't know that. That's fantastic
Yeah.
news. And Community Rowing Club been making some great strides in the last season or two, and a good, strong para rowing program. Several representatives at the INES Global Games, and of course, very regular features at our local regattas here in New South Wales. So expecting some pretty good weather today. There was a bit of a chance of rain about, but it looks like that has dissipated. Wind should die down throughout the day, but unfortunately we're looking at a bit of a crosshead wind, if not a straight crosswind, for the majority of the day. Should be at its lowest sort of in the early afternoon.
And Jennifer's just coming into the last 100 metres or so, looking very nice. She's PR3, so she does have quite a wide range of movement.
For those unfamiliar with para rowing, so we have PR1, PR2, PR3 categories. Used to be called some slightly different names, so PR1 being only the use of the trunk and arms, so pretty much from the chest up. PR2 incorporating the use of the entire upper body but no legs, and PR3 being the use of the entire body but with another form of impairment, often a learning impairment, or often we see a lot of athletes vision impairment or mobility restrictions. So big congratulations, Jennifer Emerson of Community Rowing Club, winning first race of day 2 of the 2024 New South Wales Rowing Championships, the Championship Women's Para Single Scull, sponsored by Quest Apartments in Penrith. And the winning time for that one, 2 minutes 48.94.
I was just going to mention that Chris and I, sitting up here in our eyrie, we're being blinded by the sun.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just figuring out how to get the blinds down, but I think we may not be able to this morning. So
it's reflecting off the lake right up into our eyes. So bear with us if we miss anything, because it's really because we can't see what's going on.
That's all right. We normally just make it up anyway. we won't be too much of a disadvantage. So the next race we will have underway is a combination of a couple different events, but it is actually only the one because we have had a scratching. So it'll be the Championship Para Men's Single Scull, and we have a mixture of PR1 and PR2 athletes. So over in lane 1, we'll have Eric Horry, representing Sydney Rowing Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport. He's racing in the PR1 category. And over in lane 9, the complete opposite end of the course, we have Simon Albury from Torrens Rowing Club down in South Australia, rowing in the PR2 category. We are just waiting for those crews to get up on the starting pontoon, so may have a little bit of a wait till we get underway for this one.
And this is a 2,000 metre race, so from now on we're all 2,000 metres.
Yep, until tomorrow afternoon, I believe, which we'll do some under 16s rowing, which does go back down to 1,000 for a couple of races, but for today, 2,000 all the way. Of course, para rowing used to be contested over 1,000 metres, and probably for about half of Eric Horry's career. He raced over 1,000 metres and was very successful over 1,000 metres, Paralympic medals. But there was a strong demand from the para rowing community, and which was led by Eric himself in increasing that distance for 2,000 metres and really giving the athletes the opportunity to push themselves over the same course that the able-bodied athletes are able to. And Eric has gone from strength to strength in that category. So our para single scullers approaching the 500 metre mark now, well and truly underway, and looks like this could turn out to be quite a good little race. So Eric Horry, obviously extremely successful athlete in the PR1 men's single scull, and it's not particularly often that Eric gets the chance to race side by side in the domestic season, and he's actually having a great little paddle with Simon Albury, who's over in lane 6. Just 0.83 of a second separating the two of them in the at the first 500 metres. So we'll see how things play out down the course, but fantastic opportunity for both of these athletes who are preparing for the Paralympic trials and going towards aiming towards the Paris Paralympics later this year, and great opportunity to have a good hit out. Eric is known for being perfectly happy to just go for the longest paddles down the Nepean, and now up in Queensland, and often a very, very lonely time training in the para single scull. There's not too many boats of the same speed to train alongside, so I'm sure he'll be really enjoying having this hit out here. But we see a very motivated athlete, very happy to rock up and break the odd world record or two just in training. As I heard that he may have a couple of weeks ago, which is still unconfirmed.
And we're getting some great video there with from the cameras located on the boat race official boats. Looking very good. Some pretty tough conditions out there. There's a few gusts blowing across the course.
So Eric having a great race out in front now as they come through the 1,000 metre mark, and don't quite have a margin on here, but it's about 3 seconds or so to Eric, 5.5 seconds to Eric. So really enjoying things over on the far side of the course there, and really enjoying the race out in front. So our parascullers coming into the last 500 metres now, and Eric Horry just extending that lead, so 7.75 seconds there. Obviously 2 separate events, we'll have 2 separate medals in this one, but I'm absolutely positive that that has no bearing on the minds of these 2 scullers out on the water, and they'll be doing absolutely everything they can to be pushing each other all the way down the course and doing it in order to get the best result for themselves, but really enjoying having someone to hit out against in this race.
So they're just coming into the last 150 metres or so. Eric really has taken his rating up there, battling it out with Simon over closest to the grandstand. So it's a great little battle here going on, but I think Eric's going to hold, and I'm pretty sure he's extended his lead by the look of it over there. Great bit of racing to see at this level.
It is great to watch Eric, just very calm and composed, and it was a bit of a trait of the PR1, watching a PR1 sculler, but really lifting the rate and pushing himself all the way to the line, and pretty handy time as well, given not the fastest conditions out there. So for context, world's best time in the PR1 men's single, 8:59, which was set in pretty quick conditions in Belgrade last year, I believe, and 9:28 there for Eric Horry to be across the line state champion in the PR1 men's single scull, and Simon Olbury from Torrens crossing the line. 8.57 seconds the margin to be crowned state champion in the PR2 men's single scull. Back down onto the course now. We have race 68 in your program, first eights race of the day, so we're straight into the action with the first heat of the Championship Women's Under-17 Coxed 8, sponsored by Bentley's. 7 crews lining up in this race. First 4 will be through to the final, which is just at 10:30 this morning, so not too much turnaround for these girls, and a number of these crews racing in the school 8s as well this morning, so a pretty busy morning. Over in lane 2 rather, we have MLCQ, Alice Van Onselen, Lara Wilson, Bella Bain, Emma Ward, Emily Tehan, Chloe Blake, Zoe Jackal, Matea Brown, and Freya Kusanada, the Cox. In lane 3 from Loreto Turak, Araminta Clements, Zara Bear, Isabella Knight, Jemima Perry, Luca McComas, Olivia Fay, Lucy Woods, Isla Quick, and Josie Grave, the coxswain, that crew coached by Amelia Gali. In lane 4 from Commercial Rowing Club, Sienna Becker, Summer Phillips, Holly Fleming, Olivia Grant, Anika Gundlach, Tyra Jensen, Matilda Dammers, Evie Sayer, Daisy Plawecki, and that crew coached by David Vandis and Ross Batho. In lane 5 from Loreto Kirribilli, we have Elizabeth Roberts, Gemma Ronan, Scarlett Courts, Lily Loiterlin, Millie Fallon, Maddie Wheelerhan, Sarah Holt, Mary Dunstan, that crew coxed by Lulu Warren. In lane 6 from Roseville College, Annie Smith, Annabelle Eben, Piper Robertson, Eva Zhang, Claudia Berger, Alice Bestick, Chloe Franklin, Abigail Kelly, and Matilda Marchant, the coxswain, coached by Gonzalo Briones. In lane 7 from St Catherine's, we have Genevieve Links, Sienna Ray, Holly Corcoran, Matisse Borthwick, Imogen Baldesser, Florence Hennessy, Freya Gaston, Eva Hunstead, and Indy Warnock, the Cox, coached by Jeff Patterson. And over in lane 8, in the closest lane to the grandstand side, we have Commercial Rowing Club again with Sophie Brett, Elkie Jensen, Sarah Britton, Mia Rogers, Estella Menzies, Sophie Fryer, Charlotte Bugg, Ella Horn, Zoe Williamson, the coxswain, and coached by David Vandis and Ryan Harvey. And those crews just through the 1,000-metre mark now, and well approaching the 1250 as we see some fantastic images from our officials launch.
And they all look fairly close together from up here. It looks to me like there's going to be a real battle for the to determine who goes through to the semi-finals. It would be, through to the finals. So there are 3 heats. Two heats, and the first 4 will go through of each heat.
So we're just struggling on the timings at the moment, but at the 500 metre mark, it was the commercial crew in lane 4 who were leading the charge, and we can see them on the screen now having a good tussle with the crew in the station next to them from Loreto Kirribilli, who look to be just trailing behind, as are the crew in lane 3 from Loreto Toorak. So a little bit of a battle of the Loretos on that far side of the course. Crews on the near side of the course, Roseville, St Catharines, and the commercial crew in lane 8, just trailing behind the leading pack at the moment. So top 4 through, so we'll see a good little battle for that 4th qualifying spot, but our top 3 crews well separated from the rest of the field in these early stages. We'll see that MLCQ crew in lane 2 crossing the 1500 metre timing point first, and then absolutely neck and neck between the Loreto Toorak crew in lane 3 and the commercial crew in lane 4. So 2 Victorians and a Queensland crew out leading the charge in this first heat of the under 17-8, and then some way back to the trailing pack, where it looks to be a battle between possibly Loreto Kirribilli and St Catharines for that final qualifying spot through to the A final. It is really tight, and the sun glare is not helping my cause in being able to determine where we're sitting at this stage of the race.
So, Chris, it looks to me like the real battle's going to be on to see if Loreto Kirribilli can catch up to St Catharines, which is closer to the grandstand in lane 7. Loreto over there in lane 6, and to get through to that important qualifying 4th position. But we can see over on the far side, MLCQ does have the lead. They're followed closely by Loreto Toorak and then by Commercial, and closer to the grandstand here we have the St Catharines crew with being pushed hard by the Loreto Kirribilli crew over in lane 5.
So top 3 crews still leading in the last 100 metres as they come into the red buoys. It is still MLCQ on the far side of the course, almost a boat length now over the crew in that iconic blue boat from Loreto Toorak. So a battle of the Victorian crews for first and second. Those 2 crews easily through to this morning's A final. Commercial in lane 4, just conserving some energy there and not too fussed about the result, but it'll be St Catharines who secure that 4th qualifying spot. They're battling it out with Loreto Kirribilli for that 4th place spot. St Catharines School, I believe, winning the IGSA Regatta last weekend, so pretty the form favourites going into this race in terms of New South Wales crews, and proving that form correct as they lead Loreto Kirribilli by about a boat length over the line here to secure that 4th qualifying spot into the A final of the Championship Women's Under 17-8 this morning. Loreto Kirribilli will cross the line next, eliminated from the event. They'll be joined by Commercial Rowing Club in lane 8 and the Roseville College crew in lane 6. Turning our attention now to the presentation dais, we have the presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Para Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. In the PR2 category, gold medalist and New South Wales State Champion for 2024, Simon Albury. In the PR1 category, our gold medalist and state champion for 2024, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Eric Horry.
And congratulations to our para rowers. Now, roaring down the course is Heat 2 of the Championship Women's Under 17-8. Over in lane 2 from Commercial, we have Amelia Moore, Maggie Stafford, Lily Nolan, Georgia Crouch, Bethany Petty, Remy Hancock, Matilda Letson, narcoxed by, Genevieve Davies, narcoxed by Olive Plawecki and coached by David Vandis and Gary Townsend. In lane 3 from Tara School, Rita Liu, Amy Rouse, Isabel Dulamov, Layla Odbert, Kelly Lee, Nicole G, Hannah Ryan, Olivia Bailey, and they're coxed by Charlotte Goy and coached by Aidan Smith. In lane 4 from Queenwood, Lucinda Doku, Sammy Hunt, Daisy Waite, Winter Shervington, Danielle Stridham, Isabella Kennedy, Flo Veach, Scout Ferguson, and they're coxed by Isabella Goss and coached by Max Stanistreet and Zoe Keating. In lane 5 from MLCQ, Imogen Grant, Eleanor Love, Amiel Cummings, Madeline Turnham, Arabelle Banhidi, Monique Palavestra, Sophie Pretty, Sienna Kalfas, and they're coxed by Isabel Cronin. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, Molly Mason, Julia Ungmark, Isabel Grout, Myri Wiley, Grace Tancred, Ruby Lago, Maddie O'Brien, Lucy Reedy, and they're coxed by Jane Bruce, coached by Emma Fessy. In lane 7 from Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Zaina Obeid, Caitlin Anthony, Addie Dean, Stephanie Speller, Gabriella Sofa, Imogen Perrott, Grace Perrott, Jemima Moss, coxed by Camilla Rowe. And in lane 8 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Alice Hinksman, Meg Story, Lucy Kudaris, Audrey West, Mia Wiley, Elkie Spiller, Grace Disney, Sophie Murphy, and they're coxed by Heidi Bell and coached by Charlie Durkin and Lachlan Hurd. And they're about to roar past the 1,000-metre mark. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, back on the presentation dais, we'll have the presentation of medals for the Women's Para Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. Gold medalist and state champion for 2024, Jennifer Emerson from Community Rowing Club. Jennifer coached by Anne Craig, Liam James, and Barbara Ramjam. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales State Champion in the Championship Women's Para Single Scull. So back down on the course now, cruise through the 1,000-metre mark, and it's Kinross Walleroy in lane 6 who have the ascendancy in the early stages. 3.51 seconds the margin there at the halfway point of the race. Back to the Commercial Rowing Club, 3 crews in this event. We saw 2 in the previous heat and 1 progressing through to the final, and they look a good chance for 2 crews in the final of the under-17-8 here. MLCQ with a second crew as well, sitting in 3rd place. They'll also look to have 2 crews in the final, and Canberra Girls Grammar sitting back in 4th. So last weekend at the Kings PLC Regatta here at Cirque, we had Canberra Girls Grammar take out this event in fairly convincing fashion as well. Kinross Walleroy not fielding a boat last weekend in that event, opting to compete in the quads there at the Kings PLC Regatta. So a little bit of an unknown quantity, but definitely making their mark on the field here as they approach the 1,500-metre mark. They're having a good tussle with the commercial crew over in lane 2, then neither crew particularly breaking away, and I would say the commercial crew actually maybe gaining a little bit of ground in that third 500 metres of the course.
So, Chris, it'll really be whether the Queenwood crew can catch the Canberra Girls Grammar crew for that position, 4th position to go through to the final.
Yeah, so it was fairly tight at the 1,000, only a bit over a second to get through, and the crews are coming thick and fast through the 1,500-metre mark. So Melbourne Girls Grammar sitting in 3rd, Queenwood in 4th, Canberra Girls Grammar moving back into 5th. So Queenwood moving up into the qualifying spots, but certainly not safe and home yet. So our 3rd, 4th and 5th crews all within less than half a second of each other as they approach the last 500 metres of the course. So the race truly on in earnest to qualify their boats into this morning's A final in just a couple of hours' time. And it's on between Melbourne Girls Grammar, Queenwood and Canberra Girls Grammar to put their boat in that final. 2 crews from that group will move through. 1 crew will unfortunately miss out. Our leading crews, Kinross Walleroy and Commercial Rowing Clubs, are fairly comfortable out in front of the chasing pack at this stage. There won't be too much trouble with progressing those crews through to the A final. But a real race on now in the chasing pack to secure that vital 3rd and 4th qualifying spots into the A final here of the under-17 Women's 8.
It does look like Canberra Girls Grammar closer to the grandstand are putting a real push on there too. Will they be able to make up that time? As with the MLCQ crew. But I don't think they're going to do it. Very nice finish coming through here from Kinross Walleroy and Commercial over on the far side.
Commercials just starting to come back a little bit, but I'd say Kinross Walleroy maybe just conserving a little bit of energy in these closing stages. Pretty short turnaround between these races. But Melbourne Girls Grammar starting to get their bow balls in front of the Queenwood crew. I'd say Melbourne Girls Grammar are going to come home for third, but it's anyone's guess who's going to come home for that last qualifying spot. Canberra Girls Grammar, they won here this last weekend, and they'll be trying to do it again, but under threat from Queenwood in the closing stages. Canberra Girls Grammar and Queenwood. Queenwood are lifting. Queenwood are lifting. Queenwood will come across. It's going to go right down to the line, but Queenwood just get across the line for that fourth qualifying spot into the A final. Canberra Girls Grammar, a fantastic race, but just missing out in the late stages. The crew over in lane 5 from MLCQ will cross the line in 6th. They'll be followed by Tara in 7th place to round out this second heat, and a fantastic second heat at that of the Championship Women's Under 17-8. Just 10:30 this morning, we'll see these crews line up back on the course again or 10:25 rather, for the A final of this
Brave
event.
of you to call that, Chris. It's a photo finish. It's very hard to call it with the surge on the line, but coming down the course now, we have race 70, which is the first heat of the men's under 17-8, again sponsored by Bentley's, and it'll be the first 4 through to the final. There are 2 heats. Over in lane 2 from Newington, we have Theo Downing, Evan Grilakis, Lewin Whittaker, Will Gillespie-Penny, Charles Older, Oscar Walsh, and Tristan McDonald. With Jasper Patterson, coached by Hugo Baker. In lane 3 from Shaw, Austin Hamilton, George Scammell, Harry Faulkner, Ben Hutchinson, or Mick Hutchinson, Luke Robinson, Hamish Gilligan, Harrison Frappe, Oliver Harris, and they're coxed by Oscar Miller. In lane 4 from Xavier College, Charlie Curtis, Angus Tilley, Zachy Ronchi, Campbell Patterson, Anders Sprayer, Tommy Tallett, Sam Dalton, Max Dalton, coxed by Charlie Fennessy. They're roaring down the course. I'm trying to get through these names. From Kings in lane 5, we have Sam McLean, Oscar Parsons, Hugo Yates, Jeremy Blatchford, Hamish Matthews, Duke Millwood, Lockie Rogers, Nicholas Plattis, coxed by Louis Hodgson. In lane 6 from St Joseph's, Samuel Spork, Ari Gretsch, Henry Troy, Joseph Lane, Bryn Whittaker, Matthew Pass, Thomas Curran, Tate Fredrickson, coxed by Lachlan Moulders. In lane 7 from Scots College, Max Bucas, Finn Simpson, Bo Skelton, Oscar Tremlett, Aston Van Clovis, Edward Green, Cooper Chabau, Jack Tabor, and coxed by Nick Phillips.
Those crews just crossing into the last 500 metres of the course now. It was the crew from Shaw over in lane 3, coached by David Jennings, who's had so much success in the schoolboy 8s over the last decade or so. Narrowly leading from Newington, less than a second back to that crew. And the King School, the defending champions, in 3rd place. St Joseph's in 4th. So New South Wales GPS crews in the top 4 in the prime qualifying positions for this event. Xavier College just trailing by about 2.5 seconds. You see them on the right-hand side of your picture in the dark boat there. So a little bit of work to do for the Victorians to make their way up into a qualifying spot. Looks like their race is going to be on with the St Joseph's crew on the far side of the course there. You can see the Xavier College crew really starting to lift the rating now and trying to edge their way into the qualifying spot. Long way to come, all the way up the Hume Highway for them to be in 5th. So they'll be looking to make a move here in the closing strokes of the race. It might be a little bit too much work to do, but the race is really on at the lead between the King's School and the Shaw School for the win here. Kings won this race last year. There won't be anyone back competing again, but the crew from Shaw in the white on the far side of the course there will just be holding off the Newington College as well. So it is really hard to call in the last stages of this race. Absolutely coming down to the line. Shaw School have got their bow balls in front. Kings and Newington going toe for toe to secure the best lane for the final in a couple of hours' time. I'd say Newington are just getting the ascendancy in that race. The Shaw School are coming down to take their final 2 strokes for the line. It'll be Shaw followed by Newington, and the King's School across the line in 3rd place. St Joseph's in 4th, and Xavier College just out of those qualifying spots in 5th place, and then the crew from the Scots College on the near side of the course will round out the field in 6th.
So coming down is Heat 2 of the men's under 17-8. Over in Lane 2 from Scots, we have Oliver Milling, Dean Robe, Max Berkelow, Henry Marion, Hugh Merriman, Jasper Towers, Charles White, Maxwell Crawford, and they're coxed by William Porter. In Lane 3 from Trinity, Charlie Harris, Patrick Board, Daytona Derbogosian, Spencer James, Joe Sammartini, Will Johnson, Joseph F. Themu, James Devlin, they're coxed by Oscar Casson. In Lane 4 from Melbourne Grammar School, Julius Blamey, Henry Zolad, James Negri, Arthur Thomas, Charles Caillard, Thomas McLennan, Archer Adkins, Finn Mitchell, and they're coxed by Sam Harris. In Lane 5 from St Kevin's, Connor Crothers, Darcy Foran, Gus Van den Boom, Ned Lewis, Ben Gallant, Alexander Drever, Louis Lefoe, Gregor Pickford, and they're coxed by Noah Dawson. In Lane 6 from Brighton Grammar, Luca Claret, Hamish Hanley, Flynn Quill, Nicholas Michelle, Tom Hogan, Henry Haycox, Ned Over and Stevens, Jack Carson, coxed by Henry Hoffman. And in Lane 7 from St Ignatius, Archer Hartman, Alexander Kerr, Noah Coble, Harry Walker, Thomas McClintock, Julian Carr, Edward Ruddock, Andrew Bigg, and they're coxed by Nicholas Colbert.
So could have a good battle again for that last qualifying spot in this race. Melbourne Grammar School striding out to an early lead at the 1,000-metre mark, got about 3.5 seconds on the field. Brighton Grammar sitting back in second. So the two Victorian crews doing well in this second heat, and then they'll be followed by St Ignatius and St Kevin's, who are sitting back in third and fourth at that halfway point, but only 0.51 of a second between second and third, and 0.06 of a second back to St Kevin's in fourth. And then the Scots College number 1 crew over in lane 2, 0.15 of a second back there. So we've got 3 crews in less than about 3/4 of a second of each other at the 1,000-metre mark. So that championship quarter, the third 500, will be absolutely crucial here in the under 17-8 for these crews to have any chance at qualifying. And I shouldn't write off the Trinity crew on the far side of the course as well, who are still only about a second and a half behind. And in these junior categories of racing, we do often see some things change around. Some boys put themselves into the hurt locker a bit early, or save a little bit too much for the end. And we do often see some grandstand finishes in the under 17-8. So this will absolutely be one to watch if you've got eyes on the big screen or eyes on the course around the regatta centre this morning. This would be one to keep an eye on as the crews approaching the 1,500-metre mark now. I can see Melbourne Grammar School still relatively unchallenged. A little bit of clear water on the competition, but it's going to be really hard to pick who's going to come through next. It is neck and neck between the two crews from Brighton and St Kevin's. So St Kevin's moving up into third, St Ignatius in fourth, Scots in fifth, and the Trinity College in sixth place. But all of those crews within a second and a half of each other. So it is truly anyone's game here in the heat of the under 17 Cox State. And this will be a cracking final to watch in a couple of hours after that first heat that we just saw.
Look, very exciting, and you can see the Melbourne crew have a handy lead, but it's virtually a straight line right across the course. It looks like Trinity over there in lane 3, the second in from the far side, has made a bit of a comeback. So could be anyone's at this stage, is to get into that treasured fourth place for the qualifier.
Yeah, I'd say that Trinity crew maybe just getting their bow balls in front of the crew from the Scots College. So 6 crews in this race, 4 through to the final, only 2 to miss out in this instance. I would say Melbourne Grammar have things pretty well sorted out in the lead, but it is anyone's game. If anyone is to miss out, I may say that the St Ignatius crew on the near side may have spent their bickies a little bit early. It'll be between them and Scots at the rear of the field. It looks to be the 3 Victorian crews, Brighton, St Kevin's, and Brighton Grammar, St Kevin's, and then the St Ignatius crew really battling it out for the second place. So it'll be Melbourne Grammar School who take the win here in this heat. It looks to be St Kevin's who are coming home with a wet sail, and they'll come across the line in second. They're going neck and neck with the crew in lane 6 from Brighton Grammar. Then on the far side of the course, Trinity College moving up in the third 500 or in the last 500 to secure their qualifying spot, edging out the two New South Wales crews, St Ignatius in 5th, Scots College in 6th. So a fantastic race and about the same sort of speed as the previous one, so we should be set for some fantastic racing in the under 17.8 later on this morning.
What a great comeback by Trinity there. They were 1.5 seconds behind at the 1,000-metre mark and certainly just made it up in that last 500.
Yeah, and I may have called that wrong for second place. We'll wait till we get the photo finish back from that one, but watching the replay on the screen there, Brighton Grammar maybe just with the surge, maybe St Kevin's. That's really, really tight. We'll wait till we get confirmation of official results on that one. But a big good morning to the 400 or so people we've got on the live stream this morning. Hope you're enjoying the coverage and enjoying our pretty average chat, but I hope that you'll stick around for our A finals that are just starting to get underway now. So we're getting underway with the men's and then the women's para single sculls. We'll move on to the under 23 pairs, which I've been saying for a couple of weeks. I think are going to be some of the best small boats racing of the competition of the entire regatta. We'll have our under 19 singles after that, under 21 singles and under 23 singles, and then move into our elites, and then back to pairs racing after that, and then we'll move into a couple more eights heats, and then we'll see our under 17 eights back up on the course in just a couple of hours' time. So an action-packed morning ahead of us here at the 2024 New South Wales Rowing Championships.
So we're just about to have a start for race 72, which is a championship men's para single scull. This is sponsored by Mobius. These athletes are all PR3. Over in the far side in lane 1 from Community, we have Sam Shaloub, coached by Brian Guthrie. In lane 2 from Bundaberg, Christian Lane Krebs, coached by Alan Goff. In lane 3 from the ANU, Stuart John, one of our co-commentators. You'll have been listening to his golden tonsils over the last day.
Golden tonsils.
And more to come. He's coached by William Hatcher. We have a couple of scratch-ins from Hunter Valley Grammar and Shoal Harbour. Then in lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Mac Russell, coached by Michael Russell and Morgan Hodgson. In lane 7 from Torrens, Jed Oldschwager. And in lane 8 from Mercantile, Nick Bartlett.
And just talk about the scull that we've got over in lane 2 for a moment. Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg. It's a name that we've heard a lot of over the last couple of years. He's definitely stretched himself very thin, racing across plenty of events here at the New South Wales Championships and the National Championships. So Christian was awarded the Bundaberg Young Citizen of the Year as a part of the Australia Day celebrations this year. And so that's just having a bit of a look at Bundaberg now, Bundaberg's premium regional news publication. And so it's in recognition of not only his efforts on the water, but he's really highly engaged in some community service, having participated in Anzac Day commemorations, working to aid the homeless, and an incredibly strong advocate for disability inclusion, and has really championed health causes for the First Nations people in the region. So very well deserved from Christian Lane Krebs, and congratulations there. And we have crews well and truly underway now, and we'll see how he can perform in this final of the championship men's para single sculling. A good little visual on Sam Shaloub from Community Rowing Club on the left of your picture.
And Chris, when you say young Australian, he received award as a young person. What sort of age are we talking? Do you know?
We are checking. Sound like a Ferrari engineer. We are checking. I will have to have a look.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know exactly.
It doesn't really matter. I was just intrigued myself.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you. Yeah, we've seen him over the last couple of years competing at the national championships, and I think competing in a double with our co-commentator Stuart John, who you'll see on the screen now, just on the left-hand side of your picture on the screen, looking like he's sitting in about third place or so. So Stuart John there on the left of your screen. We can see out in front Mac Russell from the University of Queensland, a stalwart in this event and a very successful single sculler at the INUS Global Games. And Mac really known for taking it out strong in the early stages of the race. No exception here as he crosses through the 500-metre mark, 151, and a good amount of clear water back to his competition. So about 4, 5, 6 boat lengths. We're looking at about 8 seconds back to Jed Olschwager from Torrens Rowing Club from South Australia. And Nick Bartlett from Mercantile sitting back in third place. See Christian Lane Krebs crossing that first timing point in fourth. And Stuart John from ANU in fifth. And Sam Shaloub from Community Rowing Club rounding out the field there at that first timing point. So possibly a little bit of a preview for the Interstate Para Single Scull at the National Championships. We've got a couple Queenslanders. Nick Bartlett from Victoria, Jed Olschwager from South Australia has for quite some time been the South Australian representative in that event. We did see Stuart racing last year in Western Australia. That was expected to just be for the year, but haven't seen. We'll ask him later on what his chances are. But he had a great race there last year, and I would love to see him back out on the water in the ACT colours. Mac Russell leading has taken the win in that event multiple times over the years. I think most recently in 2019 here in Sydney, where he took it in some pretty rough conditions. I think that might have been the only win for Queensland on the day. That was a day fantastic day for New South Wales, and can only hope of a repeat when the National Championships comes back home to New South Wales in just about 6 weeks' time here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre.
Well, Chris, many of today, what I'm trying to say is much of the competition here for this regatta is almost a nationals. We have visitors from all over the country, which is fantastic. It gives really good competition. We even had a couple races yesterday that didn't have a single New South Wales entrant, but I think we can only be grateful and really count our lucky stars that we've got such fantastic racing and we can go home and sleep in our own beds. Exactly. But certainly thank you to all the travellers who come and, enhance the competition here in New South Wales. Yep. And row on the best course in the country, of course. Of course. I mean, I've absolutely loved getting the opportunity to go over to Western Australia and Victoria and Tasmania over the last 3 years, and I've loved seeing those other courses in those parts of the country. But I've got to say, it's really great being able to come out here, see such fantastic racing, and then go home and sleep in my own bed. Yeah. And not have to sleep in a van as I did in Perth last year. So they're coming into view from up here in the tower, and we can see it does look like Mac Russell has a fairly healthy lead over the rest of the field. It looks like the three scullers closer to the grandstand have a lead over the rest of the pack. It does look to be Mac Russell, followed by Jed Olschwager, and then Nick Bartlett from Mercantile, who's back in the pack with the rest of the scullers over on the far side, who seem to be being led by Christian Lane Krebs, then Stuart John and Sam Shaloub. Now I'm doing all that with my naked eye from up here in our up here in the tower. The video may tell a different story, but as they came through the 1,000-metre mark, it was Mac Russell with a fairly healthy lead over Jed Olschwager, followed across by Nick Bartlett, then quite a quite a gap back to Christian Lane Krebs, followed by Stuart John, who would be in the running to perhaps catch Christian, and then rounded out by Sam Shaloub over on the far side. So they're about to come through the 1,500 metres. Mac Russell looking very comfortable there with a very good time, considering this is a para race. 6:03 as he came, 6:05, sorry, as he came through the 1,500 metre mark there. Followed a margin of 7.28 seconds back to Jed Altswager, then a further 10 seconds back to Nick Bartlett. So those are the three scullers closest to the screen. It looks like they're having one race and the three on the other side are having another race.
Yeah, so Mac Russell went out pretty hard with the early lead there and doesn't really look to have extended it, but still sitting a pretty comfortable 7 or so seconds ahead of Jed Altswager from Torrens Rowing Club and Nick Bartlett from Mercantile, but another 10 seconds behind. So our medal slots fairly well represented or fairly well solidified here, but Jed Altswager looking to just put a little bit of pressure on in the closing stages, and you'll definitely be getting a good idea of where things are sitting for the interstate regatta.
He's just Mac Russell's just taken it up a couple of points. He's into the last 200 metres here. Just to cement his lead, which it looks to be about 2 or 3 boat lengths. Jed Altswager doing his best to try and catch him. Very nice finish coming through here from Mac Russell from Queensland.
And Jed looking really tidy as well. It's been a couple of years since we've seen him right at the peak of Australian para rowing, and really sculling very nicely in the closing strokes here. So it'll be Mac Russell to take out the Championship Men's Para Single Scull. Mac Russell to be New South Wales State Champion for 2024. Just about 2 boat lengths clear of Jed Altswager from the Torrens Rowing Club in second place. Margin only 3 seconds there, so Jed with a fantastic last 500s to catch up about 4.5 seconds on Mac, but not quite enough in the closing stages there, right in the hurt locker. But we'll see third place and bronze medalists come across the line now from Mercantile Rowing Club, Nick Bartlett.
And a winning time there of 8 minutes 11.72, which when you think of the handicaps with the para rowing, that's a very healthy time.
Yeah, absolutely. And also considering that it's obviously not very quick. It's a little bit on the slow side today. And I'd say I'd echo that for the 8s that we saw earlier. I thought those times, the boys' 8s were going about sort of 6:30, 6:33. And I thought that was a very healthy time given the blustering conditions. It's not necessarily the strongest headwind, but definitely moving around a bit, and it's very difficult to row cleanly in those conditions.
And an exciting finish here, though.
Yes.
Stuart John's working really hard to hold off Christian Lane Krebs. It looks like he's going to do it. He's got about 3/4 of a boat length over him. Just a final burst there to get across the line. So that was Stuart John. He'll be followed by Christian Lane Krebs, and then not far behind, Sam Shaloub.
Little fist pump there from Stuart, looking very pleased with himself at the finish there of the men's para single scull. This event sponsored by Mobius. So moving on to race 73 in your program, which is on the course now. The Championship Women's Para Single Scull, sponsored by Bentley's. The current champion racing in lane 5, that's Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Over in lane 1 from Bundaberg, we have Rebecca Markwell. Lane 2 from Community Rowing Club, Bronte Marshall. Lane 3 from Jemoyne Rowing Club, Stephanie Walker. Lane 4 from Community Rowing Club, Eleanor Taylor. Lane 5 from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, our defending champion, Lisa Greisel. Lane 6 from Capital Lakes, Nikki Ayres. Lane 7 from Banks and supported by the Queensland Academy of Sports, Susanna Lutz. And in Lane 8 from the Community Rowing Club, we have Lauren Webber. So it was Nikki Ayres leading the charge at the 1,000 metre mark, but a good tussle going on for the win in this race. So Nikki Ayres has been the Canberran or the ACT representative in the PR3 interstate single scull and won that race quite a number of times over the last few years. But Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie, she represented New South Wales last year, but just sitting about 3 seconds or so behind. We can see on the screen there the sculler in Lane 8 from Community Rowing Club, Lauren Webber, who is a part of that, has been a founding member almost of that Community Rowing Club program, and along with Bronte Marshall and Eleanor Taylor, who are racing in this race, coming through the PLC Sydney program a number of years ago, which PLC Sydney, a great supporter of para rowing in New South Wales over the last, I'm actually not sure exactly how long they've been doing it, but as long as I've been around the sport for sure, and fantastic to have some junior representation in para rowing in New South Wales. I reckon we will. So turning our attention to the presentation dais now, we'll have the presentation of medals for the Men's Para Single Scull Championship of New South Wales.
You're on the podium.
Third place and bronze medalists, Nick Bartlett from Mercantile Rowing Club. Second place and silver medalists, Jed Olschweger from Torrens Rowing Club. Gold medalist and New South Wales state champion for 2024, Mac Russell from the University of Queensland. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales state champions and medalists in the men's para single scull.
And out on the course, we have coming up into about 400 metres out, the women's para single. Nikki Ayres held her lead by a few seconds as she came through the 1,500 metre mark. Lisa Greisel is not going to let this one go easily, so we can see from up here now she is really putting a push on to try and catch Nikki Ayres. Quite some margin back to Susanna Lutz. And a further margin back to Bronte Marshall over there on the far side. But the real battle here is can Lisa Greisel hold off Nikki Ayres?
Yes. So I'll correct what I said before. Nikki Ayres, the sculler last year for ACT, won this last year at the Interstate Regatta. I should know, I interviewed her on the finish line. But really coming under pressure now in the closing stages from Lisa Greisel of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Nikki Ayres just keeping her bow ball in front and starting to lift now. So starting to pull away in the closing strokes. She's seen the danger and responded. And we're just seeing that experience and that talent there from Nikki Ayres. Nikki Ayres from Capital Lakes Rowing Club, a good 2 lengths in front now and really winding towards the finish. So a fantastic finish there from the Canberran in lane 6. Nikki Ayres will come across to be the women's para single scull champion of New South Wales in just 4 or 5 strokes time. She'll be followed across the line by Lisa Greisel of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club for the silver medal. And just a couple lengths back, representing Banks Rowing Club, Susanna Lutz there in lane 7. And she'll come across the line just in a moment or two for the bronze medal in the women's para single scull. Over on the far side of the course, fantastic row from Bronte Marshall of the Community Rowing Club.
And further back, we now have the second pack coming through. Over on the far side, Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg. Looks like she will be able to hold off and get that fifth position. She's certainly battling it out with Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne. Yeah, we're going to have to go to the next race because
coming down thick and fast now, so a good series of A finals ahead of us, and the Championship Women's Under-23 pair, sponsored by Bentley's, well underway in the third 500 metres now. So over in lane 1, Sydney Rowing Club, Isabella Scammell, Caitlin McManus-Barrett. Lane 2, a composite of Swan River and Fremantle Rowing Clubs, Rebecca Pretorius and Genevieve Hart. Lane 3 from Sydney University Boat Club, Olivia Natty, Grace Turner. Lane 4 from the Melbourne University Boat Club, we have Anna Morrison from Mercantile joining Zara Lavery of Melbourne University. Lane 5 from Fremantle, Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon. Lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University Boat Clubs, Eliza Dunlop from Sydney and Remy Mackay from Sydney University. Lane 7 from Melbourne University, Bridget Harwood and Katarina Bitsios. And in Lane 8, a composite of the University of Queensland and Sydney Rowing Club, Nancy Duncan Banks from University of Queensland and Talisa Noak Driver from Sydney Rowing Club. And as expected, our fastest qualifiers, which were the Sydney Rowing Club combination of Isabella Scammell, Caitlin McManus-Barrett over in Lane 1, have a commanding lead going into the third 500 and look to have only extended that over their nearest competition all the way from Western Australia. That's the Swan River and Fremantle composite of Genevieve Hart, Rebecca Pretorius in Lane 2, and the margin about 4 or 5 boat lengths there. So Isabel Scammell, Caitlin McManus-Barrett, Caitlin having spent a couple of years training in Canberra and making her return back to New South Wales and training out of Sydney Rowing Club now, joining up with Isabella Scammell, Kinross Walleroy alumni and world champion in the under-23 women's Coxed 4. And making pretty light work of it in as they cross the 1,500 metre mark. Bit of a race on for the minor medals though, so 9 seconds the margin first to second, 11 seconds the margin to third, but then the chasing crews, so it'll be a battle between the Sydney University, all Sydney University crew of Olivia Natty and Grace Turner, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett, who are currently sitting in third, but just 1.5 seconds up on the composite in lane 8. Talisa Noak Driver from Sydney and Nancy Duncan Banks from the University of Queensland. They had a bit of an uncharacteristic race yesterday, and not really showing their full form in the heats of the pairs, and as a result, they're over in lane 8. But so definitely battling it on the near side of the course there, but really taking the fight to the Sydney University crew who are sitting in lane 3. It may be too much to overcome in these late stages, but it could come quite all the way down to the line. So Caitlin McManus-Barrett in the stroke seat, Isabella Scammell in the bow seat, that Mpacker pair over in lane 1. They've led pretty much from start to finish, and they'll just cross into the red boys now of the last 100 metres of the course. Obviously, these under-23 races having pretty significant bearing on under-23 selection. The invitations to trials will be released next week, and the selectors, I've seen them sitting in the grandstand, and they'll be keeping a close eye on this one, keeping a close eye on our leading pairs here as they vie for a medal here at the New South Wales State Championships. Sydney Rowing Club will be state champions in the under-23 women's coxless pair. Caitlin McManus-Barrett and Isabella Scammell cross the line for first, about 4 lengths clear of the West Australians, who are finishing incredibly strong. Rebecca Pretorius, Genevieve Hart from Fremantle and Swan River. The Sydney University Boat Club crew look to be holding off a late challenge from the Victorian composite of Mercantile and Melbourne University Boat Club, who are closing fast but not fast enough. Sydney University take the bronze medal in the under-23 women's coxless pair. The Victorian composite take 4th place. Fremantle in 5th. The Sydney Rowing Club, University of Queensland crew in 6th place. And the Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University composite, Eliza Dunlop, Remy Mackay in 7th. The All Melbourne University crew, Bridget Harwood, Katarina Bitsios in 8th place here in the under-23 women's coxless pair. Great way to kick off proceedings for our pairs races.
And coming down, we have the men's under-23 pair final, A final. Over on the far side from UTS, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson. In lane 2 from UTS Haberfield, Nicholas Pender and Austin Reiner from Mercantile. In lane 3, Tom Foley and Winston Hooper from Melbourne. In lane 4, Miles Harold and Bradley Graham from Sydney. In lane 5 from University of Queensland, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin. In lane 6 from the Sydney University, Darcy Watter from Cairns Rowing Club and Alex Hoskin from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 7, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury from Cairns, and in lane 8 from the University of Queensland, Hugh Waitman and Andrew Waitman.
So this was, I think, one of the most entertaining races at the Small Boats Regatta a couple of weeks ago, and we spoke to Grace Cypher in the lunch break yesterday, who's racing the single later on, and we were chatting about how the under-23 development camp that a lot of these, if not all of these athletes participated in November, December last year has really brought the standard of competition up and put everyone on the same trajectory, which has really been fantastic for us to watch for racing. So at the 1500 metre mark, the Mercantile and UTS composite crew in lane 2. So that's Nick Pender from UTS and Austin Reiner from Mercantile, who were leading the all-UTS combination of Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson from the Melbourne University crew of Tom Foley and Winston Hooper in lane 3. The Sydney Rowing Club crew of Miles Harold, Bradley Graham in lane 4, sitting back in 4th place. They've just dropped back a position. They were sitting in 3rd at the 1000 metre mark, and things still relatively tight between that middle pack. So Cairns, supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport, Jared Lord, Mitch Salisbury, just a second and a half, less than a second and a half behind in 5th. The Sydney Cairns composite of Alec Hoskin from Sydney, Darcy Watter from Cairns, less than 2 seconds behind there, and then a little bit of a gap back to the 2 University of Queensland crews. Lex Tucker and Monty Martin sitting in 7th, and Hugh Waitman, Andrew Waitman sitting in 8th place. So a little bit of a battle going on at the back of the field. They're a little bit separated from our leaders, but our top few crews, our first place crew rather, having straight out to a fairly commanding lead. Have got over a boat length on the all UTS crew on the far side. So Nick Pender, Austin Reiner of UTS Mercantile leading the charge in the closing stages. The all-UTS crew sitting in 2nd place, the Melbourne University crew sitting in 3rd place, but a late charge from Cairns and a late charge from Sydney Rowing Club, both on the middle and near side of the courses to try and put themselves in the medals. It'll be a little bit too late for those crews. The Cairns crew really coming home strong. They'll probably snag 4th, but it is UTS and Mercantile, Pender and Reiner, who will cross the line in 1st place. The all-UTS crew for the silver medal, Oliver St. Pierre, Joshua Wilson, Melbourne University Boat Club for 3rd, and Cairns coming home really strong, but not quite enough to snag a medal ahead of Sydney Rowing Club in 5th place. The Sydney and Cairns crew in 6th. The University of Queensland crew in lane 5 in 7th, and the University of Queensland crew in lane 8 in 8th place.
Oh, yeah, I'll do it from here. Yeah.
So turning our attention to the presentation dais now. We have the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Para Single Scull, sponsored by Bentley's.
Yeah.
In 3rd place and bronze medalist, Susanna Lutz from Banks Rowing Club. 2nd place and silver medalist, Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Gold medalist and New South Wales champion for 2024, Nikki Ayres from Capital Lakes Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales State Champion and medalists in the Women's Para Single Scull.
And coming down the course, we have race 76, which is going to be a very exciting race. We have a glebe rower in here, no bias whatsoever. Over in lane 1 from
also
Nepean.
an Askham rower, so no bias
And
whatsoever.
Askham, well, yeah, but she rows under, she does all the training at glebe.
Yep.
In lane 1 from Nepean, Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 2 from the University of Queensland, Astrid Thomas, coached by Philip Bourguignon and Lily Lunny. In lane 3 from Radford College, Zara Turner. In lane 4 from UTS, Jade Bliss, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. In lane 5 from Adelaide Uni, Victoria Binns, coached by Tom Talinar. In lane 6 from Glebe, Lucy Yabsley, coached by Milan Parker and Natalia Du. In lane 7 from UTS, Freya Bateman, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. In lane 8 from Fremantle, Sina Metzger, and in lane 9 from Sydney, Neve Tierney, coached by Charlie Patterson.
And things really tight in the single sculls out here on the course. So at the 1,000 metre mark, it's saying about half a second or so between those three crews. But I would say, so what we've got going on here on the live stream is that the lanes that are on the draw are a little bit different to what is happening on the course. So our timing screen on the course, that you see on your picture here, is the names aren't 100% accurate. So it was a bit of a battle in the middle of the course. It's going to be fairly hard to we'll use what.
So just while we deal with that, using the naked eye from up here, it does look like the three front runners are Lucy Yabsley in lane 6, Zara Turner in lane, Jade Bliss in lane 4 from UTS, and Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland.
Yeah, that would be correct. And at the 1,000 metre mark, it was sort of less than a second between those three crews. So we'll get a better picture as they come across the 1,500. So they're coming through the 1,500 metre mark now. The sculler in the centre of the course from the Adelaide University Boat Club, that's Victoria Binns leading the charge, but only by about 3/4 of a length from Jade Bliss from UTS on the far side, and Lucy Yabsley from Glebe in that Empacker boat in lane 6 on the near side of the course, just trailing behind by less than half a canvas. So a little bit of work to do. We saw Lucy Yabsley with a pretty commanding win in the heat, and then a pretty relaxed row in the semi-final to qualify through. And it's definitely looked the form sculler of the competition so far in the under-19 single scull, winning this event at the Small Boats Regatta in a pretty handy time a couple of weeks ago. And we'll be looking to repeat that performance now, but a little bit of work to do in the closing stages as Victoria Binns, who had several pretty tough races yesterday in the single scull, won real race to the line with Jade Bliss of UTS on the far side of the course there.
And Lucy's just taken it up a few points as they come into the last 250 metres. She looks to have started that slightly ahead of Astrid Thomas over on the far side. Jade Bliss is certainly working very hard to hold Lucy and Astrid off. But Lucy's really seems to be gaining a little bit of ground. They're about 200 metres out now, about 150 metres. All pushing very hard, so it's going to be a very close finish between these three. That's Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland, Jade Bliss from UTS, and Lucy Yabsley from Glebe. And very exciting. Lucy's done a real surge here. She's going to overtake the others, and she's pushing ahead. She's probably going to come across the line with about half a canvas in front. And what a fantastic finish there by Lucy Yabsley. A good half length over Jade Bliss from UTS, and then over on the far side, Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland. They're going to be followed across by Victoria Binns. Over on the far side, Olivia Harris, and then pretty close to call for the next placings, and they'll be rounded out by Neve Tierney. So the finish time there was A little bit hard to tell here because we're just having a few technical issues.
Yeah, about 8, 19 for that one. So turning our attention back to the presentation dais, the presentation of medals for race 74, the Championship Women's Under-23 Coxless Pair. Third place and bronze medalists, Sydney University, represented by Olivia Natty and Grace Turner. Crew coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. Second place and silver medalists, a composite of Swan River and Fremantle rowing clubs. Rebecca Pretorius and Genevieve Hart. Gold medalists and New South Wales champions for 2023, Sydney Rowing Club. Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett. Crew coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales State champions and medalists in the Championship Women's Under-23 Coxless Pair. And back down on the course now after that fantastic Under-19 women's single scull race. We have the Under-19 men's single scull just approaching the 1500 metre mark now. In lane 1, Kaylin Routley from UTS. Lane 2, Angus Murfitt from Wendouree Ballarat. Lane 3, Luca Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Lane 4, Oscar St. Pierre from UTS Haberfield. Lane 5, we have Oscar Shield Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club. Lane 6, Alexander Williams from Corio Bay. Lane 7, Fremantle Rowing Club's Remy Payne. And Lane 8, William Rogers from the King's School. And as I say that, I will correct myself because I've just been handed an updated draw from our fantastic volunteers up here in the commentary tower. So a few things changing around with the lanes as we speak. And we'll seek to correct that as those crews come down the course. On our timing screens, I have Kaylin Routley from UTS on the near side of the course, who is making the best job of things and leading the race coming into the last quarter, ahead of Oscar Shield Gamborg from Mossman, Oscar St. Pierre from UTS, but things all within about a second for third, fourth, fifth and sixth, with Remy Payne from Fremantle, Luca Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise and Angus Williams from Corio Bay Rowing Club, all looking to make a challenge in these closing stages. And as we draw to a close with this race, got a change in the commentary. Tom Trobe out in for Mark Teachin. We thank for his efforts this morning. Welcome, Tom.
Good morning all, great to be here. Great to be up here for the Under-19 men's single scull final coming down right in front of us here. As you just mentioned, it was Kayleen from UTS just out in front through what was the 1500 metres in lane 8, closer to the grandstand, still holding on to that lead as they're about to hit the red buoys.
So I'm going to correct because everything's not 100% and I can't quite see what's going on. That is William Rogers from the King's School, coached by Julian and Simon Huxley, who has that commanding lead here in the closing stages. Saw him took a great win in the heat, great win in the semi-final. He was second in this event at the National Championships last year. He was second in the schoolboy single as well, which he was a little bit disappointed by that one. And he'll be back with a vengeance this year. The captain of boats at the King's School and doing a fantastic job in the under-19 men's single scull. But the race is on in earnest for the minor medals. Oscar Shield Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club is just leading Oscar St. Pierre and Luca Free. And it'll come down right down to the line. William Rogers from the King's School wins the under-19 men's single scull. It'll be Oscar Shield Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club ahead of Luca Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise with a fantastic finish ahead of Oscar St. Pierre from UTS Haberfield. We'll come right down to the line for 5th place as well. We'll see the sculler in lane 2. Not in lane 2, the sculler from Wendouree Ballarat, Angus Murfitt, ahead of Corio Bay and Fremantle, Alexander Williams, Remy Payne and Kaylin Routley from UTS, rounding out the men's under-19 single scull.
And just drawing everyone's attention to the presentation dais for the men's under-23 pair, sponsored by Bentley's. In third place from Melbourne University, we have Tom Fowley and Winston Hooper. In second place from the UTS Rowing Club, we have Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. And in first place from Mercantile UTS Haberfield is Nicholas Pender and Austin Reiner, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Alastair Matthews. Congratulations to the 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists.
So on the course now, things settling down. We're starting to get a hold on things in the commentary box of who's where and who's who. And the Championship Women's Under-21 Single Scull well underway now. That event sponsored by Bentley's. Current champion is UTS Rowing Club's Sarah Fard, who's not present here, aged out of the event. So over in lane 1, Sinead Redding from Western Australian Rowing Club. Olivia Yeats from Mersey in lane 2. Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3. Zara Kafori from Yarra Yarra in lane 4. Thea Cool from Yarra Yarra in lane 5. Georgia Montague from University of Queensland in lane 6. Paige Critchlow from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7. Ella Spalding from Mersey in lane 8. And Madison Joins from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 9. And we'll await a little bit of timing as they approach the 1500 metre mark to be able to tell you exactly where these crews are sitting as they storm their way down to the line as the A-finals come at us thick and fast here on day 2 of the 2024 New South Wales State Rowing Championships. But crews looking fairly well evenly matched here in the under-21 women's single scull. The crews on the far side of the course doing a slightly better job of things. I'd say Zara Kafori and Liesl Page, Yarra Yarra and Sydney Rowing Club, both doing well at this stage, as well as Georgia Montague of University of Queensland in the centre of the course, also putting up a good challenge, but all crews still relatively in it at this stage.
Just as these rowers are coming up to the 1500 metres, it does look like could be Liesl Page leading the pack, taking advantage of the smoother conditions over there on the far side, but not being let ahead easily from her competition either side. Olivia Yeats and Zara Ferrari from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club.
So it is Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club who is leading as we come close to the last 350 metres or so of the course. She's being challenged by the two crews on the far side of the course. That's Olivia Yeats from Mersey, coached there by David Tippett, and Sinead Redding of West Australian Rowing Club. And then the sculler from Yarra Yarra, Zara Kafori, not quite out of the mix too. So a good battle going on for the minor medals here in the women's under-21 single scull. Liesl Page really starting to wind the rating up there. Very aggressive front end on the stroke from the Sydney Rowing Club sculler there. And the scullers either side of her really starting to wind now and mounting a challenge in the closing stages. So the West Australian Rowing Club sculler, Sinead Redding on the far side, really locked into a close battle with Olivia Yeats from Mersey. So the West Australian and the Tasmanian going toe for toe here, but the Victorian Zara Kafori from Yarra Yarra not out of the mix at this stage, but it is the local from Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page, who's got the rate right up, not worried about the length, just getting the blade in as quickly as possible, as many strokes as possible before the line. She's got over a boat length at the moment. The West Australian on the far side is coming home the strongest out of the challenges for the minor medals, but the sculler from Tasmania, Olivia Yeats from Mersey is challenging her every stroke. The battle is on for the minor medals. Our medalists are pretty much determined, but what order they'll be presented in is not. It'll be Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club who wins the under-21 women's single scull. The West Australian Sinead Redding takes the silver medal, and Olivia Yeats from Mersey in bronze. Zara Kafori from Yarra Yarra just outside the medals in 4th place there. Georgia Montague from the University of Queensland in 5th. Sculler in lane 8 from Mersey. Ella Spalding in 6th place. Madison Joins from Sydney Rowing Club in 7th. And the second of the Yarra Yarra Scullers, Thea Cool, in 8th place. We're having a good little battle across the line with the Sydney Rowing Club sculler of Paige Critchlow. That'll actually come right down to the line for the last place in the under-21 single scull. Paige Critchlow from Sydney Rowing Club just fighting back and just secures 8th over the sculler from Yarra Yarra.
And we're just now going to return back down to the medal presentation dais for what is the Championship Women's Under-19 Single Scull. And as I mentioned, for the Championship Women's Under-19 Single Scull, in 3rd place from Adelaide University, Victoria Binns, coached by Tom Tolinar. In 2nd place from UTS, Jade Bliss, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. And in 1st place, and the New South Wales State Champion for 2024, Lucy Yapsley, coached by Millen Parker and Natalia Dow. Congratulations to the 2024 New South Wales State Championships.
So the men's under-21 single scull well and truly underway and coming right down to the line now. So we saw some fantastic racing in the heats of this event. So on the far side of the course, Oscar Berridge from UTS, Charlie Stevenson from West Australian Rowing Club in second in lane 2, Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3, Nicholas Barlow from Toowong in lane 4, Charles Clark from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in 5, MacArthur Bucknell from Sydney Rowing Club in 6, Jesse Rosen from Canberra in 7, and Jasper Boyce from Adelaide Uni in lane 8, and it is all stations are go for the top 3. So on the far side of the course, Oscar Berritry, he was 0.7 of a second ahead at the 1,000-metre mark, and he looks to have only extended that lead over the West Australian sculler, Charlie Stevenson from WA Rowing Club, and Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club, who's just surging late now to challenge for the silver medal. So our leader, Oscar Berritry from UTS Haberfield, barring disaster, will be the state champion in the under-21 men's single scull here this morning. But it is anyone's guess who is going to take the silver medal. The West Australian is lifting his rate and really surging late to the line, going toe-for-toe with Nick Whalen of Sydney Rowing Club. Had some fantastic racing in the lightweights yesterday and will be backing up today. Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club will come across to take the silver medal ahead of the West Australian narrowly. What a great race to the finish. Oscar Berritry from UTS is your state champion in the under-21 men's single scull. Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club, silver medalist. Charlie Stevenson from West Australian Rowing Club in the bronze. The second Sydney Rowing Club sculler, MacArthur Bucknell, comes across the line in 4th place. Nicholas Barlow from Toowong in 5th. Jesse Rosen from Canberra Rowing Club in 6th place. Charles Clark from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in 7th. And Jasper Boyce from Adelaide University Boat Club in 8th place.
And ladies and gentlemen, the presentation medals for the Championship Men's Under-19 Single Scull. Champions of New South Wales in 3rd place from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Luca Free, coached by Duncan Free and Christopher Holliday. In second place, from Mossman Rowing Club, Oskin Skeel, Gamborg, coached by Tom Schramko and Kieran Kabelki. And in first place, from Kings, William Rogers, coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. Please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists.
So out on the course now, the A final of the Championship Women's Under-23 Single Scull, sponsored by Mobius. The reigning champion from Mercantile, Sophie Reiner, is not present in this event today. Over in lane 1, Grace Cipher from Sydney Rowing Club. Over in lane 2, Griffith University Surfers Paradise, represented by Danica Free, coached by Duncan Free, Christopher Holliday. Lane 3 from UTS, Sarah Fard, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 4 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Romy Cantwell. Lane 5 from the University of Queensland, supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport, Eliza Bridgefoot, coached by Augustin Rodero and Benjamin Southwell. In lane 6 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Livia Rosea. In lane 7 from Centenary and supported by the Queensland Academy of Sports, Sophie Malcolm, coached by Augustin Rodero and Benjamin Southwell. And in lane 8 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Lindsay Colvert, coached by Christopher Holliday and Duncan Free. So 4 Queenslanders in this event. 2 New South Welsh women and 2 Victorians. And as they come down to the line, we just don't have the timing quite in front of us yet. But the battle appears to be on over there on the far side of the course between the scullers from Sydney Rowing Club, UTS, and Griffith University Surfers Paradise. We saw Grace Cipher win in this event in the heat yesterday. She didn't have the best start and came from behind a little bit, but a pretty comfortable win in the end. And we chatted to her in the lunch break about racing in the heavyweight division versus the lightweight division, looking to go one better from her 4th place in the under-23 lightweight single scull at the World Championship last year, and giving her the best opportunity for some racing experience, racing against the heavyweights here today. And the headwind is not phasing her whatsoever, about 4 boat lengths of the lead as they enter the last 500 metres of the course. The battle for second, though, Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. It looks like Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University Boat Club. I might just correct myself there. No, that's correct. Danica Free there from Griffith University. Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University, really tightly locked for second at that final timing point. But Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland not out of the race, and neither is Sarah Fard from UTS Rowing Club. So the battle for the minor medals, once again, coming right down to the line here in the under-23 women's single scull. Grace Cipher looks to be pretty comfortable out there in the lead on the that far side of the course, and would be all the races are really all hers to lose at this stage, but looking pretty comfortable. Has done the work early, and but the race really hotting up behind her for the minor medals. We've got 3 scullers aiming for 2 positions on the podium, essentially. Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University Boat Club, and Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland, who's really put herself back into this race as they approach the last 170 metres of the course. To my eye, it looks like Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise sitting there in lane 2, who just has her bow ball in front for the silver medal, but race certainly not over yet. Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University Boat Club really moving well now in the closing stages, and Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland challenging her right to the line, going stroke for stroke. It'll come right down between these 3 scullers as to who gets those last 2 positions on the podium. But as it's been all the way down the course, Grace Cipher from Sydney Rowing Club, originally from Queensland, has just gone from strength to strength down here in New South Wales. Grace Cipher is the under-23 women's single scull champion of New South Wales. It'll be the sculler from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Danica Free, who'll come home just ahead of Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University Boat Club. It came right down to the line, and Danica Free for silver, Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University for the bronze medal, just 6 inches or so ahead of Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland. Sarah Fard from UTS in 4th. The second Melbourne University sculler, Livia Rosea, in 5th place. Lindsay Colvert from Griffith University in 6th, and Sophie Malcolm from Centenary Rowing Club in 7th place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going back to the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Under-21 Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. In 3rd place and bronze medalist from Mercy Rowing Club, Olivia Yates, coached by David Tippett. Second place and silver medalist Sinead Reading, coached by Stefano Balasso. And in 1st place from Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales champions and medalists. On the course here, the men's under-23 single scull are just about to come up to the 1500 metre mark. In lane 1 from Adelaide University, we have Nick Blackman, coached by Nicholas Mitchell, Christine McLean and Sam Morton. In lane 2 from UTS, we have Henry Blackwell, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. In lane 3 from Melbourne University, Felix Oliver. In lane 4 from UTS, we have Harry Curtin, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. In lane 5 from Adelaide, we have Adam Holland. In lane 6 from Western Australian Rowing Club, Blake Watt, coached by Stefano Balasso. In lane 7 from Sydney University, Hamish Danks, coached by Donald McLean. And in lane 8 from Canberra Rowing Club, Cormac Hayes. In lane 9 from Mercantile, we have Dom Frederico.
And this is another event which has really gone from strength to strength this season and has provided us with some fantastic racing at the local regattas, and I'm sure will provide us with some fantastic racing at the National Championships later in the year. And the scullers just approaching the 250 to go mark. It is the sculler on the far side of the course there from Adelaide University Boat Club, Nick Blackman, coached by Nick Mitchell, Christine McLaren, Sam Morton, who has his bow ball in front. He's about a boat length or so clear of Henry Blackwell from UTS to his left-hand side. But the race on for young and old for that final position on the podium, to my eye, looks to be between Felix Oliver from Melbourne University Boat Club and Adam Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club, who had a fantastic finish in his heat yesterday and really winding the rate up. So we'll see what he can do in these closing stages here. It'll be a long way to challenge Nick Blackman from Adelaide University Boat Club, who has led this race right the way down the course, and Henry Blackwell from UTS doing his best to follow along and secure that silver medal position. But the battle for the bronze medal between Felix Oliver from Melbourne University Boat Club and Adam Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club is starting to heat up and may just push those two scullers into the contention for the silver. But Nick Blackman from Adelaide University Boat Club, he'll take his final few strokes across the line to be crowned state champion in the New South Wales, in the under-23 men's single scull for New South Wales here this morning. And Henry Blackwell of UTS Haberfield, he's pretty certain for the silver medal, as Adam Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club holds off a fast finishing Harry Curtin from UTS. I'll correct myself there. So holds off a fast finishing Felix Oliver from Melbourne University Boat Club. It is Blake Wyatt from West Australian Rowing Club ahead of Harry Curtin from UTS, who narrowly gets his bow ball in front of Dom Frederico from Mercantile and Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club. And rounding out the final will be Hamish Danks from Sydney University Boat Club. So Nick Blackburn from Adelaide University makes it back-to-back state champions here in the men's under-23 single scull.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Under-21 Single Scull. In third place from Western Australian Rowing Club, Charlie Stevens. In second place, and not at the presentation, we have Nicholas Wallen from Sydney Rowing Club. And in first place from UTS, Oscar Beregi, coached by Matthias Ungemark and Judith Ungemark. Please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists.
Out on the course now, we have one of our premier races of the day, the A final of the Championship Women's Elite Single Scull for the Ellen Randall Cup. The current champion is sitting over in lane 1. That's Tara Rigney from the Sydney University Boat Club, and that would be the betting man's form favourite for this event. Lane 2, Amanda Bateman from the Melbourne University Boat Club. Lane 3, Harriet Hudson from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 4, Caitlin Cronin from University of Queensland. Lane 5, Laura Goulet from UTS Rowing Club. Lane 6, Rhea Thompson from the University of Queensland. Lane 7, Rowena Meredith from Sydney University Boat Club. And Lane 8, Shiho Yonawaka from Team Japan. And as many of you will not be surprised to see, it is Tara Rigney. She was a bronze medalist at the World Championships last year in the women's single scull, and would be anyone's favourite to take out this event for the second year in a row. The event whose trophy named after Tara's coach, Ellen Randall. And she's sitting pretty comfortably out in the lead in that race with Amanda Bateman and Harriet Hudson just trailing behind, nipping at her heels and challenging for, or sitting themselves in the minor medal placing positions. And the sculler over in lane 4, Caitlin Cronin, just trying to put some pressure on Harriet Hudson. But it is a reasonable margin between those scullers as we progress into the last 250 metres of the course. So Tara Rigney over there on the far side of the course competed in the Philadelphia Gold Cup last year and did very well, and had a fantastic international season last year. First season in the competing full-time in the single scull, I believe, and taking home a bronze medal, and will be absolutely one to watch out for as we move into the international season culminating in the Paris Olympics this year. The Loreto Kirribilli old girl just lifting her rate and really stretching out that lead over Amanda Bateman from Melbourne University Boat Club, who we'll see in a double scull later on this week, or later on today, with Harriet Hudson, who is sitting in the provisional bronze medal position, but a real race for the minor placings outside of the medals between the University of Queensland scullers. But it is Tara Rigney from Sydney University Boat Club who will take the Elite Women's Single Scull Championship of New South Wales for the Ellen Randall Cup, ahead of Amanda Bateman from Melbourne University Boat Club and Harriet Hudson of Sydney Rowing Club. And then it's coming right down to the line of fourth place between the two University of Queensland scullers. Caitlin Cronin will just get it ahead of Rhea Thompson and Laura Goulet of UTS for sixth place. And that is too close to call between Rowena Meredith from Sydney University Boat Club and the Team Japan sculler Shihoho Yonakawa. And we'll wait for the official confirmation of results for that final play.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Under-23 Single Scull. In third place from Melbourne University, Romy Cantwell. In second place and silver medalist, Danica Free, coached by Duncan Free and Christopher Holliday from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. And gold medalist and New South Wales Stant champion for 2024, Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales State champions and medalists.
So on the course now is probably one of the more fascinating events we'll see in the elite categories today. So the Championship Men's Elite Single Scull. We have Caleb Antill from ANU in lane 1, Marcus Delamata from Sydney University in lane 2, David Bartolo from Sydney University in the National Training Centre in lane 3. Adelaide Rowing Club's Mitchell Reinhardt in lane 4. Alex Rossi from West Australian Rowing Club in lane 5. Oscar McGuinness from Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 6. Harry Glacken from Capital Lakes in lane 7. Jackson Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in lane 8. And Campbell Watts from Sydney University Boat Club and the National Training Centre in lane 9. So this is a very interesting race. This will form some selection decisions or some invitation decisions, and Australia obviously doesn't have any sculling boats already qualified for the Paris Olympics. So any boats that are selected will have the opportunity to go over and qualify at the final qualification regatta in Lucerne. And all of these men out here are really vying for spots in those boats. But it is David Bartolo from Sydney University Boat Club who is doing the best job of it and is lifting his rate of striking despite being fairly comfortably out in the lead. He won the President's Cup 2 years ago for New South Wales, and so he knows how to win at this level ahead of these athletes. And Caleb Antill on the far side of the course now locked in a close battle with Marcus Delamata from Sydney University Boat Club for second place. And let's not write off the sculler in the centre of the course from the West Australian Rowing Club, Alex Rossi, who's just starting to knock on the door of the podium. David Bartolo of Sydney University Boat Club will remain unchallenged in the closing strokes to take out the state championship in the men's elite single scull for the Mervyn Wood Trophy. And as he strides towards the line, but it is coming right down to the line for the minor medals. Caleb Antill on the far side of the course from the Australian National University has just put in a late surge over Marcus Delamata from the Sydney University Boat Club. It'll be Caleb Antill who will take the silver medal, Marcus Delamata for the bronze medal. About a length and a half then back to Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club. The sculler in lane 6 from Adelaide, Oscar McGuinness. Campbell Watts from the Sydney University Boat Club from Mitchell Reinhardt of Adelaide Rowing Club. Harry Glacken from Capital Lakes, and Jackson Free from the Griffith University Surfers Paradise.
We have had some technology come back to us now. So in that, the winning time by Dave Bartholow was 6:55.34 in first place. In second place from ANU, Caleb Antill, just 5.2 seconds behind David, and then back to Marcus Delamata, just 1.99 seconds behind. So a very tight race and some good times for the championship men's single scull. And ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of the men's under 23 single scull. In third place and bronze medalist from Adelaide Rowing Club, Adam Holland. In third place and bronze medalist from the Adelaide Rowing Club, Adam Holland. In second place and silver medalist from UTS, Henry Blackwell, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. And in first place and gold medalist and New South Wales state champion from Adelaide Uni, Nick Blackman, coached by Nicholas Mitchell, Christine McLean and Sam Morton. Please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists.
So out on the course now, we're set for another pretty cracking race with a combination, a field stacked full of women's national training centre combinations. In lane 1, we have the current state champions, composite of Fremantle and Mercantile. We've got Annabelle McIntyre and Jess Morrison, better known as the Australian women's pair last year. Lane 2, we have a composite of Mercantile Melbourne University Boat Club, Katrina Werry, Lucy Steffen. In lane 3, Mercantile and the University of Western Australia, we have Paige Barr from Mercantile, Bronwyn Cox of the University of Western Australia. In lane 4, we have a composite of Sarah Hoare from Sydney Rowing Club and Georgia Patton from the West Australian Rowing Club. In lane 5, we have Jackie Swick from Swan River Rowing Club and Georgie Rowe from UTS Haberfield. In lane 6, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Eliza Gaffney and Jean Mitchell. In lane 7, a composite of Samantha Morton from Sydney Rowing Club and Molly Goodman from the Adelaide Rowing Club. And then in lane 8, a composite of Eleanor Price from Sydney University Boat Club and Ella Bramwell from the Adelaide Rowing Club. And as they come through the 1500 metre mark, somewhat unsurprisingly, Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre over there in lane 1 with their bow balls in front. But a good little tussle starting to unfold between Lucy Steffen and Kat Werry of Melbourne Uni and Mercantile, the Victorians, in lane 2. Tussling with the West Australian and Victorian composite of Bronwyn Cox from the University of Western Australia and Paige Barr from Mercantile Rowing Club, who are currently sitting in the bronze medal position, but then things pretty much even across the rest of the field for 4th, 5th and 6th with the Sydney and West Australian Rowing Club combination, Sarah Hoare, Georgia Patton, just trying to get their bow balls in contention for a minor medal. But there is no doubt about Jess Morrison, Annabelle McIntyre, the composite crew who have represented Australia in the women's pair at the last Olympic Games, as well as at the last couple of World Champions. Such an established combination and such a successful combination at that, who are really making their mark on this event. They won it last year and they are going to go back to back here as they cross into the Red Boys, the last 100 metres of the course. They're a good 3 or 4 boat lengths clear of the rest of the field. Jess Morrison, Annabelle McIntyre from Mercantile and Fremantle rowing clubs, as they've done for a number of years now, will take out the New South Wales State Championship in the women's elite coxless pair. And then it'll be the Victorian combination of Steffen and Werry will come across for the silver medal ahead of Barr and Cox in bronze medal position. Really tight for the minor positions with Sarah Hoare, Georgia Patton just coming through for 4th ahead of a close battle for 5th place. I would say it would have just been the crew in lane 5, Jackie Swick and Georgie Rowe, just ahead of the crew in lane 6, Eliza Gaffney and Jean Mitchell, who edge out Molly Goodman and Samantha Morton for 7th place. And the Adelaide Sydney University Boat Club composite crew crossing the line to round out the field in 8th position. So out on the course now, we've got race 85, the championship men's coxless pair. The A final, we saw some fantastic racing in the heats yesterday, and all National Training Centre A final out in front of us. And I'll say it again, as I've been saying it all day yesterday, the standard of racing that we're privileged enough to bear witness to out here at the New South Wales State Championship is second to none, especially in our home state. So over in lane 1, we have Jack Hargraves and Jack O'Brien from the Sydney University Boat Club. Lane 2, Fergus Hamilton from Mercantile, partnering up with Alex Hill from Adelaide Rowing Club. Lane 3, from Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club, Alex Purnell and Spencer Turren. In lane 4, from Sydney Rowing Club and Adelaide Rowing Club, we have Josh Hicks and Angus Dawson. In lane 5, we have Harley Moore from Commercial, Simon Keenan from Melbourne University Boat Club. Lane 6, we have Angus Whitcomb from Mercantile and Ben Canham from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 7, we have Paddy Holt from UTS and Will O'Shannessy from Sydney University. And in lane 8, Rowan Lavery from Melbourne University and Jackson Kench from the Sydney University Boat Club. So those crews well and truly approaching the 1,500 metre mark now. And you can see that picture on your screen. It is a line across the course and some really tight racing unfolding here. We saw these boys race all the way to the line yesterday in the heats, and we'll see it again today in the finals. So that Sydney University crew on the far side of the course, Jack Hargraves, Jack O'Brien, just ahead of Fergus Hamilton and Alex Hill in second. So Jack Hargraves, Olympic champion in the men's coxless 4. Alex Hill in the opposite crew, the competing crew, also in that crew that won that fantastic gold medal at the Tokyo Olympics. And then in the third place crew, the Sydney University Sydney crew, Spencer Tarrant and Alex Purnell, who were the other two members of that crew. So our podium littered with Olympic champions potentially here, but no crews quite out of the race here in the closing stages. We know how these boys can sprint to the finish. We've seen it time and time again in the domestic racing. We can see that provisional bronze medal place crew, Tarrant and Purnell, just biding their time as they approach the last few hundred metres. And we'll see them start to wind up now. They're going to be challenging for the lead. Hargraves and O'Brien have led all the way down the course. The Sydney University crew on the far side of the course will have to fend off any late challenges. Hill and Hamilton currently sitting in the provisional silver medal position, but not secure by any means, with Tarrant and Purnell starting to lift the rating and really going for it now in the closing stages of the men's elite coxless pair for the Spencer Grace Trophy. The current trophy holders are Tarrant and Purnell. They're sitting back in third place at the moment, but it's coming right down to the line. Hargraves and O'Brien just with a little bit more length and looking a little bit more composed over on the far side of the course. They're about 3/4 of a boat length in front. Barring disaster, they will come home and be your state champions in the championship men's elite coxless pair. It is Hargraves and O'Brien from Sydney University Boat Club who take the gold medal. Hill and Hamilton for the silver. Tarrant and Purnell for the bronze. Hicks and Dawson for 4th place. Keenan and Moore for 5th. We have Kench and Lavery for 6th place. The Victorian composites of Whitcomb and Canham for 7th. And Paddy Holt and Will O'Shannessy from UTS and Sydney University in 8th place.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation medals for the Championship Women's Elite Single Scull, sponsored by Mobius, for the Ellen Randall Cup. These medals will be presented by Stephen Donnelly. In 3rd place from Sydney Rowing Club, Harriet. Come on, man. In 3rd place, and bronze medalist Harriet Hudson. In 2nd place and silver medalist Amanda Bateman from Melbourne University. And gold medalist and New South Wales state champion for 2024, Tara Rigney from Sydney University. Please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales state champions and medalists and the presentation of the Ellen Randall Cup. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight into the next presentation of the Championship Men's Elite Single Scull, sponsored by Mobius, for the Mervyn T. Wood Trophy. In third place and bronze medalist from Sydney University, Marcus Delamata, coached by Thomas Lurick. In second place from the Australian National University and silver medalist, Caleb Anthill. And gold medalist and New South Wales state champion for 2024 from Sydney University, David Bartholow. And please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales state champions and medalists and the presentation of the Mervyn T. Wood Trophy.
Out on the course now, we're keeping with our pairs racing, but moving to lightweights. So the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight pair, sponsored by Mobius. The current champions not in this race, Adelaide University Boat Club. And so over in lane 1, we have UTS represented by Zinc Bosco, Nicholas Mather. In lane 4, we have Banks Mercantile combination, Jordan Roberts from Mercantile, Nick Zigiter from Banks. In lane 5, an all-mercantile combination of Alex Tomanovitis and Oscar Tyrrell. And in lane 6, a composite of Nepean and the Newcastle University Boat Club, Jason Waddell from Nepean Rowing Club, as well as Luke Purdy from the Newcastle University Boat Club. And as we approach the last quarter of the race, it is most certainly the crew from Banks and Mercantile, Jordan Roberts, Nick Zigiter, who I believe did pretty well in this event at the National Championships last year, who have about a 7-second lead up on the rest of the field. UTS's Nick Mather and Zinc Bosco sitting back in the provisional silver medal position, ahead of the Nepean and Newcastle University Boat Club crew, sitting back in third, who are having a good tussle with the Mercantile Rowing Club crew of Alex Tomanovic and Oscar Tyrrell for the bronze medal. But it's actually going to come right down to the line. So it was the Nepean crew, but it is looking to be the Mercantile crew over in lane 5, who just have their bow balls out in front and will be challenging for the bronze medal. So neither crew quite out of the race yet, and UTS will be looking to just avoid danger as well, but it is certainly Banks and Mercantile in the centre of the course who are doing the best job of things here in the men's elite lightweight coxless pair from UTS, Mather and Bosco, and then a great tussle unfolding here between the Nepean and Newcastle combination and the all Mercantile combination. So it's Tomanovic and Tyrrell from Mercantile, Purdy and Waddell from Newcastle University and Nepean, and they're going stroke for stroke down to the line. In just a couple of strokes, we'll see that Banks and Mercantile combination be crowned New South Wales state champions for 2024 in the men's elite lightweight coxless pair. UTS will cross the line for the silver medal, but is going to come right down to the line for the bronze between the Mercantile Rowing Club and the Newcastle and Nepean composite crew. Mercantile just have their bow balls in front. A late surge from the New South Welshman. It'll be come right down to the line, but Mercantile Rowing Club just snatch the bronze medal from the Nepean and Newcastle University crew in the men's elite lightweight coxless pair.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation medals for the Championship Women's Elite Pair, sponsored by Mobius. In third place, Bronwyn Cox from Western Australia Boat Club and Paige Barr from Mercantile. In second place, Lucy Stephen from Melbourne University Boat Club and Katrina Werry from Mercantile Boat Club. And gold medalists and New South Wales state champions for 2024, Jess Morrison, Mercantile Rowing Club, Annabelle McIntyre, Fremantle Rowing Club. Please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales state champions and medalists. Just after rounding out that championship men's elite lightweight pair, we're back to some heats. In race 87, the championship schoolgirl eights. This is heat 1 of 2, with the top 4 progressing through to the final. In lane 1 from Loreto Kirribilli, lane 2 Canberra Grammar, lane 3 Geelong Grammar, lane 4 Geelong College, lane 5 Loreto Normanhurst, lane 6 St Catherine's, lane 7 Queenwood, lane 8 Brisbane and GPS, and closer to the grandstand is MLCQ in lane 9. These girls just underway, approaching the first few hundred metres of the race.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we turn our attention back to the presentation dais, we will have the presentation of medals for the Men's Elite Coxless Pair Championship of New South Wales and the presentation of the Spencer Grace Trophy. Third place and bronze medalists, a composite of the Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Clubs, represented by Alex Purnell and Spencer Turren. Second place and silver medalists, a composite of the Adelaide and Mercantile Rowing Clubs, represented by Alexander Hill and Fergus Hamilton. Gold medalists and New South Wales state champions for 2024, Sydney University Boat Club, represented by Jack Hargraves and Jack O'Brien. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales state champions and medalists in the men's elite coxless pair.
And just heat 1 of the Championship Schoolgirl 8, sponsored by V Insurance, has passed through the 1,000 metres, with Canberra Grammar going through the 1,000 metre mark in first place, followed by Loreto Kirribilli. In third place, Brisbane GPS. Fourth place, Geelong College. Fifth was Loreto Normanhurst. Sixth, Geelong Grammar. Seventh, Queenwood. And in eighth was St Catherine's, followed by, in ninth place, MLCQ in lane 9 as well. And these girls just about to come up to the 1,500 metres, looking like the Canberra Grammar crew over on the in lane 2 on the far side. Aprilla Mitchell, Hannah Griffiths, Imogen Horn, Holly Haywood, Kate Oliver, Madison Duncan, Estella Robertson, Jade Wilson, Chamesed Devawada, and coached by Beth Bryan, just into a solid lead here coming into the final 500 metres. Get to see these girls training next to us back home. Out on the lake in Canberra here, they've had some solid competition back home, so it's clearly looking to transition up to the New South Wales State Championships. We had a regatta last weekend and they did some solid racing as well. So
yep,
looking
I've heard Stuart John singing the praises of Canberra Grammar over the last couple of days.
Yes.
So it's fantastic to see eights racing where we've got competition from all corners of the country, and it's just a fantastic spectacle to watch.
It is. They've definitely put a bit of focus into it recently. Few new bits of hardware as well, just to propel them down the course. But yes, in that last in the 1500 metre mark, it was still Canberra Grammar holding on to first place. About 7.5 seconds back to Loreto Kirribilli. Third place was Brisbane GPS and Geelong College in fourth place. They'll be rounding out the progression if they maintain that for the last 500 metres. I think it's safe to say that Canberra Grammar will hold on to that first place over the last now 400 metres, just to progress through to the final later today.
So our top 4 qualifiers, so top 4 through to the final in the Championship Schoolgirl 8. And those top 4, as we can see on our drone coverage, absolute pleasure to commentate a race with some drone coverage, and it certainly makes for some fantastic viewing. So thank you to those at Rowing New South Wales and to John Meekies for organising that and really stepping up the quality of the live stream here. And we can really see our top 4 crews. We can see
second, third,
not quite
fourth,
our top 4 crews there.
Yeah.
Now we can see our top 4 crews there, and how they're just a little bit separated from the field, but a little bit of a tussle between first, second, third and fourth. Canberra Grammar having pulled out ahead, and Loreto Kirribilli did have a fairly healthy lead at the 1500 there, but being rapidly closed in on by Brisbane and GPS and Geelong College over there in the green for the privilege of the best ranked lane in the finals. The wind has calmed down here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and a start to finish win in the first heat of the Championship Schoolgirls 8 for Canberra Grammar. They'll take it from Loreto Kirribilli, who hold off a fast finishing Brisbane and GPS crew for second, Brisbane and GPS for third. Brisbane just half a length ahead of Geelong College for fourth place, as we hear the grandstand erupt for our schools racing. Loreto Normanhurst in fifth. Unfortunately, missing out on the final of this one. Queenwood for sixth place. That's the Queenwood number 2 crew in this event. St Catherine's in seventh, ahead of Geelong Grammar in eighth. And the crew closest to the grandstand side of the course, MLCQ, that is their number 3 crew in this event. A great showing from MLCQ at this regatta. Now across the line to round out the Championship Schoolgirl 8. I know some Victorian commentators in particular have been lamenting the fact that none of their crews are down to commentate this weekend, and they're all up here, but I'm not complaining.
Just before we go to Heat 2 of the Schoolgirls 8, we're going to have the presentation medal for the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Pair. This event is sponsored by Mobius. In third place and bronze medalists from Mercantile Rowing Club, Alex Tomanovitz and Oscar Terrell. In second place from UTS, Zinc Bosco, Nicholas Martha, coached by Sam Fennessy, Alexandra Waynan. Gold medalists and New South Wales state champions for 2024, Jordan Roberts from Mercantile and Nick Zetska from Banks Rowing Club. Please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales state champions and medalists.
Down the course now, Heat 2 of 2 for the Championship Schoolgirls 8. And they'll be racing later on today and in their A finals, just a straight A final for this one, and a New South Wales battle going on. So over in lane 1 we have Geelong Grammar, lane 2 Queenwood, lane 3 the University of Queensland, lane 4 Loreto Kirribilli number 2, lane 5 St Catherine's, lane 6 Pymble Ladies, Lane 7, Wesley College. Lane 8, MLCQ. And in lane 9, Loreto Turak. And as they crossed the halfway point, it was St Catherine's narrowly leading Pymble Ladies and Queenwood following closely behind. Loreto Turak not out of things either. So our top 4 separated by only about 2 seconds at the halfway point. A little bit more of a margin then back to Geelong Grammar over in lane 1, who are at 2 seconds back at that halfway point. University of Queensland 6th, and Wesley College sitting in 7th, MLCQ in 8th, and Loreto Kirribilli number 2 in 9th. So last weekend at the IGSA Regatta, or the Kings PLC Regatta rather, St Catherine's took out the Schoolboy 8 by about 2 boat lengths from Pymble Ladies College. And Pymble Ladies College obviously back with a vengeance and trying to reduce that margin or give them a bit of a challenge in the final later on today as they challenge the St Catherine's crew, who are still leading as they approach the 1,500 metre mark, but not quite by a boat length yet. So that's the St Catherine's crew of Bianca Rupnick, Williams, Alice Steed, Evelyn Stigter, Madeline Mannins, Isabel Yardley, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain, Layla Gaston and Jasmine Abella, the coxswain, coached by Jared Watson. We'll get to see them out and about a number of times this weekend as they're racing in the under 21 8 as a UTS Haberfield and Sydney Rowing Club composite, but the same crew there, so going up against some older divisions, but they're currently making short work of it, leading out the Pymble Ladies College combination here in this heat of the Schoolgirl 8 as we return to our drone footage and we can see how our top 4 qualifiers are placed. St Catherine's in the centre of your picture, Pymble Ladies College just to the left, and on the far side, on the grandstand side of the course, the left-hand side of your picture there, you'll see the Loreto Turak crew, who have just moved up ahead of Queenwood, who were sitting in the provisional bronze medal position. Although both crews looking relatively safe. Queenwood will just have to fend off Geelong Grammar over in lane 1, who currently just have a little bit of overlap, but with 250 metres to go, that is a lot of ground to make up in an 8, especially ones that of this calibre and moving this quickly. So St Catherine's, as it's been the majority of the way down the course, will come home to secure their likely fastest qualifying spot in the Championship Schoolgirl 8, sponsored by V Insurance. They're pretty much a neat length clear of Pymble Ladies College, the Carl Schmidt coached crew in the yellow M-Packer shell there, who are going to come home just ahead of Queenwood, a fast finishing Queenwood crew, mind you, who are really responding to that push from Loreto Turak. So St Catherine's cross the line in first, Pymble Ladies second, Queenwood in third, Loreto Turak in 4th place, Geelong Grammar in 5th, Wesley 6th, University of Queensland 7th, MLCQ in 8th, and the Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew in 9th place. And a very quick time there from all crews in that heat. So the winning time from Canberra Grammar in the first heat, 6:59.96. The winning time from St Catherine's in that heat, 6:47.15. With a margin of 4 seconds, 1.6 and 1.8. So really the top 4 qualifiers in that second heat should all be able to really take the battle to that Canberra Grammar crew who won the second heat. So some interesting racing to look forward to in the Championship Schoolgirl 8 later today.
Just going back down now to the 2,000 metres for the Championship Schoolboy 4, sponsored by Quest Apartments in Penrith. This is heat 1 of 2, with the top 4 places progressing through to the final later today. Over in lane 1, we have the Shaw 2 crew. We have had a late scratching from Sydney Grammar in lane 2. In lane 3, we have Kings 1. Lane 4, St Joseph's 2. Lane 5, Ballarat Clarendon. In lane 6, St Ignatius 2. Lane 7, St Ignatius 4. In lane 8, we've had a scratching from Shaw 1, and closer to the grandstand, we have the Kings crew. As they went through the 1,000 metres, we had the Kings crew closer to the grandstand in lane 9 in first place, closely followed by Ballarat in lane 5, and in lane 6, St Ignatius 2 and Shaw 2 in 4th place. Definitely stepping out into a bit of a lead here. But Kings 1 just not too far behind Shaw 2, so it's going to be a bit of a tussle, I think, for that 4th and final progression place as we look to see them coming into the last 1,000 metres here. Just going through the 1,500 metres there, it was Kings in first, second Ballarat Clarendon, 3.5 seconds, back to St Ignatius 2, fourth was Shaw 2, and then just 0.3 of a second back to Kings 1. So that margin still has been maintained for those 500 metres, really vying out for fourth place here as they look to come into the last 400 to 500 metres of this event here.
Yeah, so last weekend at the Kings PLC Regatta, we saw St Ignatius College take almost all of the GPS crew wins in the schoolboy rowing. So they took all the 4s and the second 8, just missing out the first 8 to St Joseph's College. That's one to keep an eye out for later on. But all of these St Ignatius 4s that we're seeing down the course, they all won last week, and now a little bit mixed up in some different races and some different competition with some higher ranked crews. But I'm sure that St Ignatius program will be looking forward to, will be looking to qualify as many of those boats through to the final and have a pretty dominant time here at the New South Wales State Championships. But Ballarat Clarendon in the centre of the course have really wound up and are on for looking for the win here. The King's School, Tom Whalen, Alfred McLean, Sam Hines, Campbell Wickham, Otto Gerber, the Cox, coached by Julian and Simon Huxley. That's some of their first 8 boys. It's really starting to they've led pretty much the entire way down the course, but Ballarat Clarendon in the centre of the course. The Ballarat crews, they know how to row Cox 4s. They do it time and time again. We've seen dozens of national champions from Lake Wendouree over the years, and they come home absolutely charging to take the heat of the championship schoolboy 4 by about a boat length from the King's School. St Ignatius crossed the line in third, and for that 4th qualifying spot, it'll be Shaw just narrowly over the King's School. So the Shaw number 2 crew on the far side of the course, just over that King's 1 crew in lane 3. St Joseph's College in 6th, St Ignatius in 7th. To round out that first of 2 heats for the championship schoolboy Coxed 4.
Yes, and we have the second heat about to cross through the 1,000 metres here. Over in lane 1, we have St Ignatius 3 in lane 2, but a scratching from Shaw 4. In lane 3, we have Kings 2. Lane 4, St Ignatius 1. Lane 5, Kinross Wallaroi. In lane 6, St Augustine's. In lane 7, again a scratching from Shaw 3. And closer to the grandstand in lane 8, St Joseph's 1. As they went through the 1,000 metres, it was lane 5 Kinross Wallaroi crew in first, just about a second behind St Ignatius 1. In third place was St Augustine's, and then about 5 seconds back to St Ignatius 3, and then Kings 2 in 5th place, just as they went through the 1,000 metres here.
I think this might be the first time today, maybe the last time as far as I know, that we have a race at the New South Wales State Championships with all New South Wales crews entered, and almost all GPS crews, Kinross Wallaroi and St Augustine's, getting out there as well, and Kinross Wallaroi leading at the 1,000 metre mark and trying to fend off a well-versed St Ignatius crew to their right-hand side. That St Ignatius crew, they got the win in the Schoolboy 4 last weekend, and we'll be looking to maintain that streak and see if they can come up against some fiery competition here at the State Championships. But Kinross Wallaroi still leading over St Ignatius 1, St Augustine's in third, but all 3 of those crews within half a boat length of each other. So crews truly going for it in the heat, not worrying about the fact that they're all pretty safely through to the final. And the St Ignatius number 3 crew just leading out the Kings number 2 crew in for that final, 4th and final qualifying position.
Just coming into the last 100 metres now, it still is that Kinross crew holding on potentially that first place, but St Ignatius won just over in lane 4, also now probably pulling out into first place as we hit the last 100 metres here. Again, these boys really putting in a lot of effort for what is a pretty solid progression here into the final later today. These 3 boats wanting to get to those preferred lanes in the final, but it is that lane 4 crew, by the look of it, from St Ignatius 1 that will probably take first place here.
That's a bold call. It's
St.
I think you've called it right.
And then just a fraction of a second back to St Augustine's, and then Kinross Woollaroy in third place, who were leading the majority of the way, but then just had a bit of competition at the end there. And then just rounding out the progression here in lane 1 over on the far side is St Ignatius 3 in 4th place. Those boys putting a lot of effort for the heat there to progress through. In 5th place, Kings 2, and then St Joseph's 1 just coming up the course into the last few metres here in lane 8 to round out what was the second heat of the Schoolboy 4.
It's a pretty competitive time too, 6:52. So they're obviously pushed all the way to the end, but it's not fast conditions out here today. There is a little bit of a head breeze. Just see the replay on the screen there. That St Ignatius crew. That was the narrowest of margins. I'd call it half a bow number. So I've just heard of one little bit of admin and one of the best news that you'll hear all day. So a little bit of admin reminder for bow numbers at this regatta. Boat Shed 1, weigh-ins over there as well. Do not come to the finish tower. There is no one here. There is no one here for those bow numbers and weigh-ins for lightweights and coxswains over in Boat Shed number 1. And the news that you've all been waiting for, the regatta bar is officially open. Just at the back of the grandstand there is air conditioning and a big screen for the live stream so that you can watch all the racing from the comfort of the bar, table service and drinks on offer. So get on up there and enjoy that for the rest of the day. As we bring you the first heat of the Championship Schoolboy Coxed 8, we've got a couple scratchings from Shaw and Kings. I was just remarking to Tom next to me that the Kings boys who raced 2 races ago in the Coxed 4 couldn't surely have made it back to the first 8 heats that quickly. But on the course now, the Championship Schoolboy 8, we have Newington in lane 1, Geelong College in lane 2, Scots 1 in lane 3, St Joseph's 2 in lane 4, Caulfield Grammar in 5, Shore of Scratched, Sydney Grammar in lane 7, Kings of Scratched and Scotch College in lane 9. And at the 1,000 metre mark, it was a pretty commanding lead from the Scots College, who had about 5 seconds on the competition and went through the 1,000 metre mark in under 3 minutes. So making their mark early on, and they'll be very pleased with that performance. Last weekend was a little bit disappointing for Scots, 5th at the Kings PLC Regatta and not really in the race at any time. So a great performance from them early on. And I do wonder if we had some different crews racing last weekend, or appears to be the same from my quick look at the results from last weekend. And a timely reminder that if you're getting around the course on bikes or e-scooters or scooters, please wear a helmet. I've just seen a fantastic crash in front of me on the e-scooter, so that is the law. Please whack a helmet on if you're getting around the course on a bike, e-scooter, skateboard, whatever you may prefer. But as crews approach the last 400 metres of the race, it is still the Scots College. That's the combination of Lachlan Moore, Henry Pursehouse, Edison Lowe, Charles Brand, Hugh Henriksen, Samuel Stewart, James Duffy, Jack Pinn, Conrad Lowe, the coxswain, coached by Amos Noon, who have gotten their bow balls in front early and only extended that lead in the second half of the course. And as I'm saying that, it does look like the wind has just switched to coming slightly from the east or the southeast. And they've pushed out to a bit of a clear water lead now. So the Scots College over in lane 3, leading out the crew from Geelong College in the green to their right. St Joseph's in lane 4, that's their second 8, sitting back in 3rd, going toe-to-toe with Newington. Top 3 through to the final here in this one, so it is all to play for for that third place spot. Scots College got out early. They've moved away from the field. They could go under 6 minutes here. That would be an amazing achievement from them after a disappointing weekend out here last week. But Geelong College will come home in second place. It's between St Joseph's and Newington for third place. That's the St Joseph's and Newington second 8. Scots College come across the line. Geelong College will come across the line in second. The Newington second 8 over the St Joseph's second 8. So Scots, Geelong and Newington through to the A final. St Joseph's in 4th, Sydney Grammar 5th, Scotch College from Victoria in 6th, and the crew in lane 5 from Caulfield Grammar will cross the line for 7th place. The winning time there, 6:07 for Scots College, and 4.5 seconds the margin back to second. So a great result for Scots. They'll be incredibly pleased to be in the final here at the New South Wales State Championships.
That's right, over now into Heat 2 of the Schoolboy 8, sponsored by V Insurance. Full set of 9 8s here coming down. They're just pushing off there from the start underway with Shaw 2 over in lane 1. In lane 2, Sydney Grammar. Lane 3, Geelong Grammar. Lane 4, St Ignatius 1. Lane 5, Scots College. Lane 6, Melbourne GS Grammar School. And in lane 7, St Ignatius 2. Lane 8, St Kevin's. And lane 9, close to the grandstand, Kings 2. So it's always great to see 9 8s across the course.
The second heat of the Schoolboy 8 well and truly underway. An absolute spectacle, 9 boats across, and the biggest margin there only being 1.7 seconds. So everything to play for here. Top 3 through to the final. We'll have 3 heats of the Schoolboy 8 out here this morning. This is the second of those heats. At the 500 metre mark, it was St Ignatius College who were out in front. That's the Matthew Curtin coached crew. They were the only St Ignatius crew not to get a win last weekend to a pretty handy St Joseph's College crew who we'll see in the next heat, and hopefully we get a rematch of that in the final later on this afternoon. But St Ignatius College doing a fantastic job leading out this second heat of the Schoolboy 8. Scotch College from Victoria down in second place. Geelong Grammar in third, and Melbourne Grammar School in fourth, but the margins from fourth through to seventh is less than 1.5 seconds. So the Shaw second 8 sitting in sixth, St Kevin's in seventh, the King's second 8 in eighth, and Sydney Grammar in ninth place. So certainly all to play for. Keen to see if that King's second 8 can replicate last week, where they put about 4 seconds into Newington in the last 500 metres of the under-19 8 and came home to take the win, and they were absolutely ecstatic with that victory. As we see the St Ignatius College crew 2:56 through the K, so reasonable time there, and 3.5 seconds up on Scotch College, who's sitting in second. Melbourne Grammar in third, and then fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, all still within about 2 seconds at that halfway point. So I think we're going to see a pretty good battle for that qualifying spot. No B finals in the school events here at the State Championships, so it is do or die for these gentlemen out here this morning.
Yeah, that's right. Just with the top 3 boats going through into the final later today, there is a bit of separation, not quite as tight as the previous race, but it's looking like, as mentioned, the St Ignatius 1 crew leading through the 1,000, Scotch just 3.5 seconds back, and then just under 3 seconds back to the Melbourne Grammar School. It'll definitely be Geelong Grammar really pushing, and St Ignatius 2 into those last 750 metres now, just to really work on that third place, trying to progress through to the final later today. Just seeing some great on-screen coverage here from the BRO boat. If you ever want to see that view, if you have a boat licence, you can definitely be out there for the day volunteering, helping out with the umpires.
Absolutely.
Front row seats.
And yeah, umpire boat drivers is always one that we're it's always a position we're looking to fill, and there's always room for it. Umpire boats, safety launches in the back lake as well. As we're always in need of staff on the timing huts, always in need of help with the medal presentations, bow numbers. The jobs are endless. If you're interested in volunteering even today or tomorrow, or at any future Rowing New South Wales regattas, get in touch with Alec Otani, our Events and Volunteers Coordinator. The details are on the Rowing New South Wales website. You are supplied with breakfast and lunch, and you get a parking pass for the island. I can't give a better sales pitch than that. It is a fantastic privilege to help out and run these regattas, and we're always looking for as much assistance as we can get. But out here in the second heat of the Schoolboy 8, it is still St Ignatius who are pushing out in the lead. They were the national champions last year for the first time in the school's history, and a number of the boys back to defend that title this year, and definitely have their work cut out for them in the GPS system with some pretty competitive racing in the first 8 this year. So St Ignatius are leading the crew from Scotch College. The St Ignatius 2 crew on the near side of the course really challenging the Melbourne Grammar School, and it could be 2 St Ignatius crews through to the final here in the Championship Schoolboy 8. St Ignatius 1 are well out in front, clear water over Scotch College. Scotch College have been sitting in second the entire way through the race, and third place has been anyone's guess. The King's School are starting to wind up. We know they've got a good finish on them, but it's too little too late. St Ignatius have got their bow balls in front of Melbourne Grammar. It'll be St Ignatius number 1 who crossed the line to take the win in the heat and will move through to the A final of the Schoolboy 8. Scotch College for second, and the St Ignatius number 2 crew will come home and make it 2 St Ignatius College crews in the Championship Schoolboy 8 final. It's going to come right down to the line for 4th place. The King's School possibly just edging out Melbourne Grammar School there, but that'll come down to a photo finish. The crew in lane 8 from St Kevin's following them. Geelong Grammar on the far side of the course. Shaw number 2 and Sydney Grammar rounding out the field. Fantastic racing, and the field in New South Wales and evidently abroad, interstate as well, this year in the Schoolboy 8s racing has been second to none, and I cannot wait to see what happens in the final of this race, and I cannot wait to see what happens at the National Championships this year.
That heat also coming down in a time of 6 minutes, 0.86, so 7 seconds faster than the heat 1. So a bit of internal competition within the heat to put a bit of pressure under the crews, warm them up for later on, hopefully not using too much energy. Down to now heat number 3 for the heat of 3 of the Championship Schoolboy 8. Over in lane 1 we have Geelong Grammar. In lane 2 we have Scots 2. In lane 3 St Joseph's. In lane 4, Newington 1. In lane 5, we have Wesley College. Lane 6, we have Canberra Grammar. Lane 7, Xavier College. And in lane 8, Brighton Grammar. As they went through the 1,000 metres, it was St Joseph's in the lead. Again, just under 3 minutes. Some tough racing for the first 1,000 metres here for these boys out there. 3.5 seconds back to Xavier College. In third place, Newington 1. Fourth place, Brighton Grammar. 5th place, Wesley College. 6th place, Canberra Grammar. 7th place, Scots 2. And in 8th was Geelong Grammar. Those first 4 boats with just about 4 seconds between them. So it's going to be a tight 1,000 metres here to the end. But it is St Joseph's who have put a bit of a lead over the Xavier College. And then the Newington and Brighton Grammar close on the heels for that 3rd place.
Yeah, so anyone's guess for that last qualifying spot. And Wesley College, a little bit out of it, 2.6 seconds the margin back in 5th. So a lot of work to overcome to get their bow balls into the A final. But St Joseph's College, fantastic win last weekend, and it was a very happy Will Raven walking around in the afternoon last weekend, and was very pleased with the performance they put on, and looks to be like they're putting on another cracker here in the 3rd heat of the Schoolboy 8. I think this will be the biggest margin that we've seen in all 3 heats. So looking pretty comfortable out in front for the St Joseph's College crew. Darcy Williams, Matthias Maloney, McKinley Dooley, Alex Nagleen, Thomas Maloney, Gus Silioka, Samuel Basher, Finlay Mitchell, Jonathan Yates, the coxswain, coached by Michael Lane and William Raven, who have walked away from the field. Newington sitting in second, only 1 second up on Brighton Grammar, and Xavier College back in the game, 0.23 of a second back in fourth. Wesley College 3.81 back in fifth place. So we're going to be set for another grandstand finish in the championship schoolboys Cox State here this morning. The last of our heats before we go to some under 17-8s finals and moving through to some small boats finals to round out the morning session for the next couple of hours. But so the last of our heats, but it is all to play for, these boys vying for a spot in the final. We've got crews that have travelled up from Victoria. Of course, those crews a conflict with the head of the river this year, and majority of those, or if not all of those Victorian crews, not able to make the national championship. So this will likely be their only opportunity to come and race here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre and prove their worth against the New South Wales crews. And as the St Joseph's College crew stride out almost unchallenged in the lead, Newington College in lane 4, they're sitting in second place, really coming under threat from Brighton Grammar on the near side of the course. Brighton Grammar, I think, just getting their bow balls in front, and Xavier College going with them. Xavier College are trying to get their bow balls up into that third qualifying spot. Newington are responding. Newington, Brighton and Xavier, I would say it'll be Newington and Brighton who will complete those spots in the A final. St Joseph's College in lane 3 will cross the line to head straight through to the A final. Brighton Grammar on the near side of the course will come home for second place, just ahead of Newington College in the centre of the course. Xavier miss out on the A finals, as do Wesley College in lane 5. Canberra Grammar in lane 6 will come across the line in 6th place. The Scots number 2 crew in lane 2 can't replicate the efforts of their number 1 crew in the first heat. They'll cross the line in 7th. And Geelong Grammar on the far side of the course to round out this final heat of the Championship Schoolboys Cox States. Fantastic racing to look forward to this afternoon. I'm very excited. So back to A finals racing out on the course now. We've got the final of the Championship Women's Under 17 Cox State. We saw these girls compete in the heats only about 2.5 hours ago, and a couple of these schools competing in the schoolgirl Cox State heats only about 40 minutes ago as well. We saw them moving back down lane 10 to make the start. So in lane 1, MLCQ, we've got Alice Van Onselen, Lara Wilson, Bella Bain, Emma Ward, Emily Tehan, Chloe Blake, Zoe Jackal, Matea Brown, and Freya Kusanada, the coxswain. Kinross Wallaroy in lane 2, Molly Mason, Julia Ungamark, Isabel Grout, Mahari Wiley, Grace Tancred, Ruby Lego, Maddie O'Brien, Lucy Reedy, and Jane Bruce, the cox, coached by Emma Thessie. Lane 3, Commercial Rowing Club, Amelia Moore, Maggie Stafford, Lily Nolan, Georgia Crouch, Bethany Peaty, Remy Hancock, Matilda Letson, Genevieve Davies, Oliver Plawecki, the coxswain, and coached by David Vandis and Gary Townsend, the first of 2 Commercial Rowing Club crews in this final. Loretto Turak in lane 4, Araminta Clements, Zara Bear, Isabella Knight, Jemima Perry, Luca McComas, Olivia Fay, Lucy Woods, Isla Quick, Josephine Grave, the coxswain, coached by Amelia Garley. Commercial Rowing Club in lane 5, Sienna Becker, Summer Phillips, Holly Fleming, Olivia Grant, Annika Gundlach, Tyra Jensen, Matilda Dammers, Evie Sayer, Daisy Plawecki, the coxswain, coached by David Vandas and Ross Batho. Melbourne Girls Grammar in lane 6, that's Zena Obeid, Caitlin Anthony, Addie Dean, Stephanie Speller, Gabrielle Sofra, Imogen Perrott, Grace Perrott, Jemima Ross and Camilla Rowe, the coxswain. Queenwood in lane 7, Lucinda Doku, Sammy Hunt, Daisy Waite, Winter Shervington, Daniela Stridham, Isabella Kennedy, Flo Veach, Scout Ferguson, Isabella Goss, the coxswain, coached by Max Stanistreet and Zoe Keating, and St Catherine's in lane 8, Genevieve Links, Sienna Ray, Holly Corcoran, Matisse Borthwick, Imogen Baldassar, Florence Hennessy, Freya Gaston, Eva Hunstead and Indy Warnock, the coxswain, coached by Jeff Patterson. It was Commercial, the club with 2 crews in this race who were leading at the 500 from Kinross, MLCQ and the second Commercial crew, but all 3 of those crews within about 2 seconds of each other. So some fantastic racing to come in the under-17 women's Coxed 8.
These girls just coming up now to the 1,000 metres we can see on the screen here. It was the Commercial crew in lane 5 leading through the 500 metres, looking like they'll probably hold on at the 1,000 metre mark, but that is the crew in lane 2 from Kinross who are going to keep them under pressure as we hit the halfway mark of this Championship Women's Under 19 8. Commercial going through in first through the halfway mark. Kinross Woollaroy just over a second behind. MLCQ in just 2 seconds behind. Loreto Turak in 4th. Second Commercial crew in 5th place. Melbourne Girls in 6th. In 7th place, St Catherine's. 8th was Queenwood.
So crews closing in quickly on the 1,500 metre mark. It is still that Commercial Rowing Club combination who are leading the charge. About a second the margin back to Kinross, Woollaroy, MLCQ. They brought 3 crews up here to race in this event. Just the one in the final, but it's the one that matters. And they're leading by about 1.5 seconds back from Loreto Turak. The second Commercial crew just dropping back into 5th place ahead of Melbourne Girls Grammar, St Catherine's and Queenwood. St Catherine's winning this event at the regattas last weekend, but the interstate competition and the Kinross crew, which didn't race last weekend, perhaps just taking everyone by surprise a little bit, as Commercial Rowing Club there, seeing the Empacker Shell in lane 5, striding out to almost a full length over Kinross Woollaroy, who in turn about 3/4 of a length from MLCQ, and Loreto Turak hot on their heels. So our first place crew, it'll take a lot to upset them, but the battle for the podium is going to be one that the one to watch out for in the closing 1.5 minutes or so of this race, as Commercial Rowing Club, the crew of Amelia Moore, Maggie Stafford, Lyndon Nolan, it is the other Commercial Rowing Club crew, Sienna Becker, Summer Phillips, Holly Fleming, Olivia Grant, Annika Gundlach, Tyra Jensen, Matilda Dammers, Evie Sayer, Daisy Plewecki, the coxswain, and David Vandas Ross Botho, the coaching team of both of those Commercial Rowing Club crews. The second crew are still having a fairly good tussle over on the far side lane 3, but they'll be out of the medals as the first crew will extend their lead further in the final 250, but it'll come down to Kinross Woollaroy, Loreto Turak and MLCQ, all 3 crews there over on the far side of the course, battling it out for the minor medals on the presentation dais. Commercial Rowing Club have done enough, and they've got a fairly comfortable lead. It looks like Kinross Woollaroy may have done enough to cement that silver medal position as well, but it is all to play for the bronze medal. MLCQ on the far side of the course, Loreto Turak in the blue boat in the centre of the course, going stroke for stroke as they enter the red boys of the closing few hundred metres. It looks to be Loreto Turak, but it is going to be too close to tell until they're right in front of us here in the commentary tower. Commercial Rowing Club will take it by a boat length. Kinross Woollaroy will hold off as the 2 battling crews and close in on the silver medal position. Kinross Woollaroy will come across the line for the silver medal. MLCQ on the far side of the course, they've got their bow balls in front. The Victorian battle goes the way of MLCQ by a canvas ahead of Loreto Turak. Commercial Rowing Club number 2 across the line in 5th place. The crew in lane 6 from Melbourne Girls Grammar crew in 7th. St Catherine's from New South Wales in 8th place. And the Queenwood crew, who I believe are on their 3rd lap down the course this morning, round out the race in 8th.
And ladies and gentlemen, we've got the women's under 20, the men's under 17 8 race 95 coming down the course. Over on the far side, we have the Shaw crew of Hamilton, Scammell, Faulkner, Hutchison, Mick Hutchison, Robertson, Gilligan, Freight at Paris, Cox by Oscar Miller. In lane 2 from Melbourne Grammar School, Julius Blamey, Henry Zollard, James Negri, Arthur Thomas, Charles Kylard, Thomas McLennan, Archer Adkins, Finn Mitchell, Cox by Sam Harris. In lane 3 from Brighter Grammar, Luca Claret, Hamish Hanley, Flynn Quill, Nicholas Mitchell, Tom Hogan, Henry Haycox, Ned Over and Stevens, Jack Carson and Henry Hoffman as the Cox. In lane 4 from Newington, Theo Downing, Evan Grilakis, Lewin Whittaker, Will Gillespie Penny, Charles Old, Oscar Walsh, Tristan McDonald, Jasper Pattinson, Cox by Hugo Barker. In lane 5 from Kings, Sam McLean, Oscar Parsons, Hugo Yates, Jeremy Blatchford, Hamish Matthews, Duke Millard, Lockie Rogers, Nicholas Plattis and Louis Hodgson. And look, they're roaring down the course, so we may need to leave reading the names out until they hit the finish line and come and collect their medals. The lane 6 is the St Kevin's crew, lane 7 is the St Joseph's crew, and lane 8 is the Trinity crew. And as they came through the 1500 metre mark, Melbourne Grammar School is in the lead by only a couple of seconds ahead of Shaw. Then followed across by King. So it looks like the field, if they can hold these placings until the finish, they were then followed by St Joseph's. So the leading crew is across there in lane 2.
It looked like Melbourne Grammar were holding the advantage for most of that early part of the race, but you can see Kings coming through the middle of the course in lane 5. At that 1500, Shaw over in lane 1 were in second, but Kings certainly making a good charge through the middle of the course in lane 5. But it's looking like Melbourne Grammar still in front with about 250 metres to travel. You can see Kings in second spot at the moment, but there's been a response from Shaw. And then in lane 6, St Kevin's. A little bit further back in 7 is St Joseph's, but they're just about to hit the dark red, boys. The final 100 metres upon the Melbourne Grammar School have got themselves out to a very handy advantage, and maybe it's going to be a battle for second and third at the moment, because you can see Kings, they are trying to make a play for second place, but it's Melbourne Grammar School who are leading the way with 50 metres to go in this championship men's under 17 8. It will be Melbourne Grammar School. It will be a tight run thing for second, but Shaw have managed to hang on from that 1500 second spot. And then it will be in third place, Kings, who made a good charge but couldn't quite claim either second or this championship. St Kevin's 4th, St Joseph's 5th, Brighton Grammar 6th, Newington 7th, and Trinity finish in 8th.
And ladies and gentlemen, we've been welcomed in the, we've been joined in the box who just called the last part of that race by Ben Homer, doing a fantastic job, as you can all hear.
Thanks, Mark. Good to be. I'm not here for too long, but it's good to be in here for a bit of a stint, and yeah, some entertaining racing just before the lunch break. We've got about an hour left to go before we've got the lunch break today. So looking forward to seeing.
You bring quality, Ben. So let's see.
Don't set the bar too high, Mark. Alrighty, so we've got the Championship Women's Under 21 Lightweight single, which is coming down the course at the moment. I'll just go through those crews. So Alice O'Toole from Toowong in 1, Emily Lang from Loretto Marriotteville in 2, Alex Perry-Dalton from ANU in 3, Alyssa Mirabella from Essendon in 4, Emma Searle from Commercial in 5, Adelaide Robb from Corowa in 6, Carly McRae from Rockhampton Fitzroy in 7, and Emily Graham from Uni of Queensland in lane 8. And you can see Loretto Marriotteville's Emily Lang at the halfway point, leading, but it was only about a second and a half from Alice O'Toole from Toowong, Alex Perry-Dalton from ANU in 3rd place, and then Emily Graham in 4th. But Mark, the good news is that it's extremely tight at the moment heading into the back half of the race.
I think we're going to see a very exciting finish if they can hold their positions as they come through. From what we can see up here is a fairly even line across the field between the first 5 scullers. So we wait and see how it develops as they get closer.
All right, the final 500 metres just about upon us here in the Championship Women's Under-21 Lightweight Single Scull. Laura Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club, the champion from last year, not in this race. And out in front, Alice O'Toole, 6:13.94 through that 1,500 metres. She has overtaken Emily Lang from South Australia and Loretto Marriotteville. And then the ACT's Alex Perry-Dalton in 3rd. So the gaps have just started to open up in that 3rd 500. 7 seconds back to 3rd, and then Emily Graham in 4th from Uni of Queensland. So this last part of the race, very intriguing between the top two. Just 2.23 seconds separating lane 1 and lane 2 at the 1,500 metre mark. So this is going to go right down to the wire. Remember that Emily Lang, she was leading this race at the 1,000 metre mark. Alice O'Toole was just behind. Can Emily Lang from Loretto Marriotteville find something in these last 250 metres? Or is it just going to be a bridge too far? Alex Perry-Dalton in lane 3 from ACT. So 1, 2 and 3 in lanes 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. And then there's a good run in lane 8 from Emily Graham, who is from the Uni of Queensland. She's in 4th place at the moment, but it looks as though Alice O'Toole from Toowong is extending her lead over in lane 1 from Emily Lang from Loretto Marriotteville. And maybe could be a battle here for 3rd. That could be a little intriguing watch here into the last 250 metres between Emily Graham from Uni of Queensland. She's on the near side here in front of the grandstand, and then Alex Perry-Dalton from ANU in lane 3. But out in front, about 50 metres to travel now. She's putting in some big strokes, so close to the state title here. It's going to be Alice O'Toole from Toowong Rowing Club who claims the Championship Women's Under-21 Lightweight Single. And she edges out Emily Lang from Loretto Marriotteville. And it is somewhat tighter for 3rd, but it will go the way of the ACT and ANU Rowing Club's Alex Perry-Dalton, who finishes 3rd. Great row from Emily Graham from Uni of Queensland out wide in lane 8. And then in 4th, Alyssa Mirabella from Essendon Rowing Club, followed by Adelaide Robb from Corowa. And we've still got a couple of boats across the line. Rockhampton Fitzroy's Callie McRae. She's going to come through in 7th. And then out in lane 5, it's Emma Searle from Commercial. So congratulations to Alice O'Toole, New South Wales state champion in the Championship Women's Under-21 Lightweight Single.
Ladies and gentlemen, just moving to the medal presentation for the women's under 17 8. And in third place and bronze medal winners, MLCQ. Alice Van Onelson, Lara Wilson, Bella Bain, Emma Ward, Emily Tahan, Chloe Blake, Zoe Jackal, Mattia Brown, and Freya Kuznanda Coxon. There we go. And in second place and silver medal winners, Kinross Wallaroy, Molly Mason, Julia Ungemark, Isabel Grout, Mari Wiley, Grace Tancred, Ruby Lego, Maddie O'Brien, Lucy Reedy, Jane Bruce Coxon, and Coach Emma Fessy. And in first place, and gold medal winners, Commercial, Sienna Becker, Summer Phillips, Holly Fleming, Olivia Grant, Annika Gundlach, Tyra Jensen, Matilda Dammers, Evie Sayer, and Davey Plawecki Coxon.
Thank you, Rob. Brilliant work. We're coming into the dying stages here of the Championship Men's Under-21 Lightweight Single. We are going to get a cracking finish here between Kyle Miller from Adelaide Union, Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. There's about 100 metres to travel now. At the 1,500 metre, Luke Purdy was ahead by 0.22. He looks to be just behind at the moment, but there's about 50 metres to go, and he's putting everything into it. It's Miller versus Purdy here with about 20 metres left. This is going to be almightily tight. This could well be a photo finish. Miller may just get there just over Purdy. What a race that was in the Championship Men's Under-21 Lightweight Single. Garvin Hayes from Marist College out of the ACT finishes third. But at the moment, we've got Kyle Miller winning the Championship Men's Under-21 Lightweight Single from Purdy Hayes. Bowditch finishes in fourth. Talbot, Shalaka and Bosco rounding out the top seven. And then Reardon from ANU in eighth place. What a ripper of a finish that was in the Championship Men's Under-28 Lightweight Single.
On the course we have race 98, the Championship Women's Under-23 Lightweight Single. In lane one, Sydney Rowing Club's Laura Cypher, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane two, Sydney Rowing Club's Liesl Page, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane three, Tasmania University Boat Club's Sophie Robinson. In lane four, Banks, Ellie Brennan. In lane five, Sydney University, Phoebe Till, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. In lane six, Canberra, Abby Richards, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. In lane seven, Melbourne University, Lucy DeGleria Cardi. In lane eight, Griffiths University Service Paradise, Olivia Cook, coached by Christopher Holliday and Duncan Free. And in lane nine, Toowong, Jemima Powell, coached by Alex Field and Claire Raven.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Under-17 8. Third place and bronze medalist from Kings, Jasper Pattinson, Sam McLean, Oscar Parsons, Hugo Yates, Jeremy Blatchford, Hamish Matthews, Duke Millwood, Lockie Rogers, Nicholas Plattis, and their cocks, Louis Hodgson, coached by Dave Gearley and Ed Yorston. Second place and silver medalists from Shaw, Austin Hamilton, George Scammell, Harry Faulkner, Ben McHutchinson, Luke Robinson, Hamish Gilligan, Harrison Frape, Oliver Paris, Cox by Oscar Miller, coached by David Jennings. And the gold medalists and New South Wales State Champions for 2024, Melbourne Grammar School, Julius Blamey, Henry Zolad, James Negri, Arthur Thomas, Charles Caillard, Thomas McLennan, Archer Adkins, Finn Mitchell, and coxed by Sam Harris. Please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists.
As we move into the 1500 metre mark, we have the Sydney Rowing Club sculler Laura Cypher with a slight lead over Tasmania University's Sophie Robinson, with Olivia Cook from Griffiths University coming through in third. A little bit of a gap back to Phoebe Till from Sydney University, Liesl Page, Jemima Powell, Lucy de Gliria Cardi, and Ellie Brennan and Abby Richards. But it's a fairly close race at the front. Only 0.4 of a second between first and second as we came through that 1500 metre mark. So there's the ding-dong battle out in front with Laura Cypher over in lane 1 and Sophie Robinson in lane 3. They're just got a bit of a gap over the rest of the field at the moment. It looks like that Sophie Robinson's gone on another push and is really putting it out there to Laura Cypher as we come down to that last 200 metres. But over on this side, the sculler from Griffiths University, Olivia Cook, also in the mix. So it's coming down the line and it's really heating up as we come down to the last 100 metres. And it looks like Robinson could have a slight advantage at the moment over Laura Cypher. It's very, very close, stroke for stroke as they come down towards the line. But Cypher looks to have just got about a half a length over Robinson at this point. And with literally about 7 or 8 strokes to go, it looks like she will just hold on and get this race win. So it's going all the way to the wire. Over here in the Griffiths University, Olivia Cook, sculler will come in third. But yes, Grace Cypher gets across the line in first place, followed closely by Sophie Robinson. Over on this side, Olivia Cook, followed by lane 5, Sydney University's Phoebe Till, Liesl Page, Jemima Powell, Twong, Melbourne University's Lucy de Gliria Cardi, and Banks's Ellie Brennan. Just waiting for the final sculler, Abby Richards from Canberra, just coming down to the line to complete the race.
So congratulations there to Laura Cypher, who took out the under-21 edition of this lightweight single last year, and she wins the under-23 race in 2024. All right, so we move now to the men's event, the Championship Men's Under-23 Lightweight Single, sponsored by the Regatta Shop. Damien Schroeder is the current champion, the defending champion, and he is in this race, and he is in lane 8. So we'll just get through the information here. We've got Jacob Sangster in lane number 1 from Fremantle, Corio Bay's Charles Radden in 2, Nicholas Whalen from Sydney in 3, Laurie Dean from North Esk in 4, Jacob Cassie from Fremantle in 5, Oscar Birtwhistle from North Esk in 6, Riley Williams from Uni of Queensland in 7, Damien Schroeder from Melbourne University in lane 8. And there are the numbers at the 1500 metre mark. So Laurie Dean from North Esk Rowing Club leading the way from Jacob Sangster from Fremantle, and then Charles Radden in third. Damien Schroeder, the defending champion, he is sitting in 4th place at the moment from Melbourne Uni, but we know if it's tight in a single, you can make up a fair bit of ground in the closing metres, and it is, well, getting almightily tight here. You can see how close lane 1 and 2, Charles Radden and Jacob Sangster over there. Then closer to the middle of the course, Laurie Dean, who is leading with 500 to go, and Damien Schroeder. So it's between those four for the medals here in the championship men's under-23 lightweight single. And you just do not know who is going to get the job done here with 50 metres to travel. Laurie Dean was leading at the 1500. Jacob Sangster from Fremantle looked to have the advantage, but it could well be a photo on the line. I'm just saying it's Laurie Dean from North Esk, from Jacob Sangster from Fremantle, and then Charles Radden from Corio Bay. Extremely tight. We're getting a photo here, Dean and Sangster. It looked as though it was just Dean from Sangster. Radden, Schroeder finishes fourth. Birtwistle, Cassie, Whalen and Williams rounding out the field here in the championship men's under-23 lightweight single.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the medal presentation for the men's under-21 lightweight single scull, sponsored by the Regatta Shop. In third place and bronze medalists, Marist College, Garvin Hayes, coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny, Mark Kwiatkowski. In second position and silver medalist, Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy. Odin McIntosh, Rowan Hislop are coaches. And in first position and gold medalists, Adelaide Uni, Kyle Miller, coached by Sam Morton. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the medalists in the men's under-21 lightweight single.
So we've got the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Single Scull, sponsored by Quest Apartments Penrith, on the water at the moment, and it is the defending champion, Georgia Miansaro, who is leading the way from Sydney University, Annika Reardon from ANU ACT in second place, Maggie Foley from Corio Bay out of Victoria in third, followed by Antonetta De Cosmo from Banks in fourth, Lauren Murphy from Corio Bay in fifth, and then it will be Katrina Reynolds from Newcastle Uni in sixth place. But Georgia Miansaro, she is leading the field in this Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Single Scull, remembering that she did win this race last year, but she is being challenged by Annika Reardon. So you would probably say the rest of the field are fighting out for the bronze medal. It is between Reardon and Miansaro, Sydney Uni v ANU here for the state title in the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Single Scull. And there's probably about 100 metres to travel here. So what is Annika Reardon here potentially able to produce at the back end? She is finding something. There's a response from Miansaro from Sydney Uni. But it's Annika Reardon who's got all the work to do with about 50 metres to travel. Can she put down a few big strokes and really put the frighteners up the Sydney Uni sculler? This is an outstanding finish from Annika Reardon. She's lifted it up. Could she produce an almighty fight back? This is going to be tight on the line. It's just going to go to the defending champ from Sydney Uni, Georgia Miansaro, from Annika Reardon, who put in an almighty finish. What a great effort that was in the dying stages of the race. Nothing more difficult than that. And she almost pulled it off. Maggie Foley from Corio Bay with the bronze. And then it will be Banks's Antonetta De Cosmo, who finishes in fourth place. Fifth will go to Lauren Murphy from Corio Bay, and then Katrina Reynolds from Newcastle Uni in 6th place.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving to the medal presentation for the Championship Women's Under-23 Lightweight Single, sponsored by the Regatta Shop. And in 3rd place and bronze medalists, Griffiths University Surfers Paradise, Olivia Cook, coached by Christopher Holliday and Duncan Free. In 2nd place, Tasmania University, Sophie Robinson. Sorry, just re-present the medals for race 96, the Championship Women's Under-21 Lightweight Single. And in 3rd place, from ANU, Alex Perry-Dalton, coached by Nigel Harding and Diane Grant. In 2nd place and silver medalist, Loretto Marriotteville, Emily Lang, coached by Dario Sportelli. And in 1st place and gold medalist, Alice O'Toole from Toowong, coached by Alex Field and Claire Raven.
Alrighty, Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Single Scull. Last 200 metres here, and we've got Hamish Harding over there in lane 1. We've got the can sculler Alec Patterson, who was leading with 500 to go, and then Sean Murphy from UTS, who was in 2nd. He's a long way back here, so it is between the front two. Hamish Harding is absolutely powering towards the finish here. He leads from Alec Patterson, who was winning with 500 metres to go, but Hamish Harding from ANU, that is a superb final. 500 metres, a huge win for the ACT. So Harding wins from Patterson. We'll just get some clarification on that time, and then it will be Sean Murphy from UTS, who finishes with the bronze medal. And then in 4th place, it is Jack Armitage from Commercial. Yeah, so Alec Patterson there finishes with the silver. Sean Murphy, the bronze. Armitage, Zigida, Roberts. And then we will get White Bat from Sydney Uni. He comes through in 7th place. George Durham in 8th from Banks, and then our other ANU sculler, Jonathan Adams, comes through in the final spot here in the Championship Men's Elite Weight Lightweight Single Scull. Congratulations to Hamish Harding, who is the state champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the medal presentation for the Championship Women's Under-23 Lightweight Single Scull, sponsored by the Regatta Shop. In 3rd place and bronze medalists, Griffiths University and Surfers Paradise, Olivia Cook, coached by Christopher Holliday and Duncan Free. In 2nd position and silver medalist from Tasmania University, Sophie Robinson. And in 1st place and gold medalist for 2024, Laura Seifer from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Please join in congratulating the medalist for the Championship Women's Under-23 Lightweight Single.
Presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Under-23 Lightweight Single Scull. for the Championship of New South Wales. Third place and bronze medalist from Corio Bay, Charles Radden, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan. Second place and silver medalist from Fremantle Rowing Club, Jacob Sangster. And gold medalist and New South Wales State Champion for 2024 from North Esk, Laurie Dean, coached by Trevor Barrett.
And on the course we have race 102, the Championship Women's Under-21 pair, sponsored by Quest Apartments. And through the 1,500 metre mark, we've got quite a tight race with the Uni of Queensland crew just in front of Alice Reedy and Tyler Hutton, just in front of the Sydney University pair of Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray. So it's pretty tight. And then back to University of Queensland's Edie Russell, Ruby Dollar, Sydney University's Alexander O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers. But as they come into the last 250 metres, it looks like the crew from University of Queensland has opened up a little bit of a lead over the crew from Sydney University. Still very tight as it comes down for the position, but looks like the Sydney University pair is making striking a bit of a comeback to try to bridge that gap back to the University of Queensland crew that's currently holds about a length and a half's lead. A little bit of a gap back to the second of the Uni of Queensland crew, Edie Russell and Ruby Dollar, over in lane one, who are just holding down that third position as we come down to the last 100 metres. But look at the crew of Alice Reedy and Tyler Hutton look unchallenged at this point in time as they come down into the last 100 metres with about 10 or 15 strokes to go. Still the University of New South Wales crew of Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray holding down the second position, but the crew over in lane one, Edie Russell and Ruby Dollar, pushing them very hard to the line, trying to overcome and get that for that second position. But the University Queensland crew of Alice Reedy and Tyler Hutton will cross the line to take out the Championship Under-21 pair, followed by Sydney University, University of Queensland, second University, Sydney University, Melbourne University, and Mercantile.
All right, let's move now to the medal presentation of the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Single Scull. Third place and bronze medalist from Corio Bay, Maggie Foley, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan. Second place and silver medalist from ANU ACT, Annika Reardon, coached by Nigel Harding. And the gold medalist and the New South Wales State Champion for 2024, Georgia Miansaro from Sydney University, coached by Donald McLaughlin and Thomas Lorridge.
There's certainly races are coming down thick and fast. We've got the Championship Men's Under-21 pair on the course, sponsored by Quest Apartments at Penrith. So we're just going through the 1,500 metre mark, and we have the University of Queensland crew of Daniel Cashman and Matthew Cashman just holding a slight lead over the UTS crew of James O'Meara and Joe Lynch, followed closely by Sydney Rowing Club's Isaac Thurnham and Charlie Hine. So it looks like the crew over on the University of Queensland crew having a slight lead, but over on the lane 6, the UTS crew of James O'Meara and Joe Lynch really pushing hard coming down to the line with Sydney Rowing Club's Isaac Thurnham and Charles Hine right in the mix there. It's a cracker of a race as they come down to the line. It looks like all the momentum is with the UTS crew over in lane 6, and they look to have got a slight lead over the University of Queensland as they come down towards the line, but it's extremely close at the moment. Sydney Rowing Club also in the mix, just about a length behind, but this is a very tight race as we come into the line with the UTS crew and the University of Queensland crew really hitting it out towards the line. It's too close to call at the moment as they come through. It's going to be very, very, very tight. It looks like the University of Queensland has put on a bit of a spurt, but it's going to be absolutely, it's a photo. It can't pull those apart. The Sydney University crew coming across in 3rd place, followed by the Swan River, 2nd University of Queensland crew. And over in this side, a tight race position. One crew lost the bow number, but it looks like the UTS crew would have just got it up over the over Melbourne University and followed across the line by Fremantle.
Rob, that's as tight as it gets. Look at that replay. Look at that. That's almost give it to them both, isn't it? Like, neither of those two crews deserve to finish second. That's just incredible. I'm looking forward to seeing what the split is between them, because that is as tight as it gets. That was just impossible to split. So we'll get some clarification. We're not even going to try to pick the finish in that one between UTS and Uni of Queensland. So we'll get now to the medal presentation. Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Single Scull for the Championship of New South Wales. 3rd place and bronze medalist from UTS, Sean Murphy, coached by Matthias Ungermark. 2nd place and silver medalist from Cairns and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Alex Patterson, coached by Benjamin Southwell and Augustin Rodero. And the gold medalist and New South Wales state champion for 2024, Hamish Harding from ANU and the ACT. So please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales state champions and medalists. And we're going to move very soon to the Championship Women's Under-21 pair medal presentation.
And we have an official result for the men's Under-21 pair, that very close finish, photo finish. But UTS have come out with a .07 second advantage over Uni of Queensland. That is as close as you say. That's as close as it's going to get. But
you got to feel for Daniel and Matthew Cashman, .07. You think about how small a margin that is. That is so tight. But congratulations to the UTS crew for that New South Wales state title. As we have the championship para double scull on the course at the moment. In lane 1, Simon Aubrey from Torrens Rowing Club, Catherine Ross from ANU. Community Rowing Club in lane 2, Bronte Marshall and Sam Shaloub. ANU Composite with Drummoyne in lane 3, one of our commentary buddies, Stuart John, in that boat, Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne. Torrens Capital Lakes Composite in 4, Nikki Ayres from Capital Lakes, Jed Olschwager from Torrens Rowing Club. Uni of Queensland Composite with Lake Macquarie in lane 5, Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie, Mac Russell from Uni of Queensland in lane 6, Christian Lane Krebs and Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg. Lane 7, Kevin Wall from Shell Harper, Lauren Webber from Community Rowing Club. And in lane 9, it is the Uni of Queensland Banks Composite, Susanna Lutz from Banks and Toby Goffsison from the Uni of Queensland. So those boats on the water right now, and we're going to turn, Rob, to the presentation for the women's under-21 pair. Let's do that now. So coming to the medal presentation for race 102, the Championship Women's Under-21 pair, sponsored by Quest Apartments. And in 3rd place, and bronze medalist, Uni of Queensland, Edie Russell and Ruby Dollar, coached by Phil Bourgeonon. In 2nd place, and silver medalist, Sydney University, Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. And in 1st place, gold medalists and champions for 2024, University of Queensland's
Alice Reedy and Tyler Hutton, coached by Phil Bourgeonon. Please join in congratulating the cruise medalists for the women's under-21 pair.
So as we mentioned, the championship para double scull on the water at the moment, sponsored by Quest Apartments. Penrith, Olschwager and Greisel, the current champions, and Olschwager with Nikki Ayres this time around, and they are leading the way, about a 6-second advantage. The lane 4 crew, Torrens and Capital Lakes Composite. Lisa Greisel and Mac Russell in second. That's the Lake Macquarie Queensland Composite crew. And then in third place, way out here on the grandstand side, it is Susanna Lutz and Toby Gofferson from the Uni of Queensland and Banks Composite crew. But there is about 500 metres to go, and it is Olschwager, Jed Olschwager from Torrens Rowing Club out of South Australia, and Capital Lakes Nikki Ayres, who are coming through. All of these crews are PR3 bar the lane 1 crew, which is PR2. That's Simon Aubrey and Catherine Ross over there in lane 1. And there is 100 metres to fly down the course here. Nikki Ayres and Jed Olschwager, who are just strokes away. Jed Olschwager making it another state title, as he did last year, and he wins it, the para double scull for the Championship of New South Wales. Lisa Greisel and Mac Russell, they finish in the silver medal spot. And then in third place, over here in lane 9, Susanna Lutz and Toby Gofferson. Lutz from Banks, Gofferson from the Uni of Queensland Boat Club. So what a great race there. Congratulations to Nikki Ayres, Jed Olschwager in this race, sponsored by the Quest Apartments Penrith. And the crew that was in fourth place with 500 to go is over there in lane 1. Simon Aubrey and Catherine Ross. Stuart John in the boat with Stephanie Walker. They look to be sitting in 5th place at the moment, but there looks to be a little bit of a battle in these last 200 metres or so. But it is Simon Aubrey, Catherine Ross, PR2 category, remember. So they're the only PR2 in this race up against the PR3s. And then Stephanie Walker and Stuart John, they will finish in 5th place. Well done to Stuart. And then it will be Bundaberg, Christian Lane Krebs, Rebecca Markwell crossing in 6th. Tight for 7th for Bronte Marshall and Sam Shaloub from Community. And the final boat to round out this field is going to be Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour, Lauren Webber from Community Rowing Club. And that is the Championship Para Double Scull all completed. Presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Under-21 pair for the Championship of New South Wales. In third place, Uni of Queensland, I should say in third place, Sydney Rowing Club, Isaac Thurnham and Charlie Hine. Second place and silver medalists from the Uni of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Daniel Cashman and Matthew Cashman, coached by Randall Martin. And gold medalists and New South Wales state champions for 2024 UTS Rowing Club, James O'Meara and Joe Lynch, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. So please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales state champions and medalists. And just confirming that that photo finish in that race, it was .07 the difference between UTS, the gold medalists and state champions, and Uni of Queensland from that photo just moments ago. All right, Rob, let's move on to the next race.
And on the course, we have the championship Schoolgirl 4, sponsored by Quest Apartments Penrith. The current champion is Canberra Girls Grammar School. So in lane 3, we have Kinross Walleroy, Hannah Mackay, Jemima Scammell, Xanthi Staniforth, Sophie Loof, Philippa Martin is coxswain and coached by Andrew Gannon. In lane 4, we have Loretto Marriotteville, Imogen Smith, Emily Lang, Fern Rosenbauer, Eliza Hogg, Emily Dargis is the coxswain and coached by Dario Sportelli. In lane 5, Roseville, Charlie Griebel, Emma Dupreez, Grace McKinley, Hannah Alexander and Jessica Davis is the coxswain, coached by Jack Henderson. In lane 6, Kinross Walleroy, Sienna Wilkin, Elkie Sweetapple, Olivia Searle, Tessa Wong and coxswain Emily Caro, coached by Andrew Gannon. And in lane 7, St Catherine's, Laura Seaton, Mia Costellas, Ella James, Tiali Morgan and coxswain Indy Warnock.
All right, Rob, so we've got some big boats here. Before the lunch break, we've got the championship schoolgirl and schoolboy 4s, and then the championship schoolgirl and schoolboy 8s before everyone can have a bit of a breather and get themselves ready for the afternoon session. So you can see there, halfway point, Kinross Walleroy 1, leading the way, Wilkin, Sweetapple, Searle and Wong, coxed by Emily Caro, coached by Andrew Gannon. Roseville in second, but you can see it was only .29, and we know how tight that is. Kinross Walleroy's second crew not far behind, just 2.4. Loretto Marriotteville in fourth, St Catherine's in fifth place. Now, we're very shortly going to move to the medals for the championship para double scull. Presentation of medals for the championship para double scull PR2. The gold medalists and New South Wales state champions for 2024 from ANU Composite and the ACT, Simon Albury from Torrens Rowing Club and Catherine Ross from ANU. Presentation of medals now for the championship para double scull PR3. Third place and bronze medalist from the Uni of Queensland and Banks, Susanna Lutz and Toby Gofferson. Second place and silver medalist from the Uni of Queensland and Lake Macquarie, Lisa Grassel and Mac Russell, coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. And gold medalists and state champions for 2024 from Torrens and Capital Lakes, Jed Olschwager from Torrens Rowing Club and Nikki Ayres from Capital Lakes.
And then back out on the course, we have the championship schoolgirl 4, and Kinross Walleroy have gone through the 1500 metre mark at a time of 5:54 with a slight lead of 2.5 seconds over Roseville, followed closely by the Kinross Walleroy number 2 crew. And as they come down into the last 250 metre mark, the Kinross number 1 crew of Sienna Wilkin, Elkie Sweetapple, Olivia Searle, Tessa Wong and Emily Caro look to have extended their lead slightly over the Roseville crew, followed closely by the Kinross Wallaroi crew. It look at this point in time, they look fairly untroubled, and will come down to the line. But certainly the race is still on for that second and third position, with the Kinross number 2 crew pushing Roseville all the way. A little bit of a gap back now to Loretto Marriotteville. So unless they've got something, pull out something extremely big in the last 200 metres, they're not going to catch them for that all-important place. But the Kinross number 1 crew over in lane 6 looking untroubled. They've got about a length's lead over Roseville. It'll go right down to the wire, but they certainly are consolidating their position as first place, and will go over the line to take out the championship. A race followed closely by Roseville College, Kinross Wallaroi number 2, and Loretto Marriotteville. It's a little bit of a distance back to the St Catherine's crew. But no doubt about the winners. Kinross Wallaroi in first position. Kinross Wallaroi followed by Roseville and Kinross Wallaroi 2.
So just as St Catherine's comes down to the line in that Championship Schoolgirl 4, we move to the Championship Schoolboy 4, sponsored by Quest Apartments Penrith. The current champions are St Augustine's. Now, they're in lane 4 in this race. I'll just run through the field. Lane 1, St Ignatius, Brandon Sullivan, Zachary Hyde, Thomas Johnson, Thomas Hartman, coxed by Ryan McNulty, coached by Hugh Courts. Ballarat Clarendon, they're in lane 2, Stuart Hall, Max Mason, James Forsyth, Charlie McClure and Reece Belcher, the cox, coached by Ian Peel. Kings in lane 3, Campbell Wickham, Alfred McLean, Sam Hines, Charles Baker and coxed by Otto Gerber, coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. In lane 4, St Augustine's, Jay Taylor, Max Tancred, Jason Cow, William Pender, coxed by Ryder Taylor and coached by Bjarne Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. In 5, St Ignatius 2, Willem van Riswijk, Jack Ward, Alexander Forlico and Christo Blenky, coxed by James Ray and coached by Hugh Courts. In 6, Kinross Wallaroi, Harry Dimmock, George Wakeham, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith, coxed by Angus Peterson and coached by Adam Harrison. In 7, St Ignatius 3, Sam O'Brien, Luca Laspina, Lucas Gontajik, Darcy McPherson, and they are coxed by Lachlan Horden-Smith, coached by Hamish McDonald and George Davis. And the final crew here, Shaw number 2, Caleb Jones, Lachlan Paris, Ethan Nam, Henry Faddy and Callum Zhu is the cox, Rob.
Yes, and through the 1,000 metre mark, and the Ballarat Clarendon combination has a slight lead over Kings, followed by St Ignatius 1, St Ignatius 2, St Augustine's, Shaw and St Ignatius. So they've got about a length's lead as through the 1,000 metre mark, and looking like they've got fairly good conditions over there, Ben, at the moment.
It looks like it's a decent advantage, that, isn't it? Almost 3.5 seconds, lane 2 to lane 3. Have Kings got something special, though, in the final 1,000 metres? We're going to find out very, very shortly in what is the third last race before the lunch break here at the New South Wales State Championships day number 2. So you can see there, lane 2, Ballarat Clarendon, who were leading at the 1K. They are leading, but how much is it? 3.5 at the 1K. It's now 4.3. So that lead is extending, which isn't good news for Kings. 4.5 seconds almost. That's going to be a tough margin to claw back over the final 500 metres. St Ignatius 1 and 2 crews there in 3rd and 4th. St Augustine's, now they are the current champions, of course. There'd be some differences in the crew, no doubt. And they are in 5th. Shaw's second crew in lane number 8. They are in 6th spot. St Ignatius' third crew in 7th. So that's where we sit at the moment here in this Championship Schoolboy 4, heading into the last 250 metres. So Ballarat Clarendon out of Victoria up against Kings for the state title of New South Wales. St Ignatius through the middle of the course. This is going to be a little bit intriguing because St Ignatius 1 and 2 crews are sitting 3rd and 4th at the moment. No doubt the number 1 crew here listed would want to edge out their fellow schoolmates. They'll be desperate too, because it's going to be a good battle here over the last 200 metres. But look at the power coming over in lane 2 from Ballarat Clarendon. They've had a look. They've seen what Kings have produced here in the last 250 metres, and they are taking it to another level here, the Victorians. They have come to New South Wales, and now they are only strokes away here from the New South Wales state title. It will go the way of Ballarat Clarendon, who will cross the line here in first place. The gold medalist here in the championship, Schoolboy 4, edging out Kings. And then in 3rd place, it will go to St Ignatius, who claimed the bronze medal here. That is the St Ignatius number 1 crew. The number 2 crew finishes in 4th, followed by St Augustine's in 5th place. And then in 6th will go to Shaw, number 2, and then St Ignatius number 3 are going to finish in 7th place.
On the course of the moment, we have race 107, the Championship Schoolgirl 8, sponsored by V Insurance. The current champions are St Catherine's. In lane 1, we have Canberra Grammar, Aprilla Mitchell, Hannah Griffiths, Imogen Horn, Holly Howard, Kate Oliver, Madison Duncan, Estella Robertson, Jade Wilson, Coxon Chamisha, Dayojiwa, and coached by Beth Bryan. In lane 2, St Catherine's, Bianca Rupnik-Williams, Alice Steed, Evelyn Stidger, Madeline Mannins, Isabel Yardley, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain, Leela Gaston, Jemima Abella is Coxon and coached by Jared Watson. Lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli 1, Eva Eels, Alexandra Whitson, Isabella Howard, Grace Woodward, Freya Bateman, Zoe Fallon, Avery Bramble, Chloe Alsop, and coxed by Emma Bunbury. In lane 4, Pimble Ladies, Mia Booth, Alexandra Braysic, Millie Cullinane, Scarlett Olsen, Megan Wood, Mika Nato, Erin Porter, Holly Craig, and coxed by Carolina Yema and coached by Carl Smith. In lane 5, we have Queenwood 1, Brooke Cuttons, Grace Bennett, Anna Save, Zara Taylor, Gemma McLaren, Zoe James, Eva Thompson, Addison Roll, Chloe Juretta is the coxswain and coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. In lane 6, we have Brisbane and GPS, Abby Collins, Poppy Yarsky, Willa Dunbar, Danielle Watt, Elodie Lee, Gabriel Ryan, Eva Hoskin, Georgia Mackay, Gracie Gascoigne is the coxswain and coached by Maddie Pekeela and Nigel Stubbs. In lane 7, Geelong College, M. Smith, Eliza Clancy, Eliza Savides, Stella Benson, Hannah Dunton, Sienna McArdle, Lily Batruni, Mackenzie Pugh, and coxswain Audrey Jantz, coached by Pam Westendorf. And in lane 8, Loretto Turak, Zoe Kutakides, Madeline Bear, Rowie Curry, Olivia Carroll, Neve Thomas Leach, Alexandra Fairchild, Charlotte Grant, Maisie Richards, and Lucy Marsh's coxswain and coach Connor McConville.
Now we'll move to the presentation of medals for the Championship Schoolgirl 4 Championship of New South Wales. 3rd place and bronze medalist, Kinross Walleroy 2, Hannah Mackay, Jemima Scammell, Xanthi Staniforth, Sophie Loof, and coxed by Philippa Martin and coached by Andrew Gannon. 2nd place and silver medalist from Roseville, Charlie Greibel, Emma Dupria, Grace McKinlay, Hannah Alexander, coxed by Jessica Davies and coached by Jack Henderson. And gold medalists and state champions for 2024, Kinross Walleroy, number 1, Sienna Wilkin, Elkie Sweetapple, Olivia Searle, Tessa Wong, and their cox, Emily Caro, coached by Andrew Gannon. So please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists in the Championship Schoolgirl 4. And let's get on the course, Rob, for the Schoolgirl 8, which is extremely tight between those top two.
Yes, through the 1,000 metre mark, just coming to the 1,500 metre mark, and St Catherine's through the 1,500 in 5:03 with a slight lead over Pymble Ladies. They've extended that lead over the 500 metres, so they've had certainly a good third 500, followed through by Loretto Turak, Queenwood 1 and Canberra Grammar. But certainly the race is on for that first position, with the St Catherine's crew holding that slight advantage now, probably getting up to around a length over the Pymble Ladies crew. So it's an all New South Wales affair out in front for this race as they coming down the line. Right over in lane 8, though, the Loretto Turak crew certainly putting in some work for pushing for that third position. But at the moment, it looks like the St Catherine's crew over there in lane 2 maintaining that advantage, and may have even pulled out a little bit more of an advantage over the Pymble crew in lane 4. But certainly nothing in it. But yes, over here in this lane 8, we have Loretto Turak really winding it up over the last 500 metres, and they're coming home extremely well, and look like they could even push Pymble for that second position. But look, the St Catherine's crew out in front looking really untroubled at the moment. They their timing is good. They've got heads in the boat. It's a very refined row by this crew as they come down to the line. They're going to cross the line with well over a length's advantage, but it's very tight. It's going to be very tight for this second position as Loretto Turak really pushing home over the Pymble Ladies crew. But it looks like Pymble Ladies will just hold on. So St Catherine's across the line for that first position, but a great finish by Loretto Turak, but to get them third position just behind Pymble Ladies College. Very tight, but it looks like Queenwood would have come through in fourth, followed by Canberra Grammar. Down the line once again, and in lane 6 we have Brisbane and GPS, followed closely by Loretto Kirribilli. And now coming down to the line, Geelong College. But certainly a very good win by the St Catherine's crew, and the great rows by both the Pymble and Loretto Turak, and Loretto Turak just missing out on that second position.
Well, let's now move to the medal presentation for the Championship Schoolboy 4. And in the Championship Schoolboy 4, third place and bronze medalists from St Ignatius, Brandon Sullivan, Zachary Hyde, Thomas Johnston and Thomas Hartman. They are coxed by Ryan McNulty and coached by Hugh Courts. Second place and silver medalists in the Championship Schoolboy 4, sponsored by Quest Apartments Penrith. Kings, Campbell Wickham, Alfred McLean, Samuel Hines and Charles Baker, coxed by Otto Gerber and coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. And gold medalists and New South Wales State Champions for 2024, Ballarat Clarendon, Stuart Hall, Max Mason, James Forsyth, Charlie McClure, coxed by Reese Belcher and coached by Ian Peel.
And out on the course we have the Championship Schoolboy 8, and through the 1,000 metre mark it was St Joseph's holding a slight lead. As we come through the 1,500 metre mark, it's St Joseph's holding a slight lead over St Ignatius number 1, Scotch College, followed by Scots, St Ignatius 2, Newington, Brighton Grammar. So just a slight lead of 2 seconds, so nothing in an 8 over the last 500 metres. So it's a very tight race as they come down to the wire. As we can see them spread out across the field. There's not much in this. not much in this at all between the all the crews in the race. But at this point in time, it looks like that St Joseph's crew is just put on a little bit of a spurt over the St Ignatius crew just off to their right-hand side. And it looks as they come into the last 250 odd metres. It's St Joseph's just holding that slight advantage over the St Ignatius crew, followed closely back there for the Scotch College and then Scots, but nothing at the moment. But here comes St Ignatius. They're putting on a big push towards the line as they get into that last 150 odd metres. St Joseph's look like they've got it. Got their measure, but St Ignatius really pushing all the way to the line. It's not. There's going to be nothing in it then. And here comes Scotch College. It's very, very close over in lane one. Scots certainly holding down that fourth pace, but it's very, very tight as St Ignatius coming back at St Joseph's to the line, just holding a slight advantage as they come down with about 4 or 5 strokes to go, and it looks like it will be St Joseph's College just taking out this one over the top of St Ignatius. Scotch College will hold on for third position, and it'll be a very close race for that 4th and 5th. It looks like that it might have just gone over this side to St Ignatius number 2, followed by Scots, then Brighton Grammar, Newington number 1, Newington number 2, and Geelong College.
Well, Rob, you just thought at that back end St Ignatius they were going to pull out an incredible last 500 and just get St Joseph's, but St Joseph's were able to put down the legs. What a great finish that was in the championship. Schoolboy 8, sponsored by V Insurance, and that means that St Joseph's edge out last year's champion St Ignatius College, so couldn't win it in consecutive years from 23 to 24. And we're going to move now to the presentation of the championship Schoolgirl 8. They're just on their way in, and then we'll move on to the championship Schoolboy 8. But right now, for all intents and purposes, it is the lunch break, because no more races coming down the course now until 12:40, I believe, is the time at the moment. So we've got about an hour's break, and then racing will resume. So make sure you just check the Rowing New South Wales website. Just make sure that you've got your lane number, your time, everything correct. And just some just some confirmation that the bar's open. So if you want to head to the bar, of course, make sure you're over 18 before you start going there. It is open at the moment. So the bar is open for anyone that wants to go there. There's plenty of food options around the boat park. We've also got the Rowing New South Wales Volunteer of the Year, who's going to be presented with something special, I'm told, during the lunch break as well. So we'll find that out very, very soon. But we've got the championship Schoolgirl 8 coming off the water, and we'll present those medals very, very shortly. All right, everyone, we are going to announce the Rowing New South Wales Volunteer of the Year for 2024. Can you please give a massive round of applause and congratulations to Mike Angus. Congratulations, Mike. Can we get another round of applause for Mike Angus, the Rowing New South Wales Volunteer of the Year, Mike? We couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much for all of the hard work that you do, and congratulations on that award. So really appreciate that, and wonderful to acknowledge your commitment to volunteering for rowing in New South Wales. Alrighty, let's move to the Championship Schoolgirl 8, Rob.
Moving on to the medal presentation for the Championship Schoolgirl 8, sponsored by V Insurance. And in third place and bronze medal winners, Loretto Turak, Zoe Kritikidis, Madeline Bear, Rowie Curry, Olivia Carroll, Neve Thomas Leach, Alexandra Fairchild, Charlotte Grant, Maisie Richards, Lucy Marsh Coxon, and coached by Connor McConville. And in second place and silver medalists, Pymble Ladies College, Mia Booth, Alessandra Brasic, Millie Cullinan, Scarlett Ollison, Megan Wood, Mika Nato, Erin Porter, Holly Craig, and coxswain Carolina Yemmer, coached by Carl Schmidt. And in first place and gold medal winners and champions for 2024, St. Catherine's, Bianca Rupnik-Williams, Alice Steed, Evelyn Steiger, Madeline Mannons, Isabel Yardley, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain, Layla Gaston, and coxswain Jasmine Abella, coached by Jared Watson. Please join in congratulating the medal champions and medal winners for the Championship Schoolgirl 8.
Alrighty, congratulations to our medalists and state champions in the Championship Schoolgirl 8. We're going to move now to the Championship Schoolboy 8. Just a reminder that there's a special interview coming in the lunch break with Chris McCarthy. He's interviewing Tiff Botha from Sydney Uni Boat Club. So make sure you stick around for that. That's coming up in the lunch break. But very, very soon, we're going to have the medal presentation for the Championship Schoolboy 8. And then racing will resume at 12:40. So looking forward to that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Championship Schoolboy 8. In third position and bronze medalist, Scotch College, Alexander Bruce, Adrian Marrow. Lockie Green, George Clifford, Max Boykett, Angus Maloney, Joe Collingwood, Hugo Purnell, and coxswain Thomas Finlay. And in second position and silver medalist, St. Ignatius 1, Sebastian Zuckerman. Jeremy Holmes, Alistair Brown, Ambrose Hennessy, Montague Hiles, Harrison Davis, Angus McGrath, George Field and coxswain Henry Burton, and coached by Matthew Curtin. And in first position and champions for 2024, St. Joseph's College, Darcy Williams, Matthias Maloney, McKinley Dooley, Alex Neglin, Thomas Maloney, Gus Chisalka, Samuel Basher, Finlay Mitchell, and coxswain Jonathan Yates, coached by Michael Lane and Will Raven. Please put your hands together for medalists and champions for 2024 in the Schoolboy Championship 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2, the lunch break at the 2024 New South Wales Rowing Championships. My name is Chris McCarthy. I'm joined here by Tiff Botha from Sydney University Boat Club. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Tiff's been racing in the single this weekend. A few more races to come. How was the single?
Yeah, so yesterday I raced in the under-23 single scull in the heat. It was very tough. Obviously had Grace Cypher, who's been, really keeping everyone accountable as a lightweight. So yeah, had her and a couple of the interstate girls who I was on the under-23 camp with. And yeah, they really put up a good fight. And so I was in the B final in the afternoon. Again, a tough stint. Tricky conditions as well, with the wind just changing and making things difficult. But again, it was a great opportunity to race my single twice and put out a good race plan. So
yeah. So you're predominantly a sweep athlete, but this season having a bit of a crack in the single. How did that come about?
Yeah. So again, I came from Queenwood, which is a pretty good sweep school, and I've done a lot of 8s rowing in the under-21 8 last year, and in the Australian boat race this year. And in the youth 8 as well. So definitely love my 8th racing. It's a lot quicker than the single.
Yep. You've done pretty well at it. That youth 8 and that boat race 8, they all won. We'll point that out.
Yeah, so, good races. But yeah, I after last season, after rowing a pair, I spent a lot of time in the single over winter this year. After a surgery I had to basically get to breathe better, which I'm sure a lot of people have struggled with.
Helps, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, basically got my nose realigned, and then spent a lot of time in the single, just rehabbing and coming back at my own pace. And so spent the winter in that and was mainly using it as a training tool just to get fit and strong. And while a lot of the girls at Sydney Uni were on their campaign for 21s. And so basically just spent, a couple of months training by myself and coming back at my own speed. And then went to the time trials in New South Wales and was doing well in them in my singles. So I decided to keep going with it after I was invited to the November and the December camp as a sculler. So yeah, just been kind of taking every opportunity that I can and learning from the girls around me who have had a lot of experience in the single, especially girls at Sydney Uni who have raced their single, like Zoe Bond from Canberra and Sophia Whiteman from Queensland. So I was always just trying to have a good tussle with them and stay in check.
So that under 23 camp that you touched on, so Rowing Australia's run that, I think this year, possibly for the first time this year, or maybe second time?
Yeah, not sure.
But that's really brought together the under 23s and provided us with some great racing over this weekend and previous regattas this season. How has that really sort of shaped your season?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the main things is going to those camps. There was people from Queensland, people from WA, people from every state, and it gave me a really good opportunity and a really good sense to learn from those girls, and especially ones that have raced, on the world stage, like Grace Cypher. On the first camp, we were in a double together, and we were just bouncing off each other the things that we had learned. And obviously she's, really well versed in how to race a single, and she's a lightweight, but she's freaking quick.
Yep. Yeah,
so
she doesn't race like a lightweight. She races like a heavyweight.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think really just learning from those people and taking the opportunity to, also get into doubles and, battle paddle down the Nepean, which is essentially what we did on that first camp. And the second camp was a bit different. We, did a bit of battle paddling, but then we came out here and did, essentially a mock trial sort of thing, which for me, being in that environment was awesome because the seniors were there and, you're watching them and, they were warming up next to you and you're just like, okay, they're doing a burst, I'm going to do a burst. And so, I think just learning from that and, also just seeing that everyone's kind of, whilst it's all individual, especially in the single, everyone's in the same environment, in the same sense that everyone's fighting for a spot and everyone's doing the absolute best they can and just trying to take every opportunity that comes.
Yeah, unreal. So this regatta, race the single, few more things left to go tomorrow on Sunday. Give us a bit of a preview.
Yeah, so I'm racing for Sydney Uni, so we have the Elite 8 event, which I think I'm entered in as bow seat, so that'll be good to be taken out of the stroke seat and just, have a really good crack. And then I'm also in the Elite Quad, which is late on Sunday night.
And that's typically been a really good race here at the state champs. Somewhat surprising one for Sydney Uni a couple of times. So I'm sure there's a bit to play for there. Yeah,
absolutely. So long as we can get, everyone in the quad, going for it. I mean, we've had a little bit of sickness run through. So I think just, as long as we can get everyone there and, get everyone ready to go, I think it'll be an awesome race. But regardless, we have a lot of people who could come into it and would have an absolute crack. And I thought it was going to just be us and ANU, but Sydney have entered a late entry, so I'm sure it'll be a really awesome fight to the end.
I think that'll absolutely be one to watch, as it is most years a fantastic race. Bit late in the day on Sunday, but worth hanging around for. Yeah. Tiff, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Good luck for the rest of the regatta
Awesome.
And for the rest of the season.
Thanks so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second session of Day 2 of the 2024 New South Wales Rowing Championships. The race up on the screen at the moment, as we just see the crews getting ready to dock, is the first heat of the schoolgirl coxed quad. So a number of heats coming up a little bit later on today, and joining me is Mark Tetchin. And Mark, we've had the excitement of the small boats and then the schoolboy, schoolgirl eights coming down the course, and now onto some more big boats.
Yeah, it should be very exciting afternoon's racing. We start out with a few heats and then we move into some finals a little bit later on. We see how it progresses. Of course, if I was totally in touch with the program, I could rattle it off, but I'm not, so we'll just see how we go. But it does look like the wind has dropped off. Stuart had a look on the forecast and said it's dropped down by about 10 kilometres an hour, so that should augur well for this afternoon's racing. From up here in the finish tower, it does look much calmer, although there's still a bit of a ripple across to the northern side of the lake.
Yeah, just that wind 20 kilometres an hour and down to about 10 kilometres an hour. It is still swirling a little bit though. There is a bit of a head breeze as the rowers are coming down the course, but certainly there's less of an advantage, I think, now in lanes 1, 2 and 3 than what there were earlier on today. The race underway is the first heat of the schoolgirl coxed quad sculls. First, second, third and fourth through to the semi-finals, with the rest eliminated from this event. Lane 1 from Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Imogen Perrott, Grace Perrott, Gabrielle Sofra, Jemima Ross and Camilla Rowe. In Lane 2 from Radford College, Emily Brennan, Coco Gunther, Zara Turner, Zoe Hickey, Charles Kendall. In Lane 3 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Emily Walker, Charlotte Bowen, Samantha Burns, Eliza Lilly and Olivia Noonan. They're coached by Kaz Pipers. In Lane 4 from Queenwood, Eva Thompson, Grace Bennett, Annie Sieve, Zoe James, Chloe Giretta, and coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. In Lane 5 from Redlands, Alana Winter, Lily Wainberg, Annabelle Huang, Michaela Sanger-Larson and Zara Naismith, coached by Kate Tidbury. In Lane 6 from Askham, Isabel Bugg, Sabrina Koska, Kitty Elias, Kitty Zuzak, Chloe Hitchens, and they're coached by Chris McCarthy and Jemima Coulay. In Lane 7 from the Armidale School, Claire McDowell, Isabel Coddington, Pollyanna Tybald, Geordie Cullen, Jemima Atkin, and coached by Emily Stevenson. And in Lane 8 from MLCQ, Monique Palavestra, Bella Bain, Lara Wilson, Sienna Kalfas, and Charlotte Lowe is the coxswain.
And there are 4 heats in this event, so the schoolgirls coxed quad scull, and the first 4 through to the semi-finals, which will be a little bit later on in the afternoon.
So the crews through the first timing point at the 500 metres. So it is Canberra Girls Grammar leading Radford College, and then Queenwood, Askham, MLCQ and the Armidale School, the ones up on the screen. And you can see there the Canberra Girls Grammar crew over in lane number 3 on the far sides, certainly rowing very well. We'll see a number of these crews actually. The next weekend is the ACT Head of the Lake ACT Junior Championships. And so we've got a number of schools making the trip down to Canberra, where obviously schools like Radford and Canberra Girls Grammar, Canberra Grammar School and Darramarlin and Marist College give them plenty of competition when they come down. So out in front, it's still Canberra Girls Grammar School. Some great footage there on the screen. We've also got the Radford crew in there, so just keeping an eye out as they go up to the 1,000 metre mark. And conditions, as we say, just easing off a little bit. The cloud cover has started to dissipate a bit, so it does mean that you do need to slip, slop, slap. Middle of the day there, it was a little bit cooler. The temperature actually dropped over the last hour or so before it's on its way back up again. So do make sure that you are under a bit of cover.
And as he speaks, the
The
it
temperature.
just started to get lighter out there on the field as the sun's trying very hard to break through. Should give us a good afternoon's racing.
Canberra Girls Grammar out in front and commanding lead there through the 1,000-metre mark. They're leading Radford College, who are a boat length ahead of Melbourne Girls Grammar, and then back a little bit further to Queenwood, Redlands, Askham. So 4 to go through to the final. Redlands and Askham only a couple of seconds each off Queenwood in that final qualification position. So certainly all to play for, and then back to MLCQ, and then also to the Armidale School just coming across the screen now. So they're the 8 crews, and we see there the footage from the BRO boats. So on a number of our BRO boats, we do have cameras that are on there, and the ability to be able to see what the umpires are seeing. And it's certainly there. You can see the Radford College crew in lane number 2, Canberra Girls Grammar up ahead, and you can see how the officials will try and navigate their way so as that they are keeping an eye on as much of the field as possible, but also without washing off any of the competitors. So it is a skill to be able to get in to do that right, and we're seeing it on the screen at the moment. So those crews there, Melbourne Girls Grammar on the far left. We've got Radford College sitting about a boat length ahead of them, and then back a little bit further as we just see on the, as we just see there, coming up now towards the 1,500 metre timing points. So 4 heats in this schoolgirl coxed quad sculls. And coming now up to the 1,500 metres, as we say, with that little bit of a cross headwind, it does mean the times won't be, probably won't see many PBs set today. If you do, very well done. We'll set you up very nicely for nationals. But certainly this Canberra Girls Grammar crew are looking very comfortable out in front at the moment. So that's the crew of Emily Walker, Charlotte Bowen, Samantha Burns, Eliza Lilly and Olivia Noonan. So still leading there through the 1,500 metre mark, and again 7 seconds. Melbourne Girls Grammar are catching up to Radford. You're just seeing Radford now looking like they're just running on the treadmill a little bit, not able to pull away, and it's been a fantastic third 500 from the Melbourne Girls Grammar crew there, Mark.
Yeah, they're certainly pushing hard to try and make a bit of a comeback there, but it does seem to be that Melbourne girls are actually, I'm just using my naked eye up here, just pushing through that little bit harder. The Canberra Girls Grammar have a very healthy lead. They should be able to sustain that easily through to the end. Bit of a push coming through from the Queenwood crew, is it? Over in lane 4.
Yeah, Queenwood lane 4.
The
So
other crew's not really in the mix for a place. So it's the first 4 through. So I think we've pretty much got those sealed. It's going to be the Canberra Girls Grammar, Melbourne, Radford and Queenwood. On this side, if the Redlands crew can push hard, make up the distance, they look to be probably a couple of lengths behind at this stage.
Yeah, 250 to go, so it'll be a big push needed from Redlands and also Askham. But potentially the Askham crew looking quite nice through that last 250 out in front. You can just see Canberra Girls Grammar. They've really lowered the rate of striking, and they're looking very comfortable out there indeed. It's just nice, it's controlled, plenty of run on the boat. Melbourne Girls Grammar have moved up into second place ahead of the Radford crew, and then back to Queenwood. And then we've got a couple of boat lengths back to Redlands, and a nice little battle between Redlands and Askham. Confirmation of the win for Canberra Girls Grammar. Second place will go to the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. They finished a couple of lengths behind them, and then a length and a half back to Radford, and then Queenwood making up our qualifiers. Coming through in 5th place will be the crew from Redlands. They'll finish a boat length ahead of Askham. Lane number 5 finishing 5th, lane number 6 finishing 6th. And then coming through in 7th place will be the crew from MLCQ, and then they'll finish ahead of the Armidale School in the very bright yellow hats. You can definitely pick them out.
And Stuart, an interesting thing that I think I observed there is that the Canberra Girls Grammar School, as they dropped the rating right down and went for good boat run, I don't think they went any slower.
No, they were still moving
it's
quite
the old
nicely.
lesson, you know, you really build the ratio in, put the effort and just let the boat run. Often overlooked in this day and age, but us older masters, of course, we capitalise on that.
Something like that. I think if I could just row properly, I'd be happy with
Oh,
that.
you do pretty well, Stuart.
So confirmation there. The qualifiers in the first heat of the schoolgirl Cox Quad Sculls, Canberra Girls Grammar, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Radford College and Queenwood. Winning time there of 7 minutes 36.15, with Redlands, Ascombe, MLCQ and the Armidale School eliminated from this event. Heat 2 is underway and going past the 1,000 metre mark. Again, first 4 through to the semi-final. Lane 1 from the Armidale School, Poppy Hall, Ruby Highland, Claire Watt, Harriet Crawford, Samuel Krishnan, and they're coached by Martin Inglis. In lane 2 from Roseville, Angelina Bogassian, Sophie Hurl, Phoebe Herdman, Matilda Baird, Matilda Marchant, and coached by Katie Ashworth. Lane 3 from MLCQ, we have Eleanor Love, Amiel Cummins, Sophie Pretty, Madeline Turnham, and Edie Donovan. In lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Audrey West, Emmanuel Hoskin, Sophie Frost, Maddie Beasley, and Eliza Miller is the coxswain, coached by Nigel Miller. Lane 5, Gippsland Grammar, Ruby Lindrea, April Harrison, Scarlett Tavaski, Ella Durand, Lucy Hodges. In lane 6 from Sydney Girls, Noah Kepi, Charlotte Steele, Annie Dang, Ariel Moniga, Jennifer No, and the coach is Matteo Villani. In lane 7 from Redlands, Isabella Crennan, Miller Osborne, Scarlett Thorpe, Jemima Hugman, Carolina Pedro Enazio, and they're coached by Uzez Beaton. And then lane 8 from St Catherine's, Madeline Mannins, Isabel Yardley, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain, Jasmine Abela, and they're coached by Jared Watson.
So this is going to be a very exciting race for the qualifiers. So there's fairly even spread between the first 4, but then as they came through the 1,000 metre mark, sorry, it's just dropped out, but there was less than a second between the 4th, 5th, 6th placing. So if you look down the course, you can actually see that the first 3 boats have a healthy lead. That's the boats in so Sydney Girls, Gippsland Grammar.
Yeah, Canberra Girls, Gippsland Grammar out in front, and then we've got 10 seconds back to Roseville, and then we've got MLCQ, and then less than a second between MLCQ and Redlands, and then back a little bit further to the Armidale School and Sydney Girls. So, as you say, Mark, it's going to be an exciting race for that 4th and final qualification position in this championship Schoolgirl Cox Quad Sculls, the event sponsored by Mobius. And out in front as well, this battle between Canberra Girls Grammar and Gippsland Grammar. And I would suggest that Canberra Girls Grammar have just managed to get their bow ball out in front. Back a little bit further then, we've got Roseville in lane number 2. They're sitting in 3rd place and looking quite comfortable there. The Armidale School have made a little bit of a move, and then MLCQ and Redlands. So MLCQ in lane number 3, Redlands in lane number 7 in those distinctive blue and gold striped Zooties. All 3 of those crews going for the 4th place, the 4th and final qualification place for the semi-finals. Canberra Girls Grammar, they've had a really good second 1,000 metres, and they've moved ahead of Gippsland Grammar, who themselves are just starting to pick their rate up a little bit now. They're seeing that they've got Roseville, coming in 2nd place. But it's the battle for 4th. We've got MLCQ, lane number 3, Redlands in lane number 7, and the Armidale School are still not without a hope. Out in front, it's 2 from 2. Canberra Girls Grammar with the heat win in the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Sculls. Gippsland Grammar with 2nd place. 3rd place coming up towards the finish line now will be the crew from Roseville. And now in the battle for 4th, we've seen a big push come here from MLCQ. They've got themselves about a boat length ahead of the Armidale School and Redlands. They've only got about 20 metres or so left to travel. There's a big push coming from Redlands. They've closed it down to about half a length, but it's just a little too late there. So MLCQ to qualify for the final, for the semi-final. Redlands to go finish in 5th. The Armidale School in 6th. 7th place going to Sydney Girls, and then we had a scratching from St Catherine's. So confirmation of the results, a winning crew, Canberra Girls Grammar, followed by Gippsland Grammar, Roseville and MLCQ. The winning time in that heat was 7 minutes 39.60.
And coming down the course, we have Heat 3 of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Sculls. Over in lane 2 from All Hallows, Noel Murphy, Danielle Watt, Gabrielle Ryan, Abby Collins, coxed by Gracie Gascoigne. In lane 3 from Loretto Marriotteville, Imogen Smith, Alice Shanahan, Eliza Hogg, Emily Lang, coxed by Emily Dagas. In lane 4 from MLCQ, Alice von Onselen, Emma Ward, Emily Tian, Arabelle Heidi, and they're coxed by Isabel Cronin. In lane 5 from PLC Sydney, Isabel Lau, Molly Cameron, Willa Bauman, Maisie Burge, coxed by Jasmine Gifford. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, Sienna Wilkin, Elkie Sweetapple, Olivia Searle, Tessa Wong, they're coxed by Philippa Martin. In lane 7 from the Armidale School, Ellie Miller, Isabella Henderson, Olivia Ballinger, Claudia Curtin, coxed by Grace Rogers. And in lane 8, closest to the grandstand, from Newcastle Grammar, Annabelle McKenzie, Sadie Smart, Molly Boyle, and Alice McCready, and they're coxed by Zane Guzmarini.
Now, through the first 1,000 metres, we had Kinross Walleroy out in front, All Hallows sitting in second, then Newcastle Grammar and Loretto Marriotteville. So a little bit of a gap then to the MLCQ crew, and then PLC Sydney and the Armidale School at the back of the field. So that's through the 1,000 metre mark. We can see the Kinross crew up on the screen at the moment. The distinctive blue zooties and nearly always the blue boat to go with it as well. The crew from out at Orange. Certainly some talented scullers that have come in the last few years out at Kinross Walleroy.
And they're looking very relaxed there. They know they've got a comfortable lead, I think. Well, they only have to qualify. And in this race, as they came through the 1,000 metre mark, there was nearly a 6-second gap between 4th and 5th. So the first 4 crews should be comfortable unless something catastrophic happens in qualifying through to the semi-final.
You never count out.
No.
So Kinross leading All Hallows by a second through the final timing point. Newcastle Grammar and Loretto Marriotteville, our 3rd and 4th place rowers. And then you can see there on the screen, it's a bit of a gap through to our 5th place crew, and that's MLCQ. So about 10 seconds to make up for MLCQ if they are to go through and to try and get into that final position. So Kinross Walleroy up on the screen at the moment. As you say, Mark, it's just very comfortable indeed. They know they've qualified. It's whether or not they qualify ahead of All Hallows over on the right-hand side. So Kinross closest to the screen, and just seeing All Hallows make a little bit of a push there over in lane number 2. So we spoke earlier about the wind dying down, and then of course as soon as we say that, the wind picks up again. And you can see the flags near the grandstand really just fluttering towards the north. So it is a little bit of a southerly breeze. So it's All Hallows making the most of that slightly better conditions, I'd say. Not quite as pronounced as what it was earlier on in the day, but certainly with a much higher rate of striking from that All Hallows crew, and they have now moved ahead of Kinross Walleroy. Then with that battle for 3rd and 4th, we've got the crew from Newcastle Grammar in lane number 8, so that's closest to the grandstand, and then Loretto Marriotteville just moving up nicely in lane number 3. So out in front, it's the girls from All Hallows from Queensland. They've made the trip down the M1, and they'll go through and take the win in heat number 3 of the schoolgirl coxed quad sculls. So a win there for All Hallows. Second place with a very comfortable final 500 will be Kinross Walleroy.
Let's hope they've saved the energy, the All Hallows, for their semis and potentially finals.
That's always the trick, isn't it? Coming through in 3rd place will be the Loretto Marriotteville crew, finishing half a boat length ahead of Newcastle Grammar in lane number 8. So they're our 4 qualifiers. Coming through in 5th place will be the crew from MLCQ, as they just cross the line now. And then behind them, the crew in 6 will be lane number 5, PLC Sydney, and then followed up by the Armidale School. Confirmation of the results from the 3rd heat of the schoolgirl coxed quad sculls. First place going to All Hallows, 2nd to Kinross Walleroy, 3rd to Loretto Marriotteville, and 4th to Newcastle Grammar. Those 4 crews qualifying for the final. The winning time in that heat was 7 minutes 33.38, So that compares with 7:36 for the first heat and 7:39 for the second heat. So All Hallows certainly a crew to beat for the final.
And coming down the course is the final heat in the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull, race 112, again sponsored by Mobius. Over in lane 2 from MLCQ is Imogen Grant, Zoe Jackal, Chloe Blake and Matea Brown, coxed by Freya Kuznanda. In lane 3 from the Armadale School, Isabella Crawford, Sophia Lawrence, Beatrice Thibault, Stella Maroulis and coxed by Alice Carter. In lane 4 from Gippsland Grammar, Kate Edgar, Tara DeHood, Lily Canfield and Sorrel Fraser, coxed by Grace Millington. In lane 5 from Redford College, Thea Reinhardt, Sophie Fremantle, Bonnie Hardy and Amber Smith, coxed by Stuart Ward. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, Hannah Mackay, Jemima Scammell, Xanthi Staniforth and Sophie Lurf, coxed by Emily Caro. In lane 6 from Melbourne Girls Grammar, Zaina Obeid, Stephanie Speller, Addie Dean and Caitlin Anthony, coxed by Ellie Polglaze. And in lane 8 from Loretto Normanhurst, Holly Gibbons, Sinead Hickey, Jessica Lenehan, Josephine Egan and coxed by Adele Simon.
So Radford College leading through the first 1,000 metres, and we just see them coming up to the 1,500 metre mark, and it's a nice, comfortable lead there for Radford College. They're ahead of Melbourne Girls Grammar by just under 6 seconds, and then back a couple of boat lengths to Gippsland Grammar in 3rd place, and then coming through in 4th place, just the Armadale School. They're half a boat length ahead of MLCQ Loretto Normanhurst, not completely without a shot either. So again, I think we're in for an interesting final 500 to see who is able to qualify for the final part of the, for the semi-final, sorry, of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Sculls. So Radford College out in front, they're leading and they're looking quite comfortable as they come up towards the final 250 metres. Kinross Walleroy in a little bit behind. We've got Melbourne Girls Grammar, sitting in 2nd place. And then on the other side of Radford College, we've got Gippsland Grammar in the green Zooties. And then across, is it going to be the Armadale School in lane 3, MLCQ in lane 2, or is it going to be Loretto Normanhurst in lane number 8? So plenty to play for those 3 crews, and then back a little bit further to the Kinross Walleroy crew in lane number 6. Final 200 metres now for the Radford College crew, coming up towards those red boys that are always such a relief when you see them. It's nearly at the end of the race there. But this Radford crew, Tina Reinhardt, Sophie Fremantle, Bonnie Hardy, Amber Smith and Stuart Ward, they've got themselves a couple of boat lengths lead over the chasing crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. And you can just see them now just up the rates a little bit to make sure that they do qualify for 1st place. So, and I think if the wind does pick up again, then we may find that they are redraws so that you do, if you do qualify higher, then you do get those better lanes. It'll be a strong win for Radford College though. They'll cross the line in 1st, just over a boat length ahead of Melbourne Girls Grammar School in 2nd place. In the battle for 3rd, we've got Gippsland Grammar in lane number 4, and then going on for 4th, it's looking to be the Armadale School in lane number 3 that are sitting just ahead of the crew closest to us, Loretto Normanhurst. Couple of big strokes left to go, and it just the Armadale School, by the looks of things, just ahead of Loretto Normanhurst by about the width of a bow number. And then back to MLCQ in lane 2, and then Kinross Walleroy in lane 6. And the reason they are at the back of the pack is because, yes, it is a triple. 3 people rowing the that boat for Kinross Walleroy. So still going down the course, still giving it a red hot go, and not that all that far behind everyone else, even though they were in a quad. So confirmation of the results in heat number 4 of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Sculls. 1st to Radford, 2nd to Melbourne Girls Grammar, Gippsland Grammar in 3rd, and the Armadale School in 4th with the winning time of 7 minutes 45.21.
So roaring down the course now, we have the first of 4 heats for the Championship Men's Under 21 8. Sponsored by V Insurance, race 113. I don't think we're going to have time to run through all the names and all the 8, so I'll just give you an idea of which crews there are out there. Over in lane 1, we have an 8 from Scotch College. In lane 2, a Sydney Composite and Adelaide. There's only one member by the look of it from Adelaide, so it's mostly Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 3 from Wesley College. Lane 4, Xavier College. Lane 5, Geelong Grammar. The Shaw crew has been scratched. Lane 7, Sydney Grammar, and lane 8, Scots College. And they're just coming through the 1,500 metre mark there. Have you been seeing what's going on there?
Yeah, so we've got
Stuart.
Sydney and Adelaide leading comfortably from Xavier College, Wesley College in 3rd place, then Geelong Grammar and Scotch College, absolutely nothing in between the two of those. We've only got 4 through to the semi-final. Sydney Grammar and Scots 2 are the other crews in this race. So we've got some big boat energy coming down the course now in the first heat for the men's under 21 8s. So we've got semi-finals coming up. The Sydney Adelaide Composite, Nick Whalen, John Kenny, Adam Holland, Will Rogers, Alec Hoskin, MacArthur Bucknell, Isaac Thurman, Charlie Hine and Mietta Jones sitting quite a bit. They've got a nice little bit of clear water between themselves and the chasing pack. That chasing pack, that includes the crew from Wesley College just on their left, also Xavier College in lane number 4, Scotch College in lane 1, who look to have just moved ahead of the crew from Geelong Grammar in lane number 5 in that final qualification position. Into the final stages now, and it's certainly a good battle for 2nd and 3rd. Sydney Adelaide Composite out in front, looking very comfortable indeed, but still making sure they've got that good rate just to go in and qualify in the best possible position. Lane number 4, Xavier College, look to have maybe just got their bow balls ahead of Wesley College, and they're just surging ahead now in the final few strokes. It's a win for the Sydney Composite. 2nd place going to Xavier College, 3rd to Wesley College. 4th will go through to Scotch College in lane number 1. Geelong Grammar coming through in 5th, with 6th place going to Sydney Grammar in lane number 7, and Scots in lane number 8, making up our field in the first heat of the men's under 21 8s. The final time there was 6:04.88 and a winning margin of 4.11 seconds back to 2nd, 0.76 seconds back to 3rd, and then 4.03 seconds to 4th.
And it does look like we'll have a little bit more time now for the second heat of the men's under 21 8. They've just taken off from the starters, out of the starters blocks. Over in lane 1 from Newington, we have Charles Fuller, Oscar McConnell, Freddie Longcroft, Marcus Bergen, Harrison Veach, Mika Koskela, Zachary Cooper, Ben Adams, and they're coxed by Bowen Keegan. From Melbourne Grammar School in lane 2, we have Julius Blamey, Henry Zolad, James Negri, Arthur Thomas, Charles Gillard, Thomas McLennan, Archer Adkins, Finn Mitchell, and they're coxed by Sam Harris. From Melbourne University in lane 3, Nick Adkins, Khalid Mashni, Benjamin Marchant, James Houghton, Nicholas Bryant, Amos Kirk, Tom Foley, Winston Hooper, and they're coxed by Josh Featherkrantz. In lane 4 from Geelong Grammar, Jed Mitchell, Baron Caracas, Freddie Cooper, Samuel Cameron, Flynn Dixon, Thomas Morley, Bobby Ritchie, William Turnbull, coxed by Squire Crawford. In lane 5 from St Ignatius, Spencer Zuckerman, Jeremy Holmes, Alistair Brown, Ambrose Hennessy, Montague Hiles, Harrison Davis, Angus McGrath, George Field, coxed by Henry Burton. In lane 6 from Sydney Grammar, Ben Fairbrother, Lachlan Struthers, Rory Lambert, Sterling Van Ass, William Ellis, Curtis Pepper, Toby Berkelow, Charlie Slack, and they're coxed by Paul Broudicus. Apologies for any mispronunciations. From St Kevin's in lane 7, we have Colin Crothers, Darcy Ferran, Gus Van Den Bloom, Ned Lewis, Ben Gallant, Alex Drever, Louis Lefoe, Gregor Pickford, and they're coxed by Noah Dawson. And to round it out from Scotch College in lane 8, Alexander Bruce, Adrian Murrow, Lockie Green, George Clifford, Max Boycott, Angus Maloney, Joe Collingwood, Hugo Purnell, and Cox by Ollie Brown. And now I can look up and I can see they're just coming through about the 500 metre mark there.
Yeah, so through the first 500 metres, it was Melbourne University leading Scotch College, St Ignatius, Sydney Grammar in the 4th qualification position, and then back to Newington, St Kevin's, Geelong Grammar and Melbourne Grammar School. So we're just seeing that footage now. Melbourne University coming up towards the 1,000 metre timing point, and pretty commanding lead there for the crew in lane number 3. So Melbourne University out in front. And we just see you can see the flags just fluttering again a bit. So it tends to gust, it tends to pick up, and it can make it very tricky, particularly for any of the inexperienced crews going out there. Melbourne University out in front, St Ignatius just leading Scotch College, but geez, not by much. A boat length back to Sydney Grammar, and then just over a boat length back to Newington in 5th place, and then Geelong Grammar in 6th, and Melbourne Grammar School and St Kevin's at the back of the field, and certainly with plenty to do. So our leading 4 crews looking comfortable.
Yeah, for the considering for the first 1,000 metres, 2:53 is a pretty blistering time. Maybe they've copped a little bit of tailwind up there, or it could be just skill and strength.
I'm sure the guys from Melbourne University would go with the latter.
I'm sure they would.
So, but yeah, I think you might be right there, Mark. Just having a look at the way that the water's rippling at the moment, maybe just a slight tail. But, you know, the way that we saw it yesterday with the wind sort of changing directions, and certainly the feedback that I got from a lot of the rowers that were out there yesterday was that it was very gusty. It was very, you couldn't really plan for it to be doing something consistent.
And looking down now, you can actually see the gusts on the water. So it always hits you pretty hard when you hit one of those gusts and you're giving it everything you got, but you just got to work on the basis that hopefully everybody else across the field copped the same gust.
Absolutely. Through the 1,500, it's still Melbourne University, 4:24 through 1,500 metres, and plenty of gap back to St Ignatius. Scotch College sitting in 3rd place, and then Sydney Grammar in 4th. So they've got a little bit, probably about 2 boat lengths in the end there over the crew in lane number 1. So that's Newington, and then back a little bit further to the crew from Geelong Grammar, and then Melbourne Grammar School, and our final crew going across St Kevin's, making up our field. So into the final stages now. Our leading crew from Melbourne University, that's Nick Atkins, Caleb Mashney, Benjamin Marchant, James Houghton, Nicholas Bryant, Amos Kirk, Tom Foley, Winston Hooper and Josh Feverkrans have been very comfortable leaders the entire way through. Even into the breeze, they've certainly looked very comfortable, and we just see them on the screen at the moment. Lowering that rate of striking, but make sure that every stroke has got that pressure in, getting the timing right, and certainly looking very comfortable out there. A couple of lanes across from them, we've got the crew from St Ignatius sitting nicely in 2nd place, and then they're ahead of Scotch College in lane number 8, and then back across to Sydney Grammar in that final qualification position. Newington in lane number 1 are doing a big push, but unfortunately they will just have a bit too much to make up to be able to qualify for the semi-finals. So Melbourne University, couple of big strokes left to go, and they'll go through and take the win. A convincing win there for Melbourne University. St Ignatius coming through in 2nd. Boat length behind them are Scotch College in 3rd, and then Sydney Grammar coming through in 4th place. They're our 4 qualifiers for the semi-finals for the men's under 21 eights. Coming through in 5th will be the crew from Newington, with the coming in behind them will be Melbourne Grammar School, finishing half a boat length ahead of Geelong Grammar, and then back to St Kevin's in lane number 7. So confirmation of the results: Melbourne University 1st, St Ignatius 2nd, Scotch College 3rd, and Sydney Grammar in 4th. The winning time there, 5 minutes 57.22, so a sub 6.
And that time also, considering they actually dropped it down as they knew they were comfortably in the lead. So going to be a very exciting final, or semi-final first, which I think is later in the day.
Yeah, later on today. So a number of heats in the first hour or two, and then we'll start getting into the finals.
So the Heat 3 of the men's under 21 8 is roaring down the course over in lane 1 from Geelong College. We have Hugo Hecht, Hugh Mason, Sam Robinson, Jack Manderson, Lachlan Mitchell, Nicholas Thornton, Xavier Ryan, Louis Quayle, and they're coxed by Pippi Norris. In lane 2 from Brighton Grammar, Hamish Hanley, Luca Claret, Flynn Quill, Nicholas Michelle, Tom Hogan, Henry Haycox, Ned Over and Stevens, Jack Carson, and they're coxed by Henry Hoffman. In lane 3 from St Kevin's, Luke Incani, Daniel Buffano, Bailey Mackay, Joshua Donoghue, Hamish O'Brien, Eric Wiseman, James Sutherland, Edward O'Neill, and they're coxed by Xavier Dunn. In lane 4 from the University of Queensland and the composite crew, Thomas Stevens, Samuel Forbes, Mitchell Owen, Finley Harris, Daniel Cashman, Matthew Cashman, Lex Tucker, Monty Martin, and they're coxed by Tom Shaw. In lane 5 from Caulfield Grammar, Hamish Crawford, Cody Brooks, Toby Flinklear, Matthew English, Aidan Yao, Harry Naptali, apologies for mispronunciations here, Elliot Westcott, Lachlan O'Neill, coxed by James Sadarsky. In lane 6 from St Ignatius, Luke Bannerman, Charlie Harrison, Hugh Waldron, George Tancred, James Hare, Sebastian Connor, Jack O'Hara, Walter Walker, coxed by Edward Thorpe. In lane 7 from Western Australia, we have Liam Davis from Fremantle, Austin Vincent from Fremantle, Oscar Laurie from Fremantle, then we have Charlie Stevenson from Western Australian Rowing Club, Harry Selfinger from SRRC, whatever that may be, along with Harper Davies, Fergus McNamara, and Jacob Cassie from Fremantle, coxed by Daisy Plawaki. And from UTS, Oscar St Pierre, Jack Power, Will Chubb, Brandon Smith, Oliver St Pierre, James O'Meara, Joe Lynch, Joshua Wilson, Ryder Taylor is their cox. I think we're going to see a very exciting semi and final when these come through. And
yeah, there's some very strong crews in here. So the University of Queensland crew, we've seen a number of those rowers in the under-21 pairs races a little bit earlier on. The Cashmans, Lex Tucker, Monty Martin. So they were quite good. Through the 1,500 metres, we've got that crew from University of Queensland and Sydney University. UTS sitting in second place, and that's a crew containing a number of world champions from the 2022 Coxed Fours. Some plenty of pedigree in those boats. The Fremantle Composite sitting in third, St Ignatius in fourth, St Kevin's, Geelong College, Caulfield Grammar and Brighton Grammar making up our field. So University of Queensland Composite sitting in lane number 4 at the moment. They're out in front. They've got themselves a nice little boat length lead. We're seeing a big push come here from the West Australians, Fremantle, Swan River, West Australian and Commercial Rowing Clubs. I think Daisy Plawecki is from Commercial up in Brisbane, but UTS giving it a big push in lane number 8. So slightly tricky conditions on those far lanes, but the University of Queensland very comfortable out in front. Yeah, you can see them just on the screen at the moment. Got themselves a nice little couple of boat lengths lead over the pack.
And a very, very strong finish here also from UTS, putting on a masterclass here. They're followed across by the Fremantle, the Western Australian composite crew. So that's the University of Queensland in first, then UTS second, followed by the Western Australia composite, and they're followed across by the St Ignatius crew. So those will be the first 4 qualifiers. Next then is the St Kevin's crew. Over on the far side, Geelong College. Coming up behind them is Caulfield Grammar, and it'll be rounded out across the far side by Brighton Grammar. So the winning time in that race was 5 minutes 54.93. So it's getting faster and faster, with a margin of 1.43, then a second margin of 1.11, and nearly 5 seconds back to the fourth place. So some blistering.
Some very blistering times in there. That's so those first three crews, put them up against Melbourne University, and I think we are in for some fantastic racing. It's the final heat underway, though, of the men's under-21 eights, first, second, third and fourth through to the semis. Lane 2 from Xavier College, Charlie Curtis, Tommy Tallett, Zachy Ronchi, Campbell Patterson, Anders Spralia, James Glass, Sam Dalton, Max Dalton and Charlie Fennessy. Lane 3 from Trinity, Charlie Harris, Patrick Board, Daytona Debussyan, Spencer James, Joe Sammartino, Will Johnson, Joseph Eftetimo, James Devlin, Sam McDonald, coached by Lachlan Goller and Jackson Harrison. Lane 4 from Melbourne Grammar School, Charles Wake, Thomas Mistakis, Jack Peavy, Archie O'Brien, Montague Salabank, Gus Russell, Matthew Hamilton, Otto Mayo and Samuel Levini. Lane 5 from Shaw, Sam Wiles, Piers Mendel, Joshua Frape, William Kellett, Jasper Halstead, Harry Marshall, Hamish Bergen, Edward Kenny and Hamish Longstaff, coached by Ollie Smith. Lane 6 from Melbourne University, Luke Ryan, Sam Thompson, Lachlan Houghton, Thomas Pirach, Lachlan Idle, Lloyd Vidotto, Will Cowan, Alessandro Maro and Ivy Jones. Lane 7 from Newington, Zach DeHennon, Hunter Elliott, Angus Mitchell, William Fuller, Alexander Tetley, Toby Denton, Aidan Chandler, Leo Grippy, Blake Dewhurst is the coxswain and they're coached by Blair Jenkins. And then Lane 8 from Scots, Lachlan Moore, Henry Pursehouse, Tom Juricic, Charles Brand, Hugh Hinrichsen, Samuel Stewart, James Duffy, Jack Pinn, Conrad Lowe is the coxswain and they're coached by Amos Noon.
And Stuart, I think we're seeing a slight theme here, dare I put my neck out, of the older university guys just having the edge over the schools. But the schools doing some fantastic rowing here. Seen some very strong pushes from them, but they can't quite catch that higher level.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's the key thing, isn't it? I mean, at a school level, you're generally speaking in the under-19 category, you're up against, and it's only a couple of years, but at that level of development, you know, you've got that ability your body just gets a little bit stronger, particularly for males being a little bit, you know, later developing. Yeah. It just gives you that opportunity to really put on a bit more muscle as you go into universities. And as you say there, Mark, just sitting out, well, we've got it on the screen there, Melbourne University leading Scots, Newington, Melbourne Grammar School, Shaw, Xavier College and Trinity. So the University Club being the one just out in front.
It's amazing the variation, with just that slight bit of variation from transitioning from under 19 to under 21 when there's that full 2 years to fill in.
So coming up now through the 1250 metre mark, and we can see just on the screen there that the wind has picked up a little bit and just seeing a few little ripples forming on the water. Don't forget that when you are finished your races to head back to the boat sheds and make sure you're returning your bow number. Please return your bow number quickly as possible because they are recycled throughout the regatta, and if you don't return it then it does make it difficult for the people ahead of you to be able to pick up their bow numbers in a timely fashion. And you can see on the screen there just the conditions just getting a little bit worse. They eased off when we came back from lunch, and now, but I guess with the big boats then it does make it a little bit easier than when you're in the scull.
Yeah, but there is a little bit of sunshine with it, so it looks fantastic from up here. We've got all these eights roaring down the course, few gusts following them through, and lots of splashes as they deal with the conditions. We can see it's lane 4, lane 3 out in front. So that's Melbourne Grammar School, is it?
Yeah, Melbourne Grammar School have had that big push. We've also got Melbourne University, a couple across from them. So we may have spoken a little bit too soon with the schools generally getting beaten by the university, although they are in a slightly more protected lane over there in lane number 4 as opposed to lane number 6. Certainly both those Melbourne crews looking like they will go through and qualify. We're also seeing a big push come here from Newington in lane number 7, making a move on the Melbourne University crew and getting quite a bit closer. Melbourne University have started to push back now. Have Melbourne Grammar School just used a little bit too much early on. Scots are sitting in the final qualification position, but they are getting pushed by Shaw. So, and then back to Xavier College and Trinity. So into the Red Boys now. It's about 100 or so metres to go, and there's nothing to pick between our 3 leading boats. Melbourne Grammar School had a big push, but now they're being taken, and now here comes Newington ahead of Melbourne University. They have surged through that final 500. It's a strong win in the heat for Newington ahead of Melbourne University by a quarter of a boat length. Back then to Melbourne Grammar School in 3rd. We're going to see Scots go through in 4th, and then 5th place will go to Shaw in lane number 5, and then back a little bit further, we've got Xavier College in the black and red Zooties and the black and red boat, and they'll finish about half a boat length ahead of the crew from Trinity. So an exciting finish there in the final heats of the men's under 21 eights. Confirmation, Newington with the win ahead of Melbourne University, Melbourne Grammar School and Scots. The winning time in that heat, a little bit slower but a little bit windier, was 6 minutes 05.06. And the margins 1.4 seconds, 1.59 and 2 seconds.
So it's possible my theory might still, given the 9 seconds difference between this and the previous race, similar conditions. So we wait and see. I think we're going to be in for some very exciting racing later in the day. So coming down the course now is the Heat 1 of the Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed 4, sponsored by the Regatta Shop. There are two heats in this event, and the first 4 will go through to the final. Over in lane 2 from the University of Queensland and Adelaide, is Felicity Bishop, Fern Rosenbauer, Nell Murphy, Ava Mulholland, and they're coxed by Annabelle Rosie. In lane 3 from Loreto Kirribilli, Eva Eels, Alexandra Whitson, Zoe Fallon, and Grace Woodward, coxed by Emma Bunbury. In lane 4 from Commercial, Sophie Fryer, Elkie Jensen, Mia Rogers, and Estella Menzies, coxed by Claire Ross. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Jade Wilson, Kate Oliver, Madison Duncan and Estella Robertson, coxed by Chamisha Dayajiwa. In lane 6 from Brisbane and Toowong, Poppy Yarsky, Eva Hosking, Robin Matthews, and Georgia Mackay, coached by Gracie Gascoigne. And in lane 7 from UTS and Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Bebbington, Olivia Kelly, Sienna Morgan and Alice Steed, coxed by Jasmine Abella.
So we just see the racing on the screen at the moment. You can just see those gusts of winds just making it a little bit tricky there. It has doubled back up, so we are back to what we were before the lunch break. So we had that little bit of a lull and then picks back up again. So the first heat of the women's under-19 Coxed 4s, and through the first 500 it was UTS Sydney Composite ahead of University of Queensland Adelaide, Loreto Kirribilli, Brisbane and GPS and Toowong, and then Commercial.
Oh, okay.
So our crew's now coming up towards the 1500 metre mark, and that UTS Sydney crew looking very comfortable there in lane number 7. So we can see the two Sydney rowers, Sarah Bebbington and Olivia Kelly in the stroke seats, and then the two UTS UTS rowers, Sienna Morgan and Alice Steed. So UTS and Sydney sitting in first, Uni of Queensland Adelaide in second, Loreto Kirribilli in third, the Brisbane and GPS and Toowong Composite from up in Queensland sitting in fourth, ahead of Commercial in 5th place, and then It does look like we are a little bit further back to the crew from Canberra Grammar School.
So we've just had a set of car keys handed in. It's for a Toyota, and they were found in the boat park. And attached to the key ring is a carved wooden turtle. So if you'd like to claim those, please pop up to the announcer's box up in the finish tower, and we will verify they're yours and then hand them over.
And don't forget as well, if you do have a bow number that you finished with, head to Boat Shed 1. So that's Boat Shed 1. It's not the finish tower. Down at the boat sheds to hand those back so as that they can be recycled for the next group of people coming through.
We actually had a request from one of our hardest working bow number volunteers. Julia came up and specifically said, tell them to bring back the bow numbers. Okay, word is said.
So out there at the moment, and it's just starting to hear a bit more wind pick up and howl through some of the areas here around the finish tower.
It's turning into more of a tailwind now, so coming from the southeast by the look of it.
So still a little bit tricky, and certainly it will make, not so much for the coxed boats. Obviously you've got the coxswain there who's able to keep an eye out, but certainly for some of the boats, and particularly the coxless fours I'm thinking about, where you've got the foot steering on there and trying to make sure that you're not bouncing between the buoy lines.
Yeah, so as they came through the 1,500 metre mark, the UTS composite crew closest to the grandstand had a lead over the Queensland composite crew. They were followed through by Loretta Karabilli, then quite a distance back to the Brisbane Toowong crew, and they were then followed through by the Canberra Grammar. Sorry, the commercial crew. So as they're coming into the last 250 metres, we can see the UTS and Sydney Rowing Club composite crew has a healthy lead over the Uni Queensland composite over on the far side. The Loretta Karabilli crew is pushing very hard to see if they can stay in the mix there. But remember, it's only the first four through for this. So, and there are only 5 boats. There are 5 or 6 boats out there.
5 boats. It does look like the Canberra Grammar crew were a late scratching.
Yeah, we've lost a crew, so they only have to beat the last one to qualify to go through to the final in this race. But very nice rowing now. They had a bit of a push over the far side there, the Queensland University composite, but they've realised that into the final fairly comfortably, so they're taking it fairly easily. But a nice bit of rowing there by the UTS Sydney composite. Loretta Karabilli will come through in 3rd place. It is actually the Brisbane composite, so the Queenslanders will take that qualifying spot to get into the final, and they'll be rounded out over there by the Commercial Rowing Club crew. Now coming down the course, we have Heat 2 of the Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed 4. Over in lane 2 from Queenwood, Brooke Cuttance, Zara Taylor, Gemma McLaren, Addison Rolls, coxed by Melody Yin. In lane 3 from Commercial, Annika Gundlach, Tyra Jensen, Matilda Dammers, Evie Sayer, they're coxed by Zoe Williamson. We've had the Loretta Karabilli crew scratch. In lane 5 from Roseville, Charlie Griebel, Emma Dupreez, Grace McKinley, Hannah Alexander, they're coxed by Jessica Davies. In lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Pia Hatzipetru, Sophie Crane, Charlotte Zentfeld, Tiara Rainick, they're coxed by Lila Meredith. And in lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Hannah Griffiths, Imogen Horn, Holly Howard, Aprilla Mitchell, and they're coxed by Lucy Robbins.
So Queenwood in the lead through the 1,000 metres, then Roseville, University of Queensland, Canberra Grammar and Commercial. So again, the first 4 to go through, coming up to the 1,500 metres, and I think it's going to be an interesting one to see who qualifies in 3rd and 4th. The commercial crew just a little bit behind the pace at the moment as they are coming up towards that final timing point. Big shout out to Mark, to all the people that are out there at the timing huts. It's fantastic to be able to go through and see your time 500, 1,000, 1,500, and we can only do that because there are volunteers down in each of those huts pressing the button as they go past and giving us that data.
Absolutely. It's the volunteers that make these regattas. We have had a few regattas through the season where we didn't have enough volunteers, and it really it was a little bit annoying that you couldn't actually get your splits or see the time. So fantastic work by all our volunteers, not only in timing huts, but Stuart here up in the commentary box, out there doing the numbers. All the menial jobs around the place are being done by volunteers as well. So huge shout out. If you're ever at a regatta and you have a bit of time, get in touch with Rowing New South Wales, and always open to taking on more volunteers.
Absolutely. Head to rowingnsw.asn.au or get in contact directly with Alico Tunney. She's the volunteer coordinator. Has an amazing amount of, as you say, Mark, an amazing amount of roles that need to be done. And the regattas run so much smoother with a whole group of people. And also, too, it's a great way for national titles to get yourself some free entry.
Not only that, but to get the best view in the house.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely 100%. 100% is where Queenwood are at the moment. They're out in front and looking very comfortable indeed. Second place at the moment is Roseville, just moving ahead of the University of Queensland crew in lane number 6. Canberra Grammar are sitting in 4th place, qualifying. Commercial are pushing though, and they're pushing hard through the last 150 metres or so. This Queenwood's crew though out in front. So yeah, the Queenwood crew out in front. That's Brooke Cuttance, Zara Taylor, Gemma McLaren, Addison Rolls and Melody Yin. Strong win for them. Second place going through to Roseville, then half a boat length back to the University of Queensland. Canberra Grammar, a big push towards the end there. They'll go through and take 4th place and qualify for the final, with Commercial missing out. So winning time in that heat of 7 minutes 40.79.
So roaring down the course now, we have the first heat of the men's under 19 Coxed 4. There will be 2 heats, and the first 4 will go through to the final. But looking out on the field here and at our run sheets, there have been a number of scratchings, and there are only 4 boats coming down, which I would say will put them all through to the final. Hopefully they're still battling. It looks like they're still putting an effort in out there. So across on the far side, in lane 1 from Kings, we have Tom Whalen, Alfred McLean, Samuel Hines and Charles Baker, coxed by Otto Gerber. In lane 2 from St Ignatius, Willem van Ryswick, Jack Ward, Alexander Forlico, Christo Blinky and coxed by James Ray. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Dylan Outram, Cameron Schmidt, Harry Budd, Nicholas van der Walt, and coxed by Timothy Robson. Then we come across to, I'm just trying to work out which boat is missing. I think we just then have the St Ignatius boat closest to the grandstand of Darcy Hallam, Josh Delaney, Maximilian Burke, and Hugo Wrightson, coxed by Michael Gordon.
So that Canberra Grammar crew out in front through the 1,500 metre mark, just 4.5 seconds between them and Brighton Grammar. Then St Ignatius 4 in lane number 8 and St Ignatius 2 in lane number 2, battling it out for that, well, 3rd and 4th place. And also there's always some intra-club or intra-school rivalry, isn't there?
Of course.
You just have to get it up over the people within your own organisation, shall we call it. But Canberra Grammar, this crew, number of these rowers in the Canberra Grammar crew, they were in a 8s race last weekend where they beat a Canberra Rowing Club 8 by about 6 seconds. And that was a crew with Cormac Hayes, Tom Perry, James Waldersey, a number of really talented rowers. So they've got some, they didn't do so well in the schoolboy 8s, but they're certainly doing some great things with sweep rowing down at Canberra Grammar School at the moment, and that's under Toby Weir-Candler. They've got Kendall Brodie, who's the Australian men's coxswain at the moment, and Beth Bryan, who's moved down from the UK in some of those senior ones.
You wouldn't happen to be from Canberra, would you, Stuart?
I would happen to be. Well, I'm from Queensland originally, but I live in Canberra. It will be a win.
But great to get the insider knowledge.
Good win there for Canberra Grammar School. They've finished a boat length ahead of Brighton Grammar in second place. St Ignatius 4 in lane number 8 will come through in third, with St Ignatius 2 in lane number 2 coming through in fourth. The winning time in that heat was 6 minutes 49.61 with a winning margin of 2.83 seconds.
And coming down the course, we have heat 2 of the men's under-19 Coxed 4. From up here, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats. So we have, it does seem it to be the first 4 through to the final. It's really just a matter of not coming last in this race. I'm not quite sure which boats are scratched, but it does seem to be over in lane 1. We have the St Ignatius of Brandon Sullivan, Zachary Hyde, Thomas Johnston and Thomas Hartman, coxed by Ryan McNulty. In lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Lucas McLean, James Robertson, Ethan Murphy and Joseph O'Brien, coxed by Brendan Brooks. It does seem to be that lane 3 is missing, which is the Brighton Grammar crew. And then we have in lane 5 from Shaw, Ethan Nam, Lachlan Paris, Henry Faddy and Caleb Jones, coxed by Jethro Chapman. In lane 6 from Ballarat, Clarendon, Stuart Hall, Max Mason, James Forsyth, Charlie McClure, coxed by Reese Belcher. And in lane 8, closest to the grandstand, Samuel O'Brien, Luca Laspina, Lucas Gontarczyk, Darcy McPherson and coxed by Lachlan Horden-Smith.
And through that first 1,000 metres, it was Ballarat Clarendon leading St Ignatius by St Ignatius won, by about 5 seconds, and then less than a second between second and fourth. So Shaw 2 in lane 5, and then Canberra Grammar 2 in lane 3, sitting in third and fourth place, and then just under 5 seconds back to St Ignatius in lane number 8. So that's as they were going through the 1,000 metre mark, so they've just passed the 1250 mark. Less than halfway to go, but it is Ballarat Clarendon in lane number 6. So the Ballarat crews racing on Lake Windaree. It was the host venue for the 1956 Melbourne Olympics. And you can see the plaques there when you go down to Lake Windaree and have a bit of a walk around the lake. It's a very lovely lake to walk around, but
it's quite a good interesting lake to row on. You row through the reeds, and when you get over the finish, stop very fast before you run up the wall.
Yeah, it interesting was probably the nicest, the best way of putting it. No, it does. I think the circular shape of the lake, where you don't really have that protection from any winds. So I would imagine that in very nice conditions, it's fantastic to row on.
Yeah, I think also I understand it's a very shallow lake. The first time I rowed there for a National Masters competition, and it was after the big drought, and only a year before, apparently, they'd had a bushfire through the middle of the lake in the reeds.
That's not something you hear very often, a bushfire in the middle of a lake. But it is Ballarat Clarendon still in the lead through the 1,500 metres. They've extended that lead over second place to just under 6 seconds. Canberra Grammar sitting in second, then St Ignatius in lane 2, Shaw in lane number 4, and then St Ignatius in lane number 8. 7 seconds back to 5th place. So they are, well, they have it very much all to do over the last 500 metres, and certainly with the way that the wind has picked up a wee bit, it would make it extremely difficult to be able to go through and qualify. So Ballarat Clarendon, the crew of Stuart Hall, Max Mason, James Forsyth, Charlie McClure and Reese Belcher. They're coached by Ian Peel, and they're a bit over a boat length ahead of the Canberra Grammar crew. Certainly just taking it, just upping it now a little bit. You can see some real pressure coming through those strokes as they're heading down through the Red Boys into the final stages. Canberra Grammar are leading St Ignatius, and both those crews will qualify easily through to the final a little bit later on today. We just see there Ballarat Clarendon with the win. Canberra Grammar School will come through and take second place. Keep rowing until you hear the siren, boys. St Ignatius finishing in third place. Then we've got the crew from Shaw in fourth. They'll qualify as well with St Ignatius 3 in lane number 8, finishing in fifth. The winning time in that heat was 7 minutes 0.25. So a little bit slower, but certainly the crew's taking a little bit easy as they came in through those final stages.
So once again, we have a set of keys that have been handed in. It looks like they're Toyota keys. And attached is a small carved wooden turtle. So if you've lost your keys somewhere out in the car park, or sorry, it was in the boat park they were found, please come up to the commentary box and we will hand them over.
Underway, we are in the first heat of the Championship Women's Under-21 Eights. This event sponsored by V Insurance. First through fourth through to the finals, with the rest eliminated from this event. Lane 2 from UTS and Sydney, Bianca Ripnick-Williams, Jade Bliss of Evelyn Stitka, Madeline Mannins, Isabel Yardley, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain, Leila Gaston, Sophie Castellas, coached by Jared Watson. Lane 3 from Townsville Commercial and JCU, Griffith University Surfers Paradise, so the Gold Coast, Brisbane and Townsville. We've got Bethany Harvest, Melena Wilcox, Lily Bragg, Indiana Jenkinson, Ruby Hodges, Eva Pinkerton, Sarah Burke, Rose Ricks, Hannah Alford is the Cox, and they're coached by David Vandis, Christopher Holliday and Harrison Parks. Lane 4 from Geelong Grammar, Eda Phillips, Sacha Laidlaw, Bella Haig, Manon Pirench, Leonie Kasasi-Papton, Flora Gillies, Alice Bowler, Lily James and Lily Power. Lane 5 from Sydney University, Nicole Vance, Charlotte Harton, Zoe Bond, Megan Wood, Jessica Colburn, Alyssa Fickers, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray and Chloe Giretta, coached by Alfie Young, Alan Bennett and Kieran Glynn. Lane 6 from Geelong College, Emma Smith, Eliza Clancy, Eliza Savides, Stella Benson, Hannah Dunton, Sienna McArdle, Lily Bartruni, Mackenzie Pugh, Audrey Jantz, and they're coached by Pam Westendorf. Lane 7 from MLCQ, Amaya Crawshay, Emily Davies, Claire Wong, Pearl Zymer, Amy Crow, Madeline Croker, Jess Watson, Evelyn Ford and Alessandra Lowe. And then in Lane 8 from Wesley College, Aurora Slewinski, Olivia Nicholson, Lucy Douglas-Hines, Sibylla White, Therese Matheson, Caitlin Woods, Jasmine Woolhouse, Ella Davey, Holly Carter's the coxswain, and they're coached by David Webster.
They're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, so we'll get a fairly good idea of how the race is panning out. It does, from up here, look like a fairly even race. It does look to be that the Sydney University crew has a lead over the rest of the field. But again, we'll get a better, here they are, they're crossing the 1,000 metre line now. So Sydney University out in front have a bit of a lead over the UTS composite crew. They're followed across by Wesley College, but very close behind them is the commercial composite and then the MLCQ composite or crew. So quite a margin back to Geelong College. So the battle is going to be for the qualifying position of 4th place.
Less than a second between 3rd and 5th mark. It's going to be a fascinating look to see who's going to be able to hold on. And this third quarter, it's the cliche, I guess, it's a championship quarter, but it is that opportunity to be able to row through. Do you have enough energy left in the tank, Dev? Is the fuel there? Have you spent it all going off the line at the start? It's all these different, and it fascinates me, the different ways that you can row. You can fly and die off the start and try and hold on. Or do you try and push yourself through and then close the gap? And making it harder is, of course, we're going backwards. So you can't always see exactly how far that distance is.
Yeah, very interesting, that one, Stuart, because on different days you moderate yourself a little differently as well. Speaking as a mostly singles rower, so that pacing yourself is the very tricky part, and how to hold back, and I dare say all the coaches have a theory about it. Very interesting I watched a presentation or video presentation by Eric Murray talking about how the New Zealanders do it. And when you watch them in their premium races, they look to be coming from behind, but in fact what they do is they train to go at the same pace across the whole distance. So when others are starting to drop back, they look like they're gaining, but they're actually just continuing on at the same speed. But back to the race on water.
Yes, we've got Sydney University leading UTS Sydney Composite, MLCQ in third, Wesley College in fourth place, and then it's back to the Commercial Composite in fifth. So they have just dropped off the pace a little bit, that Commercial Composite. As mentioned, that's Griffith University Surfers Paradise on the Gold Coast. We've got Commercial in Brisbane, and then you've got Townsville JCU up in Townsville. So the entire breadth of the state of Queensland there in that particular crew. But they are just dropping off, and you can see them now just moving towards the back there. They, with about 250 metres to go, they will have it all to make up if they are to qualify for the final of the women's under-21 eights. Sydney University don't have that problem, though. This crew, Nicole Vance, Charlotte Hartson, Zoe Bond, Megan Wood, Jessica Colburn, Alyssa Fickers, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray and Chloe Giuretta. I would expect to see a number of these rowers in the New South Wales Bicentennial Cup crew at the Interstates Regatta at the end of Nationals in March. They're looking very comfortable out there at the moment. They don't really look like they're putting the foot down too much, but there's plenty of power that's coming through from every stroke that they've got there. So Sydney University are going to go through and come in first. The battle for fourth has just heated up because the Queenslanders have woken up. We've got Sydney University. They'll go through. They'll qualify in first place. Second place will go to the crew in lane 2. It's the UTS Sydney Composite. Third is going to go to lane 7, MLCQ. And then just holding on will be Wesley College in fourth, the Commercial Composite. Just behind them in fifth, that final margin, just over a second between fourth and fifth. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to make up that last little stretch coming through. Geelong College in lane number 6 will come through in sixth place, with Geelong Grammar coming through in seventh. So that winning time there in the first heat of the women's under-21 eights, 6 minutes 35.46. And a winning margin there, mark of 7.81 seconds. So Sydney University, very comfortable out in front.
So coming down the course now is Heat 2 of the women's under-21 8. Over on the far side from Loreto Kirribilli, we have Maddie Wheelahan, Bridget Carnival, Amelia Charlson, Heidi Aarons, Annabelle Ross, Georgia Moran, Chloe Cameron and Zoe Ryan, coxed by Monica Dunstan. In lane 3 from Geelong Grammar, Annabelle McDonald, Rose Jones, Sienna Baillieu, Lulu Poglaze, Abby Sharrock Yates, Amy Barrow, Miranda Warswick, Arabella Rigney, coxed by Olivia Mann. In lane 4 from Western Australia, we have a mixture of Swan River, Western Australia and Adelaide University, Fremantle and Adelaide rowers. We have Stephanie Potmar, Victoria Binns, Emma O'Neill, Isabella Edinger, Zara Hoadley, Diana Macalino, Elise Morrow Barrett, Greta Spencer and Emily Degas is the cox. From St Catherine's in lane 5 we have Eden McGregor, Ada Lloyd, Tilda Dunn, Melanie Poulos, Audrey Stigter, Jaslyn Morgan, Lucy Hall, Darcy Connell, Georgia Parks is the cox. In lane 6, we have a Mercantile, Wendouree, Ballarat and the Gambie composite of Kate McNeil, Clodagh McCarthy, Mia Harrison, Imogen Nation, Grace Ivers, Lucy Richardson, Abigail Cox, Jess Hawker and Isabel Finch is their cox. In lane 7 from Melbourne University, Emily McComb, Felicity Murray, Lucy Green, Olive Pascoe, Tiffany Crossthwaite, Chloe Nevins, Meg Dumbrill, Jemima Wilcox and are coxed by Jackie Evans. And in lane 8 from the University of Queensland, Astrid Thomas, Eliza Bridgefoot, Edie Russell, Ruby Dollar, Georgia Montague, Lucy McFarlane, Alice Reedy, Tyler Hutton and are coxed by Priscilla Russell.
So Melbourne University led the University of Queensland through 1,000 metres, and we're just about to get a bit of an idea as to where our crews are sitting as they're coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark. So it's still Melbourne University out in front, yes, Melbourne University, half a boat length ahead of the University of Queensland, and then the Mercantile, Wendouree Ballarat and Nagambie Composite not far behind them. So less than about a boat length between first and third. The Swan River Composites sitting in fourth place in that final qualification position. Geelong Grammar then about 5.5 seconds back in fifth place, and then again back a little bit further to our remaining crews. So that's the St Catherine's crew, Loretto Kirribilli in lanes 5 and 2. So into the final stages, and even though we have been saying that there is a bit of a southerly coming through, certainly these crews closest to the grandstand. So that's Melbourne University in lane 7, University of Queensland closest to the grandstand, and the Mercantile, Wendouree Ballarat and Nagambie Composite doing quite well in lane number 6. We've got the Swan River Composite in lane 4, just leading the Geelong Grammar crew by a bit over a boat length into the last 250 metres. And we spoke earlier about how the Sydney University crew would expect to see a number of those rowers in the Bicentennial Cup. Potentially here, we've got Melbourne University and the Mercantile Composite. So a number of those for the Victorian crew, and then also this University of Queensland crew. I would expect to see a number of those rowers go through in the Queensland Bicentennial Cup crew as well. Melbourne University have led from the start. They've got themselves a boat length now over the University of Queensland. It's going to be a nice win for them in heat number 2 with the under-21 women's 8s. Second place going to the University of Queensland, with third going to the Mercantile, Wendouree Ballarat and Nagambie Composite. Fourth place and the final qualification position will, appropriately enough, go to lane number 4. That's the Swan River, West Australian, Adelaide University, Fremantle and Adelaide Composite, finishing ahead of Geelong Grammar by a boat length there in the end. And then in the battle for 6th and 7th, we've got St Catherine's in lane number 5 in the middle of the course. They'll finish ahead of Loretto Kirribilli. So the winning time in that heat was 6 minutes 41.35. So about 6 seconds slower than the Sydney University crew. And I dare say pushed a little bit harder by that University of Queensland crew as well. So again, interesting finals. It's all to play for. We've got rowing up until 6 o'clock tonight. So make sure you keep an eye out on your screens. Keep the live stream going. Have it going in the background. But make sure you're listening and make sure you're watching, because we're going to have some fantastic finals.
Yeah, exactly. So coming down the course now, we have a change of pace with race number 123. It's the first heat of 3 for the Championships Women's Under-17 Double Scull. This event is sponsored by the Regatta Shop. So with 3 heats, there will be the first 3 through to the final. We've had a couple of scratchings in the first heat. So over in lane 3, from Nepean is Emily Boys and Vitty Young, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 4 from Radford College, Isabel Egan and Gigi Hickey. In lane 5 from Loretto Normanhurst, Juliet Mason and Poppy Russell, coached by Thomas Parker and Lily Gavin. In lane 6 from Commercial, Tiana Becker and Summer Phillips, coached by David Vandis and Ross Batho. In lane 7 from MLCQ, Chloe Blake and Matea Brown. In lane 8 from Mossman, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates, coached by Ben Whitewolf and Tom Schramko. And in lane 9 from the Armidale School, Georgia Henderson and Isabella Henderson.
So just going through the 1,000-metre mark now, and it is the Radford Scullers, Isabel Egan and Gigi Hickey, leading the crew from Mossman, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates. Commercial sitting in third, that's Sienna Becker and Summer Phillips. So that's our 1, 2, 3. The Armidale School going through in 4th through 1,000 metres. Loretto Normanhurst in 5th. Nepean going through in 6th, and then back a little bit further to our crew from MLCQ. As we just see again the footage coming through from the BRO boat that's going up, and you can just see there's a few waves that are just starting to form as the wind has once again picked up, although, and then looking across there to our earlier lane, so you can see the crew from Radford out in front looking very comfortable indeed. It's a matter really, this is where where the conditions are a little bit rougher. It's making sure that your technique's there, that your blades are off the water, that they don't get bumped around as you're coming forwards on the recovery, and then making sure that they're placed nicely so as that you do get that full value in from the drive. And the other thing as well, I mean, this is one of the things that's always fascinated me about rowing, how much of it is a mental game, to try and block out those conditions and not let them affect you. Just focus on the next stroke.
Exactly. Yeah, it's really focusing on technique, realising that the rest of the field is dealing with exactly the same conditions that you are, and doing the best you can. I've just checked the trusty Willy weather, and yes, there was a lull with the wind, but it's come right back up again. It's currently registering as about 22 kilometres per hour with 31 kilometre gusts, and we can see those gusts coming down the course. So it is a sou'easter, so mostly a tailwind, but it would be pushing them across also towards the grandstand.
So Radford College out in front through the 1500 metres. Mossman sitting in second place, and then in third place we have the crew from Commercial. So that's our 1, 2 and 3, the first 3 going through to the final later on today in the women's under 17 double scull. So you can see there significant gap between third and fourth. The Armidale School, I believe the sisters Georgia and Isabella Henderson, and then back then to Loretto Normanhurst in 5th place, Nepean in 6th place, and then back again to the crew from MLCQ, who are just a bit behind that BRO boat, so just coming over the 1500 metre mark now. So tricky conditions, but these rowers certainly ploughing through it. The crew from Radford College, Isabel Egan and Gigi Hickey. The Radford College, the recent changes, they did quite well under Vicky Spencer. They won the schoolboy and the schoolgirl point scores at national titles down in Lake Barrington in 2021. I believe it was the first time any school had won both point scores in the Australian Rowing Championships. Vicky left a couple of years ago. It's now run by Gordon Marks, who was the former national para coach for Rowing Australia. He's made the move to something slightly less stressful. He's taken over for Radford College, and a number of good coaches there. Will Hatcher, Max Meyer, that's working out at Radford College. So certainly I think Max has had a lot to do with the senior women's squads, and then Will with the senior men's squads. And they've certainly been competitive throughout this regatta. So into the final 20 metres or so, Radford College, Isabel Egan, Gigi Hickey, they'll go through and take the heat win in a very comfortable style. Just over a boat length between them and the crew from Mossman. That's Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates. So they'll qualify for the final as well. Coming through in third place will be the crew from Commercial. It's Sienna Becker and Summer Phillips, coached by David Vandas and Ross Batho. So they're our 1, 2, 3 going through to the final in the first heat of the women's under 17 double sculls. Finishing in fourth place in lane 9 will be Georgia and Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School. In fifth place will be the crew from Loretto Normanhurst in lane number 5. That's Juliet Mason and Poppy Russell. In sixth place will be the Nepean crew of Emily Boys and Vitty Young. And then in seventh, in lane number 7, will be the MLCQ crew of Chloe Blake and Mattia Brown. So they're just coming up towards the line now. The winning time for Radford College there, it's still a very brisk 7 minutes 51.15. And then a winning margin of 2.97 seconds back to second, and 10.82 seconds back to third.
And trying very hard to catch them as the second heat of the women's under 17 double scull. It's a full house. We have over in lane 1 Charlotte Olivier and Ava Markran from St George. In lane 2 from Leichhardt, Grace Conry and Sabrina Koskar. In lane 3 from Sydney, Mabel Oxenham and Xenia Palmer. In lane 4 from Mossman, Erica Nutt and Tanya Hornby. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, Maddie O'Brien and Lucy Reedy. In lane 6 from Radford College, Lily Soderblom and Lucy Mihaljevic. In lane 7 from Commercial, Holly Fleming and Olivia Grant. In lane 8 from Nepean, Jade Sharp and Jessica Harris, and closest to us, MLCQ, Zoe Jackal and Imogen Grant.
So Commercial out in front, that's Holly Fleming and Olivia Grant. They're just under 4 seconds ahead of the Sydney crew of Mabel Oxenham and Zinnia Palmer. Maddie O'Brien and Lucy Reedy from Kinross Walleroy in third place. So they're our qualifiers as things stand. Lily Soderblom and Lucy Mihailovic with a bit of work to do over the final 500 metres. They're in fifth, about 3.8 seconds behind them. Leichhardt, Grace Conroy and Sabrina Koska in fifth place. In lane 2, Nepean's Jade Sharp and Jessica Harris. In 6, Mossman's Erica Nutt and Tanya Hornby in 7th, and St George's Charlotte Olivier and Ava Macron. In 8th, and MLCQ Zoe Jackal and Imogen Grant in 9th place in lane number 9.
You go.
I was just going to say, so Commercial out in Sydney Rowing Club actually, and Commercial, our 2 leaders. So both with the blue Zooties, slightly different shades of blue, but certainly very similar. So Commercial closest to the grandstand, that's Holly Fleming and Olivia Grant, and then Sydney Rowing Club, Mabel Oxenham and Zinnia Palmer in second. And then we are seeing a little bit of a push here for that final qualification position. So we've got the crew from Leichhardt, Grace Conroy and Sabrina Koska. There wasn't much to pick between 4th, 5th and 6th into those final stages. The Kinross Walleroy crew, Maddie O'Brien and Lucy Reedy, are going to have to make sure that they do a big push towards the end there, because they are now under threat from Leichhardt. They can see Radford College off to their left. It's not quite able to get through. Radford not quite able to catch up to them. So Commercial out in front, lane number 7, Holly Fleming and Olivia Grant. They'll go through and take the win. So a strong win there for the girls from Brisbane. Second place going to Sydney Rowing Club. That's Mabel Oxenham and Zinnia Palmer. Third place will go to Kinross Walleroy. They saw the danger. Leichhardt unable to hold on to the charge. Fourth place will go to Radford College, but a very big finish there from Nepean in lane number 8. They came home with an absolute wet sail to finish in 5th. Leichhardt, so that was Jade Sharp and Jessica Harris. Leichhardt in 6th, Grace Conroy and Sabrina Koska, with Mossman going through in 7th. That was Erica Nutt and Tanya Hornby. And then finishing in 8th place will be the crew from St George. That's Charlotte Olivia and Ava Macron. And then in 9th place will be the MLCQ crew of Zoe Jackal and Imogen Grant.
And coming down the course is the third heat of the Championship Women's Under-17 Double Scull. Again, first 3 through to the final. Over on the far side from PLC Sydney is Frankie Riley and Emily Barrett. In lane 2 from Redlands, Catherine Budden and Isabel Campbell. The Commercial crew has scratched. In lane 4 from Loretto Normanhurst, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland. In lane 5 from the Cathedral School, Isabel Bella Williams and Talia Penrose. In lane 6 from Mossman, Frida Kirkman and Lottie Raverstein. In lane 7 from Somerset College, Brooke Bowden and Maddie McLaughlin. And in lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Roxana Brown and Annabelle McKenzie.
And I think we're going to be in for a fantastic finish here. We can just see the crews coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark. So Mossman were leading at the thousands. They're still leading going through the 1,500 metres, and they've got themselves a boat length lead over Loretto Normanhurst. That's Stella Moore and Patricia Boland, and then back another boat length to Newcastle Grammar. So that's our 1, 2 and 3. Somerset College from Queensland, Brooke Bowden and Maddie McLaughlin sitting there in 4th place, and then nice and evenly matched between PLC Sydney in 5th place, the Cathedral School in 6th, and Redlands in 7th place. So just 2.5 seconds between 5th and 7th through the 1,500 metre mark. So, and again, always that extra bit of, if you've got someone around you, you just want to get past them, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. It always makes the hardest races when you got another crew right there.
It's Mossman well and truly out in front. Frida Kirkman and Lottie Ravenstein. Tom Schrenko and Kieran Kabelke doing some great work there on the northern edge of Sydney. A couple of lanes across from them, we've got Loretto Normanhurst, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland sitting quite nicely in second, probably about a boat length back from them as we're looking down from the finish tower. The wind just gusting up a little bit now, and certainly not the glassy conditions that we saw a little bit earlier. Looks like a wrinkled bed on the water at the moment. Not that it's stopping the Mossman crew. Third place at the moment is the crew from Newcastle Grammar. That's Roxana Brown and Annabelle McKenzie. They're sitting nicely in third place. They are under a little bit of pressure from Somerset College's Brooke Bowden and Maddie McLaughlin, but a little bit over a boat length between third and fourth. So into the red boys now with about 100 metres to go. They should be able to go, hold on to that third position and qualify for the final a little bit later on today. So our heat winners will be the crew from Mossman, Frida Kirkman, Lottie Ravenstein. They'll take a couple of boat lengths lead, win over Loretto Normanhurst, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland, with the crew from Newcastle Grammar, Roxana Brown and Annabelle McKenzie finishing in third. Fourth place goes to Somerset College's Brooke Bowden and Maddie McLaughlin. And then in fifth place will be Redlands, Catherine Budden and Isabel Campbell, finishing ahead of PLC Sydney's Frankie Riley and Emily Barrett. Lane 6 from the Cathedral School, Isabel Williams and Talia Penrose finishing in 7th place. The winning time for that heat was 7 minutes 56.74, so that was a 7:54 for the second heat. And then a little bit earlier on from that, we did have a 7:51 from Radford College. So all of those, all of it adds up to what should be an exciting final in the Championship Women's Under-17 Double Scull. That will be race number 154.
And for a change of pace, we now have the Championship Men's Under-17 Double Scull. Again, there are 3 heats, so the first 3 through to the final. Coming down the course in the first heat is from the Armidale School over in lane 1, Toby Crawford and Noah Nielsen. In lane 3 from Trinity, Spencer James and Patrick Board. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Hayden Melmoth and Harrison Skelly Osmond. In lane 5 from Glebe, Christopher Vlahos and Luke Martin. In lane 6 from Radford College, Oliver Huweg and Lincoln Uren. In lane 7 from Trinity, Will Johnson and James Devlin. And in lane 8 from Marist College, Blake Auger and Roland Carter. And needless to say, I'll be rooting for the Glebe crew out there in lane 5.
Well, they are in the lead, Christopher Vlahos and Luke Martin through the first 500, leading Hunter Valley Grammar's Hayden Melmoth, Harrison Skelly Osmond. The 2 ACT crews, Radford College, Oliver Horwig and Lincoln Uren, leading Marist's Blake Auger and Roland Carter. And then back a little bit further, Trinity in lane number 7. That's Will Johnson and James Devlin leading the other Trinity crew, Spencer James and Patrick Board. And then back a little bit further to the Armidale Schools, Toby Crawford and Noah Nielsen. I'm just checking my trusty weather app here. We can see the wind coming up on the water. The gusts being more frequent. The current data says that the wind speed is around 26 kilometres an hour with gusts of up to 45 kilometres an hour. So fortunately they're mostly behind the crews, so they go running with them. If you were going into this wind, it would be quite something, but it's mostly a tailwind. It's a southeaster or south-southeaster at the moment, but it looks more like, to me, like it's coming more from the east, just given the chop on the water, but should make for some very fast times as well. Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't look to be affecting our scullers too much there. And certainly that's the women's under-17, all of those crews going through sub-8. So definitely wasn't affecting them in those heats.
Just a bit of a close-up there of the Glebe scullers. They can see they're in the lead, so they're just looking very comfortably. They've saving their energy for the final. They've got about half a length over the Radford College crew. of Oliver Horweg and Lincoln Uren. And further back is, that looked like the Hunter Valley Grammar Crew, is it?
Yep.
Coming through. So that's as they've come through the 1,000-metre mark. So it does look like they'll be the first three qualifiers. They're followed across by, I think, the
Marist College.
The Marist College crew. Big gap back now to the first of the Trinity crews. A gap there of 12 seconds. It's unlikely they'll make that up. And they're followed across by the second Trinity crew over on, we're not quite sure which lane they're in.
As we just see the footage there from the BRO boats, so looking out towards the Blue Mountains, and again, a little bit of a closer up view of those waves and the slightly rougher conditions that we've got today compared to, well, I guess yesterday, and also a little bit earlier on, straight after the lunch break. That's all. So through the first 1,000 metres, we did have Christopher Vlahos and Luke Martin out in front, but we are seeing a push here from Oliver Horweg and Lincoln Uren. And as they're coming up towards now the 1,500 metre timing hut, I do think it will be the Radford College crew that have moved ahead and certainly got themselves a bit over a boat length ahead of that Glebe crew.
I think it's a game of tactics here, though. Why kill yourself, save yourself for the final a bit later on? So the Glebe boys looked over their shoulder to see the others going past and just thought, yeah, let them do it.
Well, it's also, they've got a 11-second gap between Glebe in second and Hunter Valley Grammar in third place, and then Marist in fourth have 7 seconds to make up over the final 500 metres. So certainly a very difficult task for our crews, for that Marist crew, Blake Auger and Roland Carter, to be able to go through potentially and qualify. Lane 7, the crew of Will Johnson and James Devlin from Trinity. They're ahead of their compatriots, Spencer James and Patrick Board, also from Trinity.
Interesting, though, the Radford boys seem to have just taken their rating up as they've come into the last 250 metres. They're not going to waste the opportunity to show off a good race here. The Glebe boys still just cruising down the course. They know they're through to the final, so not too worried. In fact, I think they've just dropped their rating.
Yeah, that Glebe crew, I think the start has helped the Glebe crew qualify there. They were well and truly in the lead through the first 500 metres, and they've been able to control what they're doing ever since. So Radford certainly giving it a bit of a push, and you can see there that's a higher rate of striking. The Radford crew closest to the grandstand, closest to the front of the screen for those watching on the live stream, and then Glebe certainly a lot lower rating, a lot more calm, a lot more in control there. But as you say, Mark, why waste an opportunity to be able to lay down a marker? And that's certainly what Radford College have done there. Oliver Horweg and Lincoln Uren going through in first place in the first heat of the Championship Men's Under-17 Double Sculls. Second place will go to the two Glebe Scullers. That's Christopher Vlahos and Luke Martin. With third going through to Hunter Valley Grammar's Hayden Melmoth and Harrison Skelly Osmonds. Fourth will go to Marist College, Blake Auger and Roland Carter. They kept similar distance to the Hunter Valley Grammar crew, but weren't able to go through and pinch that final qualification position. And then we'll go back a little bit further. We've got the crew in lane number 7. That's Trinity's Will Johnson and James Devlin, finishing ahead of the other crew from Trinity, Spencer James and Patrick Board, and then back a bit further to Toby Crawford and Noah Nielsen from the Armidale School, just having some troubles, it looks like, with their equipment at the moment as they're coming up towards the final 250. Also coming up is heat number 2 of the men's under-17 double sculls. Lane 2 from Somerset College, we have Byron Taylor and Angus Riddle. In lane 3 from Trinity, Charlie Harris and Daytona Derbyshire, coached by Lachlan Goller and Jackson Harrison. Lane 4 from the Cathedral School, Hamish Wright and Samuel Offerman. In lane 5 from Oxenford, Joshua Pickering Pentland and Ryan Hitchler, coached by James Harcombe. Lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy in orange, Toby Buckland and Lachlan DeVries, coached by Benjamin Watt. Lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Alexander Griffiths and Benjamin McGregor, coached by Thomas Hart. And then lane 8 from Nepean, the locals, Oscar Parsons and Lockie Rogers, and they're coached by Daniel Waddell.
And they've come through the 1,000-metre mark. Byron Taylor and Angus Riddle were had a bit of a lead over the. Oops, I've just we've just got a bit of a data issue here. Suddenly reading out from the screen, and it's gone to gobbledygook. So we've got a couple of finishes from the previous race here. It's the. Who are they? They're the Armidale School.
So that's Toby Crawford and Noah Nielsen. I think there's been some
there.
There's been some issues, I think, in there, and they have gone through, finished the race. Big congratulations to Toby Crawford and Noah Nielsen.
And continuing to row on. I don't think they heard the hooter. Maybe they did. Maybe they've decided they need to clear the course for this race that's thundering down behind them.
So Somerset College, it looks to be, no, Canberra Grammar. So I've got Canberra Grammar in the lead. So Canberra Grammar leading this second heat of the men's under-17 double scull. So that's Alexander Griffiths and Benjamin McGregor, coached by Thomas Hart. And then back to Kinross Walleroy, Toby Buckland and Lachlan DeVries. And it's going to be a tight finish here for these qualification positions. Somerset College in lane number 1, potentially just sitting in second level with Kinross Walleroy. And then we've got Oxenford in lane number 5 and the Cathedral School in lane 4. Does look like Trinity are back a little bit. Nepean also pushing hard in lane 8. So a strong finish coming up here in heat number 2 of the men's under-17 double scull. Canberra Grammar, Alexander Griffiths, Benjamin McGregor, they're going to go through and qualify in first place. Who's going to finish behind them? Here comes Nepean. They're putting in the big push. Somerset College, Kinross Walleroy. There's 3 places, 4 rowers. Nepean will qualify in second. Kinross will qualify in third. Somerset College in fourth. And then back to the Cathedral School in fifth. Oxenford in fifth. And then back a little bit further to the crew from Trinity in lane number 3. So an exciting little finish going on there. But certainly the crew from Nepean, Oscar Parsons and Lockie Rogers, they came home blistering pace to make sure that they qualified for the final of the men's under-17 double scull.
As did the Kinross Walleroy crew. They pushed pretty hard over the
Somerset crew
over on the far side, who were holding second and third place.
It's that old story. You need to push right through to the end to make sure that you're going through. So Canberra Grammar, Nepean and Kinross Walleroy are 3 qualifiers in heat number 2 of the men's under-17 double scull.
And a big cheer to the boys from Trinity College just coming. Is that Trinity? Just coming across the line now. So, and sitting on the... So sitting on the start line is the third heat of the men's under-17 double scull. And we've seen that we've got varying skill levels and a bit of excitement out there on the course as they come down. Over in lane 2 from Nepean, we have Nicholas Walsh and Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 3 from St Augustine's, Rory Parker and Hamish Wise, coached by Bjarne Ungemark and Judith Ungemark. In lane 4 from Redland, Zachary Bornis and Oscar Pearce, coached by Alec Price. In lane 5 from Somerset College, Xavier Brand and William Holt. The Trinity crew has scratched. In lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Thomas Foster and Edward Walsh, coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. And in lane 8 from Manning Valley Anglican, Oliver Sampson and Rian Watkins, coached by Murray Doust. And they are still sitting on the start line. waiting for the start, so there will be a slight pause until we see some action there.
So on the screen there, you can just see we're waiting for the start of the third heat of the men's under-17 double sculls. Coming up, we are running a little bit behind the program at the moment. Coming up after this, we've got the Championship Women's Elite double sculls. We've got 2 heats there, and then 2 heats for the men's double sculls as well. So plenty to come. They'll be the last of our heats for the next little while before we move on to the semi-finals for the Championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Sculls. So they are underway now in the final heat of the men's under-17 double sculls. So racing has got underway there. In lane 2 from Nepean, Nicholas Walsh and Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 3 from St Augustine's, Rory Parker and Hamish Wise, coached by Bjarne and Judith Ungermack. In lane 4 from Redlands, Zachary Bornes and Oscar Pearce, coached by Alec Price. Lane 5 from Somerset College, Xavier Brand and William Holt. We have a scratching in lane 6 from Trinity. In lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Thomas Foster and Edward Walsh, coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. And then lane 8 from Manning Valley Anglican, we have Oliver Sampson and Rian Watkins, and they're coached by Murray Doust.
So while we wait for them to come down the course, I'll put another shout out for the keys that were handed in. Appear to be for a probably older Toyota, and attached to the key ring is a small carved wooden turtle. If these keys are yours, or if you know whose they are, please pop up to the commentary box, and we, with bribery, we might hand them over.
I'm sure we can do it without the bribery. It's not compulsory. But certainly if you do have those keys with it's a very distinctive carved turtle, so do make sure you collect those. Very close through the first 500. Hunter Valley Grammar in the leads, then Redlands, St Augustine's, Manning Valley, Anglican and Nepean, all within about, I'd say, let's give it about 2 seconds of each other, and then back a little bit further to Somerset College in 6th place. So with a bit of luck, and that they all stay pretty close, I think we should be in for an exciting race here. So this is the third heat, as we mentioned, of the men's under-17 double sculls. First, second and third going through to the final. Following that, we've got the women's elite double sculls. That's first, second, third and fourth. So some big names in that one. And also some interesting storylines coming through there as well. So we'll talk a little bit about those ones later on. And then the men's elite double scull heats as well. So again, 2 heats there, and again some big names, and certainly plenty of places up for grabs, particularly within the men's sculling program. We don't have at the moment any of the men's sculling boats qualified for Paris. The sweep boats are, the pairs, the 4 and the 8, but the men's sculling still with it all to do at the final qualification regatta in Lucerne. And you can see there on the screen in the inset in the top left-hand corner that the start of the women's first heat of the women's elite double sculls will be underway shortly. We're just seeing the men's under-17s go through the 1,000-metre timing point, and St Augustine's have had a big second 500. They've moved ahead of Hunter Valley Grammar in second, Redlands in third, another second behind them, Manning Valley Anglican in fourth, and then Nepean not far behind in fifth. So it's going to be it's going to be a tight one at the top end of the men's under-17 double scull. The women's elite double scull is underway, and I suspect they're going to be very close to this other heat going through. So we'll just quickly go through the names of the crews in the women's elite double scull. Lane 1 from the University of Queensland and Commercial Rowing Clubs is Samantha Blanchard and Claire Jamison, coached by Jacinta Edmonds and Philip Bergignon. Lane 2 from Corio Bay, Sydney Arnold and Lauren Murphy, coached by Anita Whitehouse. Lane 3 from ANU, Alexandra Moylan and Catherine Kahn, coached by Nigel Harding and Deanne Grant. In lane 4 from Sydney Uni and the University of Queensland and the National Training Centre, Ria Thompson and Rowena Meredith. In lane 5 from Sydney and Melbourne University and the National Training Centre, Amanda Bateman and Harriet Hudson. Lane 6 from Sydney University and the ANU, we have Anika Reardon and Georgia Meansero, coached by Nigel Harding and Thomas Lowrick. Lane 7 from the University of Queensland, Ellie Reddy and Elizabeth Newell, coached by Philip Bergignon and Michael Russell. And then lane 8 from ANU and Sydney University, Aisha Rafi and Sophie Gerapatridis, coached by Alan Bennett and Nigel Harding.
And we're just waiting for the final heat of the men's under-17 double scull to come through the 1,500 metre mark, so we can get a better take on it. But they do look pretty close together from the bird's eye view we have up here. It does look like the 2 boats over closest to the grandstand in the lead. That's the Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Thomas Foster and Edward Walsh, and Manning Valley Anglican of Oliver Sampson and Rian Watkins. And but over on the far side there, Rory Parker and Hamish Wise from St Augustine's. It's very close. So
St Augustine's, Manning Valley, Hunter Valley, Redlands, Nepean. And Redlands was less than 0.1 of a second in 4th place, and then only 2.5 seconds back to Nepean. So if Nepean have a big push in this final part, we may find that they're able to go through and qualify for the final later on today. It's only the top 3 going through there.
And look, just knowing the Nepean crews, they do always seem to have that final bit to give through. And I'm looking at also at the Manning Valley Anglican College crew have come through a couple of places since the 1,000 metre mark, and their coach Murray Doust is a very strong rower, and I race against him. He always seems to find a bit extra in that last bit to make mincemeat of the rest of us. So let's see what happens out here.
So we've got just under 200 metres to go. The crew from St Augustine's have been leading from about the 1,000-metre mark, and they are still out in front. We've just had a little bit of a crab there from Redlands. We've had a crab from Redlands, Zachary Bourness and Oscar Pearce. They are back moving, but it may well mean that they don't qualify through to the final. That's so sad to see. St Augustine's out in front. We've got Nepean. They did that push we spoke of. Manning Valley Anglican over in lane number 8, sitting in 3rd place at the moment, potentially moving up into 2nd. So it will be the crew from St Augustine's, Rory Parker and Hamish Wise with the win. 2nd going to Manning Valley Anglican. 3rd going through to Nepean. 4th, well, it'll be a photo for 4th between Hunter Valley Grammar and Redlands. So just an absolute shame there for the Redlands crew. Zachary Bourness and Oscar Pearce, they had a crab right towards the end when they were really pushing that Nepean crew and Manning Valley Anglican to try and go through. So 4th place, photo for 4th and 5th between Redlands and Hunter Valley Grammar, with Somerset College making up our field. Moving back down the course, we've got the first heat of the Women's Elite Double Sculls, and I spoke a little bit about some of the storylines we had there. So Amanda Bateman and Harriet Hudson, they're leading from the National Training Centre through the 1,000-metre mark. 2nd place, Anika Reardon from ANU and Georgia Miansaro from Sydney University. Now that crew are the lightweight crew. They are looking to represent Australia at the final qualification regatta, and with the decision of the IOC and World Rowing to drop the lightweights from the Olympics in 2028 in Los Angeles, this really is, we talk about last chance regattas, this is the last chance for lightweights to go to the Olympics. It just makes it a little bit harder for some of the lightweights to be able to qualify for that peak event. So they're certainly looking very strong through the 1,000-metre mark. Rhea Thompson, Rowena Meredith, just behind them though, in 3rd place. ANU and Sydney University, that's Aisha Rafi and Sophie Gera-Petridis in 4th place, and then the straight ANU crew, Alex Moylan and Catherine Kahn, then Corio Bay, Sydney Arnold, Lauren Murphy, Ellie Reddy, Elizabeth Newell from Uni of Queensland. Sitting in 7th place there, as we just see that crew of Amanda Bateman and Harriet Hudson 5.5 seconds ahead of the lightweight crew from Sydney University and ANU, and then Sydney University, University of Queensland, Rhea Thompson and Rowena Meredith sitting in 3rd. In the battle for 4th place, we've got it's going to be tight. We've got ANU and Sydney University, the University of Queensland Commercial, and ANU, Alex Moylan and Catherine Kahn a little bit behind them. So it's going to be a fascinating finish going through there, and then right behind them we'll basically go straight from the finish of this one into the 2nd heat of the Women's Elite Double Sculls. And again, some great crews that'll be going through in these ones. This particular heat is a tough heat. It's going to be a difficult one. Certainly not troubling Amanda Bateman and Harriet Hudson from Melbourne University and Sydney Rowing Clubs, respectively. They've got that commanding lead. Off to the left, Anika Reardon, Georgia Miansaro from ANU and Sydney University. They're just holding on at the moment. We're seeing a push come from Rhea Thompson and Rowena Meredith from the University of Queensland and Sydney University. Those two scullers looking to go through in the women's quad scull, which is already qualified for the 2024 Olympics. And then back a little bit further, we've got, looks to be in lane number 3 that have moved through now. That's Catherine Kahn and Alex Moylan in lane 3 that have moved through to that final qualification position for the final. Out in front, Amanda Bateman, Harriet Hudson from Sydney and Melbourne University. They'll go through, take the heat win in convincing style. 2nd place will go through to the lightweights. It will be Georgia Miansaro and Anika Reardon from Sydney University and ANU. 3rd place will go to Rhea Thompson and Rowena Meredith from Sydney University and the University of Queensland, with the 4th and final qualification position to Alexandra Moylan and Catherine Kahn, finishing ahead of the University of Queensland crew of Ellie Reddy and Elizabeth Newell. Aisha Rafi from Sydney University and Sophie Gera-Petridis from ANU finishing in 6th. And then we've got a bit of a gap back then to the Corio Bay crew in lane number 2. That's Sydney Arnold and Lauren Murphy.
So before we know it, the second heat of the women's elite double scull is nearly upon us. Over on the far side from Essendon, Alyssa Mirabelli and Asher Gordon, coached by Barry Gardner and Glenn Buttrell. In lane 3 from Canberra and Japan, Shiho Yonakawa from Japan and Kara Grizkowiak from Canberra. Grizkowiak. In lane 4 from UTS and the University of Queensland, Caitlin Cronin and Laura Gurley. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Tara Rigney and Kate Rowan. In lane 7 from Centenary, Jessica Malcolm and Sophie Malcolm. And in lane 8 from Banks, Susanna Lutz and Janice Kelderman.
So Susanna Lutz in the Banks crew, we saw her a little bit earlier today with third in the women's para single sculls and also in the third place in the double scull, combining with Toby Gufsasson. Susanna in the PR3 mixed coxed 4 that competed at the World Championships last year and also qualified that boat through for the Paris Paralympics. So on the Paralympic side, we have the obviously the mixed double scull with Jed Altschwager and Nikki Ayres. They've qualified through and setting world best times absolutely everywhere. The mixed Cox 4 has gone through, as has Eric Horry in the PR1 single sculls.
So as we'd expect, as they come into the last 250 metres, Tara Rigney and Kate Rowan, I think, have extended their lead over Caitlin Cronin and Laura Gurley. Then further over on the far side, we have the Shiho Yonakawa and Kara, you'll say it,
Grishkowiak.
And they are followed pretty closely, and the battle's going to be for this coveted 4th position, Jessica Malcolm and Sophie Malcolm.
Yeah, the Malcolm sisters from Centenary in the Queensland Academy of Sport up there in Brisbane, coached by Gus Rodero and Ben Southwell. Certainly very talented young women going through that the programs up there, working closely with the Queensland Academy of Sport. Tara Rigney and Kate Rowan just taking the rating right down. As you say, Mark, you would expect anything with two oars, you would expect to see Tara Rigney do well, and certainly out in front, and a comfortable win there for the Sydney University crew. Tara Rigney, Kate Rowan. Second place will go through to Caitlin Cronin from the University of Queensland and Laura Goulet from UTS. Third place will go to the Canberra and Team Japan composite of Shiho Yonakawa and Kara Grishkowiak, so they'll qualify for the final later on today, as will the crew from Queensland's Jessica and Sophie Malcolm from Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport. Finishing in 4th place in those very distinctive pink zooties will be that crew of Susanna Lutzer and Janice Kelderman. They'll finish in 5th ahead of Essendon's Alyssa Mirabelli and Asher Gordon. So the winning time in that heat was 7 minutes 10.38 compared to 7 minutes 1.3. But I do think that, they certainly toned it down a little bit towards the end there, conserving that energy in that Sydney University winning boat. So
I think we need to move on to the next race, which is the first heat of the Championship men's elite double. So it's the first 4 through. Over in lane 2, we have Alexander Jeremijenko from Commercial and Hamish Parry from Toowong. In lane 3 from Adelaide, Mitchell Reinhard and Oscar McGuinness. In lane 4, Jackson Free from Griffiths University, Surfers Paradise, and Joel Kane from Melbourne University. In lane 5, David Barthelot from Sydney University and Caleb Anthill from ANU. In lane 6, Xavier Hall O'Sullivan from Corio and James Meads from Banks. In lane 7 from Harry Glacken from Capital Lakes and Alexander Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club. And in lane 8 from Newcastle, Ben Homer and Remy Keats. And we're just about to have a changeover of commentary, but this race is roaring down the course. And out in the lead, where it does look to be David Barthelot and Caleb Anthill over in lane 5.
Yeah, those two rowers, first and second in the men's single scull, a little bit earlier on today. So, again, not surprising. And again, we talked about having that the opportunities there, given that the men haven't qualified any of the sculling boats for Paris as yet. They'll need to go through the final qualification regatta. That'll be in Lucerne at the end of May, and certainly plenty of pressure on the rowers that'll be going over for that regatta. The Adelaide Rowing Club crew, Mitchell Reinhardt and Oscar McGuinness. We saw Oscar in the lightweights double scull last year, combining with Sean Murphy. So again, he'll be looking to try and make sure that he can get selected in that lightweight double scull. We'll see Sean Murphy and Hamish Harding going down a little bit later on today in these next heats. So they'll be coming down the course very shortly. So David Bartolo and Caleb Antill, first and second in the single sculls. They'll go through and qualify first in the first heat of the men's elite double sculls. Second place will go to the Adelaide crew of Mitchell Reinhardt and Oscar McGuinness. They've finished just a little bit over a boat length back there. Third place will go to Harry Glacken from Capital Lakes and Alexander Wolfe from Sydney Rowing Club. Fourth and final qualification position to Xavier Hall-Sullivan and James Meads from Corio and Banks Rowing Clubs. Fifth place going to the Toowong Commercial Composite of Alexander Jeremijenko and Hamish Parry, with six going to Jackson Free and Joel Kane from Melbourne University, Griffith University Surfers Paradise, and then Ben Homer and Remy Keats from Newcastle in seventh place. The final heat for the men's elite double scull, of the second heat, lane 2 from Cairns in the Queensland Academy of Sport, Alec Patterson and Chad Willett, coached by Scott Rowe and Ben Southwell and Gus Rodero. Lane 3 from Melbourne University, Felix Oliver and Harry Fox. Lane 4 from Sydney University in the West Australian Rowing Club, Jack Cleary and Campbell Watts. Lane 5 from the West Australian Rowing Club and Sydney University, Marcus Delamata and Alex Rossi. Lane 6, the lightweight crew, Sean Murphy from UTS and Hamish Harding from ANU. In lane 7 from UTS, Dara Alizadeh and Sam Green, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon. And then lane 8 from North Esk and Buckingham, Joseph Wilson and Jack Barrett, and they're coached by Trevor Barrett. And then looking down the crew in the middle, Marcus Delamata and Alex Rossi out in front at the moment as they're coming up now towards the 1500 metre mark. Jack Cleary and Campbell Watts sitting in second place, and then the lightweight crew of Sean Murphy and Hamish Harding sitting in third. So they're the first three going through, and then Mark, so we head into the last of the heats for this first part of the afternoon session. The battle for fourth place is going to be tight. We've got Cairns, North Esk Composites, UTS potentially just a little bit off the pace at the moment, but also Melbourne University. And then through and just having a look now, through the 1500, we've got the crews there. So it was West Australian, Sydney University, Delamata and Rossi, Cleary and Watts in second, Murphy and Harding in third, Wilson and Barrett in fourth place, and then back about 5 seconds, Alec Patterson and Chad Willett. Worthwhile pointing out, though, Chad Willett was in the schoolboy single sculls at the Australian Rowing Championships last year, so he's definitely stepping up a few races, a few categories, I guess.
Someone to watch in the future.
Very much someone to watch. He had some very convincing wins in the single sculls last year, and certainly now making the jump and not being outclassed in amongst the big boys in the men's elite double sculls. So the final stages now, we're having a nice little battle here between the crew. Marcus Delamata from Sydney Uni, Alex Rossi from West Australian, and then Jack Cleary from West Australian and Campbell Watts from Sydney University. So they're just reversed there. You can see the two crews going through, and you can really see the rate starting to go up now from Cleary and Watts ahead of Delamata and Rossi into the final stages now. It might be a heat, but I tell you what, there's always bragging rights between these guys. Big push coming here from lane number 5. It's a photo, but I think it might have just been lane number 4. Cleary and Watts maybe just on the surge ahead of Delamata and Rossi. Third place will go to Murphy and Harding, finishing a boat length ahead of Wilson and Barrett. So they're our 4 qualifiers for the final. Canned, Patterson and Willett finishing in 5th ahead of Oliver and Fox from Melbourne University in 6th, and 7th place going to Dara Alizadeh and Sam Green from UTS.
It'll
Mark,
be interesting to see the photo on that one. I think Marcus and Alex Rossi got got them
It will
just
be
on
very,
a bow ball
very
there.
interesting photo. It won't be much more than about the width of the bow number. We're going to have a change of commentators now. We're going to
We're
take
going
a
to
step
hand
out.
over to the real professionals now.
We'll hand it over now. We've got joining in the commentary for the next race, which will be the semi-finals of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Sculls. The next voices you hear will be Lizzie Chapman and Tom Trobe.
Yes, indeed. The So the race on the course right now is race number 133, the Championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull semi-final. There are 2 semi-finals with 4 of these crews to progress through to the final later on today. In lane 1, we have the Armadale School first crew of Isabella Crawford, Sophia Lawrence, Beatrice Thibault and Stella Maroulis, with Alice Carter coxing them. They're coached by Marty Inglis. In lane 2, we have Radford College from Canberra, Amelie Brennan, Coco Gunter, Zara Turner and Zoe Hickey, coxed by Charles Kendall. In lane 3, we have Gippsland Grammar, Ruby Lindrea, April Harrison, Scarlett Tavaski and Ella Gerand, coxed by Lucy Hodges. In lane 4, Radford College second crew with Thea Reinhardt, Sophie Fremantle, Bonnie Hardy and Amber Smith, coxed by Stuart Ward. In lane 5, All Hallows with Nell Murphy, Danielle Watt, Gabrielle Ryan and Abby Collins, coxed by Gracie Gascoigne. In lane 6, Melbourne Girls Grammar School with Zena Obeid, Stephanie Speller, Addie Dean and Caitlin Anthony, coxed by Ellie Polglaze. In lane 7, Loretto Marriattville with Imogen Smith, Alice Shanahan, Eliza Hogg and Emily Lang, coxed by Annie Redwood and coached by Dario Sportelli. And in lane 8, Logal School Queenwood with Eva Thompson, Grace Bennett, Annie Sieve and Zoe James, coxed by Chloe Giretta, coached by Kieron Glynn and Ray Boyle. So a good pairing there, Ray Boyle, the coach of the Junior Women's Coxed 4 at the World Championships last year, and Chloe Giretta, who was the cox for that Junior Women's crew. And a pretty good crew, Eva Thompson, Grace Bennett, Annie Sieve and Zoe James. They've been doing well in all our schoolgirl regattas here in New South Wales. So, but I guess an outside lane, so wonder what they can do now in the semi-final, whether they will secure one of those elusive 4 places to make it through to the final.
That's correct. And as they went through the 500 metres, it was All Hallows in first, just followed closely by Gippsland Grammar and Queenwood, yes, over in lane 8. And then Radford 1 went through in 4th place, Radford 2 in 5th place, Loretto Marriattville in 6th, Melbourne Girls in 7th, and the Armadale School in 8th place. And as we can see on the screen here, they are just coming up towards the 1,000-metre mark. It does still look like All Hallows in lane 5 is in a bit of a lead, but as they went through the 500 metres, it was still close with Gippsland Grammar and Queenwood as they come up to the halfway mark. But as mentioned, this is semi-final 1 of 2, and the top 4 boats will progress through to the final, which appears to be later today. So probably a pretty busy schedule for these girls with heats, semis and a final all in one day.
Yes, indeed. And I think, well, I've certainly, when I was looking at the programme, you feel as though you can't really do anything else. But I think some of these girls have been doing doubles and singles as well. Certainly saw Emily Lang's name earlier in the regatta. But yes, and what an amazing regatta. I mean, just so many different clubs, so many states entered, and therefore such a busy regatta.
Yes, just under 1,800 athletes.
Wow.
Which is big, yes.
Very big.
And 3,500 seats. So answers for the early start and the about 6 o'clock finish, I think it must be.
Yes. That's right, I think it is. Certainly the final of this championship schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull is at 5:10 this afternoon. So I mentioned Queenwood earlier, and they're sitting in second place behind All Hallows now.
Yes, they have moved up from third. Still just 2.5 seconds or so off All Hallows as they went through the 1,000-metre mark. And then as Gippsland Grammar have just dropped into third place behind Queenwood, still in the contention to go through to the final later today. And Radford 1 just holding over Radford 2 also at the 1,000-metre mark. Bit of tail breeze, of course, hopefully helping out here as they come into the last 800 metres of this race. Seems like a pretty fair breeze, just coming straight up the from the start to the finish.
Indeed. Great to see Armadale in this semi-final, and I can see their cheer squad down there in their lovely bright bucket hats. Great to see you, Armadale. It's so good that they make this trip down here for these regattas. And it's been wonderful to see their women's group, how much they've progressed over the last couple of years. Marty Inglis, their coach, is a former Australian rower. And his daughter is rowing in the program, or certainly was rowing in the program, so great to see him getting involved. Sadly, I think they're not pushing for contention through to the final in this particular race, but to make it through to the semi-final is no mean feat with such a large and close field. They should be proud of themselves.
Did have the girls go through the 1,500 metres and All Hallows just pulling a little bit further ahead. Queenwood now definitely in a solid second place with Gippsland Grammar just on their heels, and then Radford just over 3 seconds behind. I think Radford will hopefully hold over their Radford 2 crew in the last 600 metres. 400 metres here as they come into the last 250 actually, and as you would expect, Radford 1 probably sitting above Radford 2 to hold on to that 4th place as they'll progress through to the final later on. The All Hallows crew in all blue sitting in the middle of the course there in a nice comfortable position. Can see all of the crews around them. Looking like they're just doing what they need to do to progress through to the final later today.
They've certainly got a very strong mid-stroke, haven't they? And really stay connected right through to the finish. So I think that's the slight difference there. Now as they enter the red boys, the last 100 metres, All Hallows still leading, but on one side of them, the side nearest the grandstand, Queenwood ramping it up now. And on the other side of them, the crew in lane 3 from Gippsland Grammar having a great last 250 there. A big push into the finish. Very neat, really together. But it will be All Hallows that will take out the first semi-final in the Championship Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. Gippsland Grammar come through to take second, Queenwood third, and that important last place for the final will be taken by Radford College first crew.
And then just in the last few hundred metres here, Loreto Maridaville have actually got up over the Radford 2 crew just to come through in 5th place, Radford 2 in 6th. And then looking like lane 6 from Melbourne Girls will be in 7th place. And then rounding it out, as mentioned, over in lane 1 from the Armadale School. Well done to the girls in the bucket hats. Looking very solid into the last 50 metres here. Doing a great effort for the school. And for fluoro-coloured hats. Poor girl in the bow, I don't know what happened to hers.
So as our last contestants cross the line, confirming the results of the first semi-final of the Championship Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull, a win for All Hallows, 2nd Gippsland Grammar, 3rd Queenwood, 4th Radford College 1. Those 4 crews progress through to the final at 5:10 this afternoon. 5th Loreto Marryatville, 6th Radford College 2, 7th Melbourne Girls Grammar, 8th the Armadale School. The winning time for All Hallows, 7:26.62. The margins 4.96, 1.88 and 8.22. The second semi-final is now on the course in the Championship Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1, Newcastle Grammar. In lane 2, Roseville. In lane 3, Melbourne Girls Grammar. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar. And in lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 6, Kinross Wallaroi 1. In lane 7, Gippsland Grammar. And in lane 8, MLC Q4. The Newcastle Grammar School crew is Annabelle Mackenzie, Sadie Smart, Molly Boyle, Alice McCready and Zane Gusmarini coxing. The Roseville crew is Angelina Bogossian, Sophie Hurl, Phoebe Herdman, Matilda Baird and Matilda Marchant coxing them. In the Melbourne Girls Grammar School crew, we have Imogen Perrott, Grace Perrott, Gabrielle Soffra and Jemima Ross, coxed by Camilla Rowe. The Canberra Girls Grammar School crew in lane 4 is Audrey West, Emmanuel Hoskins, Sophie Frost and Maddie Beasley. Eliza Miller is their cox. Their coach is Nigel Miller. The crew in lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar is Emily Walker, Charlotte Bowen, Samantha Burns and Eliza Lilly. Olivia Noonan is their cox and Caroline Pipers is their coach. Kinross Walleroy, Xanthi Staniforth, Elkie Sweetapple, Olivia Searle and Tessa Wong, coxed by Philippa Martin. The Gippsland Grammar crew is Kate Edgar, Tara Dihood, Lily Canfield, Sorrel Fraser and Grace Millington. And the MLCQ crew is Eleanor Love, Emil Cummins, Sophie Pretty and Madeline Turnham, coxed by Edie Donovan.
Just going through the 1500 metre mark here. It is the Canberra Girls crew that have had the lead for the last kilometre, just still in first place going through 1500 metres, followed by Kinross Walleroy, just a fraction of a boat length behind. Canberra Girls other crew just coming through in third place, and then just a little bit back, which is looking like a bit of a competition now for that fourth place, will be between Melbourne Girls and Roseville. Tough 500 metres left for those girls over there on the far side of the course.
So just confirming, the Canberra Girls Grammar School that's in the lead is the one that is being stroked by Eliza Lilly, and the Canberra Girls Grammar crew currently sitting in third place is the one stroked by Maddie Beasley. How awesome. They might actually have two crews in the final. How incredible.
That's right. Looking solid as they come into the last 300 metres here. Definitely that girls' grammar crew out in front. As mentioned in lane 4, the coxed by Eliza Miller is just looking like, again, in a commanding lead. Their other crew, girls' school crew just to their right, also looking in a solid place. And then to the left, of course, we have the Kinross Walleroy. Always tough competition from Kinross. At the girls' school level, coming into the last 200 metres. I think they'll take a comfortable second place, with the girls, just Canberra Girls Grammar, just sitting out in first place. Over on the far side, it looks like it is the Melbourne Girls Grammar School that probably is sitting in that fourth place now. They've seemed to have opened up a bit of a lead over the last couple of 100 metres. As mentioned, the top 4 will progress through to the final later today. But coming into the last 50 metres now, it is the Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lane 5. Coxed Eliza Lilly as the stroke. Just looking very comfortable in front there. Taking out first place of the second semi-final. Second place will go to Kinross Walleroy. Third place in lane 4 will be Canberra Girls Grammar. And then, as mentioned, in lane 3, Melbourne Girls Grammar School will take out the top 4, progressing through to the final later today. Still some extremely well-hearted rowing here in this semi-final. Over there in lane 2, definitely from Roseville, coming in 5th place. A tough crew to get over in those last few hundred metres. And then also here, looking like potentially a photo there at the finish there between Newcastle Grammar and Gippsland Grammar. And then rounding out the semi-final in lane 8 is MLCQ.
Confirming the results of the second semi-final of the Championship Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. A win for Canberra Girls Grammar. Emily Walker, Charlotte Bowen, Samantha Burns and Eliza Lilly, coxed by Olivia Noonan. A fine win for them over Kinross Walleroy. Third, Canberra Girls Grammar, and fourth, Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Those 4 progress through to the final. Race 160 at 5:10 this afternoon. Eliminated from the event now, the crews in order were Roseville, Newcastle Grammar, Gippsland Grammar and MLC crew. Q. Winning time for the first Canberra Girls Grammar crew, 7 minutes 26.65. The margins 4.18, 3.95 and 11.96.
Now we're into some bigger boats with the Championship Men's Under 21 8 semi-final 1. Top 4 progressing through. 2 semi-finals here. Over in lane 1 we have Sydney Grammar. Lane 2 Melbourne Grammar 1. Lane 3 Xavier College 1. Lane 4, Newington 1. Lane 5, Melbourne University. Lane 6, UTS. Lane 7, Wesley College. And again, closer to the grandstand in Lane 8 is St Ignatius 2. And as they went through the 1,000 metres, it was Melbourne University leading over UTS and Xavier College in third and Newington in fourth. Those are the 4 crews potentially progressing through. There is a bit of a gap back to Wesley College, which is sitting in lane 7, Melbourne Grammar in 6th.
Very interesting to see so many school crews in the under-21 event. I wonder if that's because of the timing.
Maybe looking, another practice row or timing compared
Yep.
to maybe some of the 4s versus the 8s.
Yes.
They did go through the 1,500 metre mark also with Melbourne University still out in front, just half a second back to UTS. So some good solid racing there between those 2 crews over the 1,500 metres.
And some good names in there in the Melbourne University Boat Club crew. We have Nick Adkins, Caleb Mashney, Benjamin Marchant, James Horton, Nicholas Bryant, Amos Kirk, Tom Foley and Winston Hooper. And they're being coxed by Josh Fairfax, who I've got a feeling was the junior team cox. And the UTS crew, a bunch of juniors there from the World Championship team. Oscar St. Pierre, Jack Power, Will Clubb, Brandon Smith, Oliver St. Pierre, James O'Meara, Joe Lynch and Josh Wilson, coxed by Ryder Taylor. Coached, of course, by Judith and Matthias Ungemach.
Yes, these 2 crews now pulling out into what is a nice solid lead over the rest of the pack. That Melbourne University crew coming into the last 100 metres now with what looks like a bit of about a length over UTS, but of course this is only the semi-final. There is another race to go, so just holding position, looking for a good lane. Looking very
UTS
solid
very
there.
controlled, aren't they? Yes.
Just doing what they have to do to progress. But over in lanes 3 and 4 between Xavier and Newington. Good little fight over there for those 3rd and 4th place. Top 4 will progress through. That was Melbourne Uni in first, UTS in 2nd. Xavier College not wanting to lose that 3rd place, starting to just step it up a little bit. And it looks like Newington maybe a little bit more controlled as they just come into the last few strokes here.
But they will progress through to the final, which is at 4:27. Let's hope they haven't tired themselves out too much. Just missing out will be the Sydney Grammar School crew from lane 1, Melbourne Grammar School crew from lane 6, and the Wesley College crew from lane 7. And it looks as though we didn't have a St Ignatius crew. So, confirming the results of the first semi-final of the Championship Men's Under-21 8, sponsored by V Insurance, a win for Melbourne University Boat Club. 2nd, UTS Haberfield. 3rd, Xavier College First Crew. 4th, Newington College First Crew. The winning time for Melbourne University, 5 minutes 50.11 seconds. The margin, 4.12, 9.93 and 1.46.
Just now into semi-final 2 of the men's under-21 8. Over in lane 1 we have Scots College. In lane 2 we have Scots College. Lane 3 Melbourne University, boating another crew. University of Queensland Composite in lane 4. Sydney Composite in lane 5 with what looks like Adelaide. In lane 6 St Ignatius 1. In lane 7 Fremantle Composite with Western Australian Rowing Club over there. And in lane 8, close to the grandstand, is Scots 1. It's looking like those 2 Scotch College crews were out in the lead.
And then at 500 metres, University of Queensland and Sydney Composite had jumped into first position. And then I can't see why that's University of... Anyway, not to worry. The Sydney Adelaide Composite at 500 metres were sitting in second, but by less than a second. Then there was just over a second back to lane 7's from Mantle Composite. And the Scotch College crew in lane 2 was sitting in 4th position by a further second. So the Scotch College crew in lane 2 is Alexander Bruce, Adrian Marrow, Lockie Green, George Clifford, Max Boycott, Angus Maloney, Joe Collingwood and Hugo Pernell, coxed by Ollie Brown. The University of Queensland Composite, that looks as though it's still hanging on to a lead, is Thomas Stevens, Samuel Forbes, Mitchell Owen, Finley Harris, Daniel Cashman, Matthew Cashman, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin. Tom Shaw is coxing them and they are coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon. That explains why it's a University of Queensland, Sydney University Composite. So I wonder if this is the Queensland Youth 8. Could well be.
Definitely could be. little bit of practice, never hurt.
Be nice to have a look at them. Well, I wonder then if the Sydney Adelaide crew is a forewarning of the New South Wales Youth 8. Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club's in the bow seat. John Kenny at 2. Adam Holland from Adelaide is in 3. Will Rogers from the King's School and Sydney Rowing Club is in 4. Alec Hoskin at 5. MacArthur Bucknell at 6. Isaac Thurnham at 7. Charlie Hine is in the stroke seat and they're being coxed by Mietta Jones. Certainly does sound there's some good contenders there for our Youth 8 for New South Wales. Oh, that'd be pretty exciting if they're managing to get a bash against each other before we get to Nationals. And sorry, we haven't mentioned the West Australians. This is a composite between Fremantle, Swan River, West Australian Rowing Club and Commercial from Queensland. We've got Liam Davis in the bow seat and Austin Vincent at 2, Oscar Lurie at 3, they're all from Fremantle, Charlie Stevenson from West Australian Rowing Club at 4, Harry Solfinger from Swan River at 5, Harper Davies at 6, Ferguson McNamara at 7, they're both from Swan River as well, and Jacob Cassie from Fremantle in the stroke seat, and Daisy Plawecki is coxing them, so I presume she's from Commercial.
And we just had the Sydney University and Sydney Composite go through the 1,500 metres with just 0.5 of a second between those two boats. Really pushing it out for these last 500 metres with a nice little tail breeze to help them going. 2.8 seconds back to Fremantle Composite and then Scotch in 4th, 5 seconds back. So a bit of a gap, but the 4th place will be a tough, could be set between now and the last few hundred metres here. So hopefully some of the crews might play some tactics or see what they can do, maybe reserving themselves for the last final later today. Still looking like the boats, the Sydney University Composite and Sydney Composite, which is Sydney and Adelaide. In the composite there, you can see the Adelaide Zudi. It looks like it's in the 3 seat. Sitting there, definitely pushing into these last few hundred metres here just to get a good bit of practice, maybe.
Some good-looking 8s, aren't they? It's great to see the 8s charging down the course. So Tom Shaw, he's coxing at Sydney University, doing a great job there, having to wait in the wings a little because Will Raven is still involved. But obviously the battle of the coxes as well here with Mietta Jones, who's a fine cox, urging her crew on, and they are increasing the power now. Can they close back on that Queensland crew? They can. They definitely are coming back. They might have just run out of time, or they're going to be pipped to the post just by Queensland. Second, the Sydney Composite. Third, great row there from the Fremantle Composite. And 4th will be our first of the Scotch College crews, the one in lane 2. 5th will be Scots College from here in Sydney. 6th will be Lane 3's Melbourne University Boat Club. 7th will be Scotch College over there in Lane 1. And we clearly didn't have St Ignatius. Is that
it looks like
second
2
time?
scratchings.
Maybe
yes.
they've gone home.
Yes.
They're tired. They did what they came to do. So just confirming the results of the second semi-final of the Championship Men's Under 21-8, sponsored by V Insurance. Through to the final, University of Queensland Composite in first, second Sydney Adelaide Composite, in third the Fremantle, Swan River, West Australian and Commercial Composite, and in fourth Scotch College Victoria. Eliminated now from the event, Scots College from Sydney, Melbourne University who were 6th, and Scotch College from Lane 1 who were 7th. The winning time for the University of Queensland Composite, 5 minutes 50.63. Oh, that's so close to the previous one. The margin 0.34. 7.06 and 4.80. So guys, come back again, won't you? Race 153 is at 4:27, and I think we're on for a humdinger.
Definitely this afternoon. Now we're just looking to the Championship Women's Elite Coxless 4. So back into some big names here and a lot of composite crews, as we probably have a few of our NTC girls in some combinations coming down the course. Over in lane 1 we have Melbourne University. We have a scratching from University of Queensland in lane 2. Sydney University Composite with Sydney Rowing Club and University of Queensland in lane 3. Lane 4 Fremantle Composite, which is Fremantle, Mercantile and Melbourne University. In lane 5 another Queensland Composite, which is University University of Queensland and Melbourne University. In lane 6, Melbourne Uni Composite with Melbourne University, University of Queensland and Sydney University. Lane 7, Pure Sydney Rowing Club crew. And in lane 8, a UTS Composite with UTS and Sydney Rowing Club. And as we can see
you're
here,
quite right, there's a real mixture of names here. So the most obvious one and probably the most well-known one would be the crew that's in lane 4, called the Fremantle Composite. It consists of Lucy Steffen from Melbourne University Boat Club, Katrina Werry from Mercantile, Jess Morrison from Mercantile, and Annabelle McIntyre from Fremantle. Of course, well known to us from the Olympics and from our National Training Centre. So pretty good pairs, Lucy and Kat, and Jess and Annabelle, and then combining now to make a 4, so they must be favourites for the race.
Correct, and they did go through 1,000 metres with just over 4 seconds ahead of their second place, which was the Uni Queensland Melbourne University Composite. Back just over a second to the Sydney Rowing Club 4, and then in 4th place, Melbourne University Composite. From this race, the top 4 will progress through to the race later today, which will probably be just after 5 o'clock, I imagine, at race number 158 later on today.
Yeah, so the crew that's currently sitting in second is Eliza Gaffney from Melbourne Uni, with Jean Mitchell also from Melbourne Uni, Laura Foley from Melbourne Uni, and Sarah Tisdall from the University of Queensland Boat Club. All 4 rowers very strong indeed, and really pushing on up into the senior ranks of rowing here nationally. Very strong contenders, so good to see them performing so well in the Coxless 4. And then is sitting in 3rd position the crew from Sydney Rowing Club of Freya Neville, Amelia Crocker, Hannah Keating and Izzy Furrer, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. We've got a couple of girls there, I believe, who are over here from the UK, living over here. Hannah Keating, certainly, I think, a winner at Henley Women's Rowing Club. Possibly even a winner of at the Wargrave at Henley Royal as well. So a really well-known British club rower, and teaming up here with Izzy Furrer, who's had a couple of years of illness but was a silver medalist at the Junior World Championships in the Coxed 4, so she'll be loving the Coxless 4. And Freya Neville from the under-21 team last year. Then in 3rd, they're in 3rd, and in 4th was the Melbourne University Composite, but it looks to me as though they're really trying very hard to push through that Sydney crew. This is the crew with Georgie Gleeson from Sydney University Boat Club in the bow seat, Emily Shepherd from Sydney University Boat Club in the 2 seat, Lily Alton from the University of Queensland in 3, and Sarah Marriott from Melbourne University Boat Club in the stroke seat. Georgie, who I'm pretty sure was in the 8 last year, and Emily Shepherd, who won a gold medal at the under-23s in the Coxed 4. And they're really cranking it up now, that 4, aren't they? And I think they've taken it to Sydney Rowing Club. Sydney Rowing Club responding. The other 2 crews looking pretty relaxed and in control out in front. Still that crew in lane 4, as we expected, Lucy Steffen, Kat Werry, Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre, in that order as they come through the finish line.
Definitely looking very comfortable just into the last 10 metres here, just doing what they need to do to get into the final later today.
And it's like 2 races, isn't it? We've then got the UTS Composite of Georgia Catlin, April Draney, Sarah Fard and Lila Anderton, coached by Katie Healy, Jared Watson and Lachlan Carter. They will cross in 5th. And unfortunately, there's no B final in this event, so that's it. Boat back on the trailer, I think. Then across to lane 3, a composite of Nancy Duncan-Banks from the University of Queensland with Talise Noak-Driver from Sydney Rowing Club, Olivia Natty and Grace Turner from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Alfie Young, Lachlan Carter and AB. And 7th, the crew from Melbourne University of Olive Pascoe, Livia Rosaya, Bridget Harwood and Katerina Bitsios. So confirming from Heat 1 in the Championship Women's Elite Coxless 4, progressing, sponsored by V Insurance, progressing through to the final will be the Fremantle Mercantile Melbourne Uni Composite, the University of Queensland Melbourne Uni Composite, the Melbourne Uni, Uni of Queensland Sydney Uni Composite and Sydney Rowing Club. And winning time was... Yes, no, we'll have to get back to you with the winning time. 6 minutes. Thank you very much, whoever that is on the timing. The winning time, 6 minutes 39.18, and they didn't look pressed at all. The margins 2.65, 1.02, and 1.63, and there was 14 seconds back to the next crew. So those were the worthy top 4.
Definitely. Now we move back to semi-final number 2 for the women's elite coxless falls. Apologies, heat 2. In lane 1, we have a Sydney composite with Sydney University. In lane 3, from Fremantle, Melbourne University and Mercantile in lane 3. In lane 4, we have a Western Australia composite and also NTC from West Australia, Swan River and University of Western Australia and Mercantile. In lane 5, we have a canned composite, canned Sydney University and Adelaide. In lane 6, UTS composite with UTS, Sydney and Adelaide. Lane 7 is a Sydney University composite with Swan River. And in lane 8, a Sydney University, Swan River and Fremantle composite. And as these girls came through the 500 metres, it was the Western Australia composite in lane 4 out in front, just about 4 seconds ahead of the canned composite. I suppose, as we would expect again, with some strong names there and the NTC supporting some of that crew.
Yes, indeed. We've got Paige Barr from Mercantile, Bronwyn Cox from the University of West Australia Boat Club, Jackie Swick from Swan River and Georgia Patton from West Australian Rowing Club, all of whom I believe are at the National Training Centre, and leading and looking relatively comfortable because they have more than 3 seconds, so more than a boat length, over the canned composite, which is Ella Bramwell from Adelaide and the South Australian Sports Institute, Eleanor Price from Sydney Uni and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Maddie Williams from Cand and Jess Scott from Cand, coached by Tom Lorridge at Sydney Uni and Scott Rowe at Cand. Sitting in third, the Sydney Rowing Club composite is Jen Hart from Fremantle, Rebecca Pretorius from Swan River, Zoe McKellar from Sydney University and Caitlin McManus Barrett from Sydney Rowing Club. So 4 different clubs, but all of these very talented under-23s, I think all of whom have been on the under-21 and under-23 team. So probably pushing hard for under-23 selection. And of course, under-23 selection this year is going to be done alongside the Olympic crew selection. So kicking off in just a few days' time. So this is a great hit out for them just to make sure they're really in race mode. Sitting in fourth, a composite of Molly Goodman from Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute, Sam Morton from Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Hoare from Sydney Rowing Club and the National Training Centre, and Georgie Rowe from UTS Haberfield and the National Training Centre. So a good battle between those 4 crews. We then fall back to, in 5th place at the 1,000-metre mark, the crew of Olivia Cassidy and Catherine Mason, both from England, both of them winners of Henley Women's, and Remy Mackay from Sydney University Boat Club and Eliza Dunlop from Sydney Rowing Club. So Lachlan Carter and Flo Griffiths are the coaches of that crew. And our final crew from Fremantle, Anna Morrison from Mercantile, Zara Lavery from Melbourne Uni, Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon from Fremantle Rowing Club. So younger crew. Oh, how great to be mixing it with these guys in this race.
Yes, exactly. And there has been a little bit of a change over the last 500 metres with, I suppose, as we would expect, the NTC crews just pulling out into a bit of a lead. And that's the lanes 4 and 6. Lane 4 still sitting in the lead, as they have for the whole part of the race. And then lane 5 just taking over... lane 6 just stepping up over lane 5 from Cand as well. But Cand still definitely holding their own as they hit the last 250 metres here. But the lane 4 crew, stroked by Patton, just sitting in again a commanding lead, as we would expect from the NTC girls. And then just 2 lanes back towards the grandstand, also in 2nd place, Georgie Rowe in the stroke seat there, just doing... I don't want to say it's nice and easy. It's easy from here, but what's looking comfortable as they hit the last 150 metres here of heat number 2.
I would imagine it must feel great to have Georgie Rowe in the stroke seat when you're rowing in blustery conditions like this. You would trust her absolutely, wouldn't you? She's phenomenally strong. Yeah, looking great there. And Molly Goodman, such an experienced rower. She's a ferocious stroke woman herself, so it'd be great to have her in the bow seat. So very classy looking crew in lane 4 there. Paige Barr, Bromley Cox, Jackie Swick and Georgia Patton cross the line first. And taking out second, Molly Goodman, Sam Morton, Sarah Hoare and Georgie Rowe. And third across the line, Ella Bramwell, Eleanor Price, Maddie Williams and Jess Scott. But we have 4 to qualify, and the 4th qualifying crew from lane 8 will be Jen Hart, Rebecca Pretorius, Zoe McKellar and Caitlin McManus-Barrett.
And just crossing in 5th, unfortunately not progressing through, is the Sydney University composite of India Hobbs, Taylor Caudle, Emma Wilson, Molly McCausland and coached by Thomas Lurick. Over in lane 3, which would have been in 6th place, is the Fremantle composite, also not progressing through, and the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University composite, coming across in 7th place.
So the winning time for that composite crew was 6 minutes 33.59. The margins 2.82, 1.96 and 11.87. So that compares with 6:33. No, what was the previous one? Can't find it now. Yeah, right. So looking very good, that crew.
We're now on to race 139, which is the Championship Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull. This is heat 1 of 3, with the top 3 just progressing through to the final. Over in lane 1, we have Manning Valley Anglican. In lane 3 from Trinity. Lane 4, Marist College 1. Lane 5, Cranbrook 2. Lane 6, Bradford 2. In lane 7, Kinross Walleroy 1. And closer to the grandstand, Redlands 1. As they went through the 1,000 metres, it was Kinross Walleroy 1 in first place. 6 seconds back to Marist College 1, just over 2 seconds back to Trinity, and then in 4th place, Radford College 2. Always good to see some ACT quads out there.
Yes.
Some of the boys in the Marist College 1 crew stepping across into clubland every now and then with myself, not myself specifically, but some of the other boys in the club to work on that blend between graduating from school into clubland, which is always very exciting.
It sure is, coming into the fun stuff.
Exactly.
So this event, sponsored by Mobius, who are a major partner of Rowing New South Wales, and sponsoring a few events here at the 2024 New South Wales State Rowing Championships. As we mentioned, 3 semi-finals. It always sounds very strange. Sorry, 3 heats, but they're going directly through to a 9-lane final, which we're very fortunate to be able to do on this course.
And I think it's looking like the 3 crews that have stepped out. Is that Kinross crew in lane 7, Marist College 1 in lane 4, and then just to the right of them, Trinity in lane 3, probably rounding out the top 3 crews potentially as we hit the last 250 metres. But the Kinross crew of Harry Dimmick, George Wackham, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith, Angus Patterson as the Cox, coached by Adam Harrison and Benjamin Watt. They have been in the lead for the majority of the race and looking comfortable as they just come into the last 250 metres now, but maybe the Marist College crew have actually stepped it up, looking to get into the first place.
And can I just check, this is Marist College ACT, isn't it? Because we have one here.
Yes.
So because we've got Garvin Hayes in the bow seat, a familiar name,
Yes.
I think. Charles Carter at 2, Austin Benny at 3, and Harrison Braithwaite in the stroke seat with Theodore Campton coxing them, and they're coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Taylor Thomas. And then pretty good showing there from Trinity College Victoria, not to be confused with any other Trinity College. Nicholas Whiteoak, Patrick McInerney, Charlie White and William Ball and Sam McDonald their cox. But there's no doubt about Kinross Walleroy, very powerful there, hanging on by half a bow canvas to take the win over Marist College ACT and Trinity College Victoria.
And then coming in 4th place here, Radford College just holding on to that position just over the Redlands Grammar crew by just half a boat length, not wanting to give up anything as they cross the finish line in what was 4th, Redlands in 5th, and then in 6th place in lane 5, looks like Cranbrook.
And in 7th place across there on the far side, Manning Valley Anglican. So fairly new to rowing, looked after there by Vanessa. And Oliver Sampson is in the bow seat, Ryan Watkins, William Thomas, Joshua McPhellamy, and their cox Zoe Hutchison, coxed by Murray Doust, so coming from the Taree area. New South Wales' favourite regatta, Taree International, which is always just after the new year.
We are now on to Heat 2 of the Schoolboy Coxed Quad, also sponsored by Mobius. Top 3 progressing through to the final later today. By the look of it, it's going to be near the end of the race, near the end of the regatta, sorry. Over in lane 2, Gippsland Grammar. In lane 3, Marist College 2. In lane 4, Newcastle Grammar. Lane 5, Varsity College. In lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 7, the Armidale School. And in lane 8, another Trinity coming down close to the grandstand side. Looking like we're about to see them crossing into the first 500 metres. Must be. You can see here again the 3 boats, which is lanes 2, 3 and 4 out in the lead as they hit the 1,000 metre mark, which is Gippsland on the top of the screen, closely followed by what looked like Newcastle Grammar and Marist College. Gippsland sitting over there in lane 2. It's Lagan Joshi, Evan Lewis, Hagan Cook, Samuel Reynolds and Camden Boyer as the cox. In lane 4 was the Newcastle Grammar crew that did look like it crossed in second place, just fraction behind Gippsland Grammar. Lucas Burton, Edward Baker, Mitchell Chong, Ronan Brown and Claudia Wills as the cox. And in Marist College, Sam Martin, Hamish Ridd, Riley Elliott, Riley Dale, Patrick Webber as the cox, coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Taylor Thomas. So those 3 crews sitting into a commanding lead, as it is the top 3 crews that progress through to the final later today. This is great. We can see on the screen here as these boys are about to hit the 1,500 metre mark. Just at the further right of the screen, it is the Gippsland Grammar crew in lane 2. In lane 3, it's Marist College, and in lane 4, it is Newcastle Grammar.
I think Newcastle Grammar look to me like they've got new caps. They're very pink from up here.
Looks like Gippsland Grammar maybe have just pulled about just a canvas over the top of the Newcastle crew, and then Marist College still within contact in 3rd place in the Heat 2 over Trinity College, just a little bit to their left. So hoping that they can keep their eye out and not let the Trinity College crew just get over the top of them. There is a bit of a gap back to lane 8, sorry. So there could be some good gaming going on here as we hit the last 400 metres. Top 3 crews are progressing through to the final later today. So it does look like the Gippsland Grammar crew over in lane 2 has actually just solidified their lead over the last 600 metres after the 1,000.
Big push from Newcastle Grammar there. It's an excellent push there. I think they're making the most of a little swirl of wind there, aren't they?
Yes, definitely. Marist College sitting potentially in 3rd place here, but there is a bit of competition from Trinity in lane 8 for the 3rd place here. So always hard for the crews when there's such lane separation to be able to see the competition. The camera there is just focusing on those 3 crews on the right, but there is a crew further out to the left, which is close to Marist College. Gippsland Grammar still looking comfortable in the lead here. And then in lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, yes, very bright pink hats there, sitting comfortably in 2nd place.
I love this challenge from Trinity in lane 8. Hugo Nelson, Matthew Rigby, Hugo Osmond and David Morris. Their cox is Oscar Cassin, and they are taking the opportunity because 3 crews will progress through from this heat straight through to the final, and they really want that 3rd place, and they're now pushing against Marist College. They might have left this push a little bit too late. Marist College see the danger. They haven't upped their rate of striking, but they've upped their power. Newcastle challenging Gippsland Grammar. Might be another photo finish. It is. It's a photo finish between Newcastle and Gippsland. Marist College have managed to take a length or maintain a length over the fast finishing Trinity crew, who will just miss out for the final, but they should be really happy with that row. Sitting in 5th position, the crew from Varsity College in lane 5. Coming through in 6th, the Armadale School in their bright bucket hats. And 7th will be Hunter Valley Grammar School with their rainbow zooties. We do know that Newcastle Grammar, Gippsland Grammar and Marist College 2 will go through to the final. We just don't yet know which one won, and we'll take the better lane. So we'll get back to you with that, and we'll also let you know what the time was. And in the meantime, the 3rd and final heat is in progress with Cranbrook School in lane 2, Gippsland Grammar in lane 3, Kinross Walleroy 2 in lane 4, Mossman in lane 5, Radford College 1 in lane 6, and the Armadale School have another crew, and that's in lane 7. So this is the Championship Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull, the final heat of 3, the event sponsored by Mobius, only 3 crews to progress through to the final.
As the Heat 3 went through the 1,000 metres, it was the Mossman crew in lane 5 of Floris Elias, Tobias Elias, Harry Coddington, William Robertson and Cox by Hamish Ridd, coached by Tom Schramko and Kieran Kabelke, sitting in 1st place. In 2nd place was the Kinroy Wooleroy 2 crew in lane 4, which was Nick Tancreed, Archie Condon, Tom Day, Campbell Miller and Henry Baker as the coxed, coached by Adam Harrison and Benjamin Watt. In 3rd place was the Radford College 1 crew, which is Rowan White, Angus Scott, Hamish Garden and Hamish McKee, coxed by Izzy Farris.
And we have received the results now from the officials of the previous heat. It was a win for Newcastle Grammar School over Gippsland Grammar School, with Marist College in 3rd place. The winning time was 6 minutes 48.67. The margin ruled to be just 0.14 and then 5.26. So it's got a little bit choppy and blustery here. That wind keeps chopping and changing, and the crews are coming into the last 250 metres of the race in this 3rd and final heat of the Championship Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull. A good battle going on between the crew from Radford College, which has surged through into the lead over the Mossman Rowing Club crew. Surprising really after such a fast start from Mossman, and then Kinross Rolleroy with their traditional strong finish.
Coming into the last 100 metres now, it is the lane 4 Kinross crew sitting in a comfortable 1st. I think they have taken their rate down just a fraction. They know what they need to do to get through. Radford College looking like they're going to push through into 1st place of this 3rd heat. Yeah, looking just like they're squeezing over the Kinross crew, who may have taken a little bit of a more relaxed last few 100 metres. 1st to Radford, 2nd to Kinross, and 3rd will be that Mossman crew in lane 5. They'll progress through to the final later today. And just finishing off now, over in lane 2 is the Gippsland Grammar crew. Sorry. Oh, wow. Apologies, that was lane 2. That was Cranbrook Crossing in 4th place, and then Gippsland coming in 5th place. And then now Armadale in lane 7, just rounding out what is heat 3 of the Schoolboy Coxed Quads.
And the confirming the results of the 3rd heat of the Championship Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull. A win for Radford College, 2nd Kinross Walleroy 2 and 3rd Mossman Rowing Club. They are the 3 crews that progress through to the final, which will be at 5:15 p.m. And just missing out now, Cranbrook 1 in 4th, Gippsland Grammar in 5th and the Armadale School in 6th. The winning time for Radford College was 6 minutes 37.67. It's more than 10 seconds faster than the previous heat. The margins 1.52 and 3.67. So we look as though it's we're going to be having a good race at 5:15 p.m. We'll look forward to that. So interestingly, there was a photo finish for heat number 1 as well. Yeah, I can't see the times for it now. It's gone off the screen, but such a good race. That was Marist College and Kinross Walleroy. So we've got some good racing coming up after 5 o'clock. Don't go anywhere, folks.
And now we are going back to some men's elite Coxless 4. This is 2 heats, top 4 progressing through to the final. Again, just like the women, we've got some solid names out here, but just quickly going from the top of the course, we have a Swan River, Sydney, Queensland, Fremantle composite in lane 2. In lane 3, a canned composite with UTS, Haberfield and Mercantile. In lane 4, we have a Sydney composite and canned. In lane 5, Sydney Uni composite with Adelaide, and in lane 6, Sydney Uni composite with UTS, Commercial and Melbourne University, and in lane 7, a canned composite. And as we can see, these boys here coming into the last 200 metres or so, it is the crew in lane 5 standing out in front here.
It is Jack Hargreaves OAM, Alex Pennell OAM, and they are the members of the Coxless 4 that secured gold medals at the World Championships and Olympics. Angus Dawson from Adelaide and Jack O'Brien from Sydney University. So Jack O'Brien in the stroke seat, Jack Hargreaves in the bow seat, rode together at St Joseph's College, Sydney. Looking good as they cross the line there to take out the first heat in the Championship Men's Elite Coxless 4. Second across the line, the canned composite.
Correct, of Jared Lord, Austin Rayner, Nicholas Pender and Mitch Salisbury, coached by Matthias Ungermark, Scott Rowe and Alistair Matthews. And then I think it was third was the Sydney University Composite, UTS Haberfield, Mercantile, Melbourne University. That's right,
Rowan Lavery, Harley Moore, Paddy Holt and Willow Shaughnessy. And I think Harley, Paddy and Will are still at the Men's National, and Rowan, at the Men's National Training Centre, yeah. Fourth was Melbourne University. No, I can't be right. Sorry, the Sydney canned composite.
Lane.
So confusing, so many composites. Which was Alec Hoskin, Darcy Watter, Miles Harold and Bradley Graham. Fifth position was the Swan River composite in lane 2, and our 6th place crew was the canned composite from lane 6. So confirming the results, the Sydney composite, 2 Sydney University Adelaide composite won in a time of 5 minutes 56.87. The margin over the canned composite was 2.29 and a further 3.05 over the Sydney University composite.
And now moving over to Heat 2 of the Men's Elite Coxless 4. In Lane 2 we have an ANU Black Mountain Composite. In Lane 3, Sydney University Canned Composite. Lane 4, Sydney Composite with Sydney University, Melbourne University and Mercantile. That crew was leading through the 1,000 metres, probably as expected. The crew of Angus Whitcomb, Benjamin Canham, Jackson Kench and Joshua Hicks. In Lane 5, Melbourne University. Lane 6, Adelaide Composite with Mercantile, Melbourne University and Sydney. Just looking at some of the names over there in Lane 2 from the ANU Composite, Ishan Shilika and Alex Tomanovitz, Matthew Rickard and Jonathan Adams. Some of those boys are lightweight, if not all of them are lightweight as well. So stepping up to the heavyweights just to have a bit of a crack.
Oh, great idea. Are they your Penrith Cup crew?
Potentially.
Yeah. I think what a great idea.
I don't want to
great
let any
hit
secrets
out. No, I know. It gets so ridiculously competitive, doesn't it? Of course, all eyes I would have thought would be on the crew that's in lane 6. The Spencer Turren from the National Training Centre and triple Olympian in the bow seat. Simon Keenan from Melbourne University and from the men's 8 in seat number 2. Fergus Hamilton is in the 3 seat and Alexander Hill from Adelaide. Well-known stroke of our national 4 is in the stroke seat of this 4 too, so you would definitely expect them to be out in the lead. And at the 1,500 metre mark they are, but just by 0.71 of a sorry, no, they're not. They've slipped behind the challengers from lane 4, Angus Widdicombe from Mercantile, Ben Canham from Melbourne Uni, Jackson Kench from Sydney Uni, and Josh Hicks from Sydney Rowing Club.
But we can see lane 6, I think, starting to step it up here. This is a bit of a solid finish, I think, between these boys, looking to see who can win a heat.
You are not taking out
That's the lane.
our best lane.
The lane 6 crew coming back, definitely starting to step it up, but maybe just...
Oh, that's those young whippersnappers in lane 4 looking pretty good.
yeah, holding on to their lead. They have had it for the last few hundred metres. That's lane 4 composite crew of Angus Widdicombe, Benjamin Canham, Jackson Kench and Joshua Hicks crossing in first. In second place, Spencer Turren, Simon Keenan, Fergus Hamilton and Alexander Hill.
And you can see why we are winning medals in our men's national team, can't you? Some great rowing there.
And then rounding out the progression, in third place was Sydney University, Melbourne University Composite, and in lane 3, Sydney University in fourth place, progressing through later today to the final.
Our lightweights from ACT in lane 2 will cross over in 5th position, and the crew that was to race in lane 7 scratched. So the winning time for the Angus Widdicombe Josh Hicks composite was 5 minutes 52, so 4 seconds faster than the previous heat. They managed to secure 1.69 of a second over the Spencer Turrer Alexander Hill composite, a further 10.73 seconds back to Melbourne University, and 0.69 ahead of the Sydney University composite. We're going to have a great race in the final. Race number 159, which will be just before 5 o'clock, I think. 159, yeah, so that'll be later on. 5:05, there we go. And racing around 5 o'clock is going to be intense. We're going to change gears now. We are going to move to underage events. The Championship Women's Under-16 Double Scull. This is sponsored by Quest Apartments here in Penrith, who offer reduced rates for members of Rowing New South Wales, should you ever want to stay here in Penrith for your regattas. We have 3 heats, with the first 3 progressing through directly to a final. In the first heat, we have a crew from Commercial in lane 1, Bethany Peaty and Genevieve Davies, coached by David Van Das and Gary Townsend. The Tweed crew from lane 2 have scratched. In lane 3, Loretto Marriotteville, Emily Turner and Izzy Ingham, coached by Madison Johansson. In lane 4, from MLCQ, Eleanor Love and Madeline Turnham. In lane 5, from Loretto Normanhurst School, their second crew of Poppy Bensley and Ruby Mullins, coached by Natalia Dew and Jackson Gersoy. Kinross Walleroy are in lane 6, Rani Jarrick and Belle Clinton, coached by James Perrin. In lane 7, Radford College, Rosie Humphreys and Phoebe Fox. In lane 8, from Sydney Girls, Linya Han and Iris Yang, coached by Tim Hughes and Zara Greenwood. And in lane 9, Loretto Marriotteville third crew, Aspen Penberthy and Eugenie Anderson, coached by Dario Spatelli.
And we can see now these girls lining up. It'll be a bit of a challenge. This under-16 double scull is a 1,000-metre race, so no held start. So the starters at the 1,000-metre mark will have a bit of a tricky start here with the tail breeze. Just trying to get the girls lined up back off the start line and have them row up. Just while we wait for these doubles, the heat to line up. That is heat. There are 3 heats. The top 3 will progress straight through to the final later today. That'll be just after 5 o'clock, probably about 5:15, I can imagine. Just a reminder that if you are riding around on a bike, that helmets are required at all times, and motorised scooters and bikes are not permitted for use in this venue. We can see here now, Heat 1 just slowly lining up on the start line here. That tail breeze just helping the girls get up to the start line. Challenge with the starters just to have a nice even start for Heat 1 of the women's under 16 double scull. And this is race 144 underway. This is Heat 1 of the school women's under 16, double scull. Just coming off from the 1,000 metres here. Always a challenging start. Over in lane 1 from Commercial, Bethany Peaty, Genevieve Davis. In lane 2, we've had a scratching from Tweed. Lane 3, Loretto Maritaville, Emily Turner and Izzy Ingham. In lane 4 from MLCQ, Eleanor Love and Madeline Turnham. In lane 5 from Loretto Normanhurst, Poppy Bensley and Ruby Mullins. In lane 6 from Kinross Wallaroi, Rani Jarek and Belle Clinton. In lane 7 from Radford College, Rosie Humphreys and Phoebe Fox. Lane 8, Sydney Girls, we have Leanne Hahn and Iris Young. And in lane 8, lane 9, close to the grandstand, full 9 boats here. Aspen Penberthy and Eugene Anderson, coached by Dario Sportelli. These girls now just progressing through up to almost to the 500 metre mark. Looking like the crew over on the far side, potentially the Commercial crew, into a little bit of a lead here. Looks like we've had a bit of a steering problem with the crew in lane 9 from Loretto Maritaville. Maybe looking to race 2,000 metres instead of 1,000 metres. You can see here the halfway mark, which is the 1,500 metres for these girls here. It is the Commercial crew over in lane 1, just a fraction ahead of the Kinross Wallaroi. I think the Kinross crew might have just pushed into the lead there. In 3rd place, Loretto Maritaville. In 4th place, Radford College. 5th, Sydney Girls. 6th, Loretto Normanhurst. 7th, MLCQ. 8th, Loretto Maritaville 3. But it was very close between that Commercial and Kinross crew as they went through the 500 metre mark. Top 3 girls doubles here progressing. So the Radford crew in lane 7 has a bit of work ahead of it to make up 3 seconds in the last 500 metres if they're looking to progress. through to the final later today. But looking like that the Kinross crew in lane 6 still in a bit of a lead there in that nice distinctive blue boat. Over in lane 1, the commercial crew hanging on to a second place, and then Loretto Maridaville in third place in lane 3 from South Australia. Commercial crew of Bethany Peaty and Genevieve Davies, coached by David Vandis and Gary Townsend, have stepped it up as we're hitting the last 250 metres now. Higher strike of rating, but it looks like there's a good response from the Kinross Wallaroi crew in lane 6, potentially still holding on to the lead. These girls just need to place in the top 3 places to progress to the final. The crew in lane 3 from Loretto Maridaville looking in a solid third place as we hit the last 30 metres of the race. The crew over from Commercial in lane 1 has still responded with Kinross, but it looking like Kinross will take out the first heat of the under 16 double scull. Second will go to Commercial, and in third in lane 3 will be Loretto Maridaville, progressing through to the final later today. And then back almost 2 races here in lane 7 from Radford College. In 4th place, unfortunately not making it through to the final. 5th will be in lane 5 from Loretto Normanhurst. 6th, Sydney Girls. 7th, MLCQ. 8th place, Loretto Maridaville.
Confirming the results of the first heat of the Championship Women's Under-16 Double Scull, a win for Le Kinross Wallaroi 1, second Commercial, and third Loretto Marriotteville 1. Those 3 crews will progress through to the final at 5:25 p.m. 4th, Radford College 2, 5th, Loretto Normanhurst 2, 6th, Sydney Girls 2, 7th, MLCQ, and 8th, Loretto Marriotteville 3. Winning time, 3 minutes 44.79, the margins 0.77 and 7.82. The second heat is now in progress with Nepean Rowing Club in lane 1, Somerset College in lane 2, Loretto Marriotteville 2 in lane 3, Sydney Girls High in lane 4, Kinross Wallaroi 2 in lane 5, MLC School 2 in lane 6, Newcastle Grammar in lane 7, Commercial in lane 8, and Redlands in lane 9.
That's right, another full heat here of 9 boats, and it looked like the Kinross Wallaroi crew in lane 5 still holding on to that lead that they've had from the 500 metres as they come into the last 100 metres now, almost about to hit the red buoys. But over in lane 1, the Nepean crew of Sophia Whitelaw and Ellie Taylor definitely giving them a final run for their money. Girls in the middle here, Kinross Wallaroi, Laura Claudelay and Isabel Grout, coached by James Perrin, still holding on to a nice position here, starting to pick up the rating. I think a bit of pressure maybe has woken them up from the crew over there in lane 1 from Nepean. Looking like they'll still progress through to the final later today. And then in lane 7, looking to take out third place in the final progression from Newcastle Grammar is Heidi McKenzie and Kensington Steel in third place.
So the results of the second heat of the Championship Women's Under-16 Double Scull, sponsored by Quest Apartments Penrith, making it a double, Kinross Wallaroi took out the win. Second, Nepean Rowing Club, and third, Newcastle Grammar School, they'll progress through to the final. 4th, Sydney Girls High, 5th, Commercial, 6th, Somerset College, 7th, Redlands, 8th, Loretto Marriotteville, and 9th, MLC School second crew. Those crews will now be eliminated from the event. The time for the winning Kinross Wallaroi crew, just get my name, 3 minutes, 54.47, very tight margins, 0.86 and 0.64. The
Very
third
close
and
there.
final, the third and final heat is now in progress in this women's under-16 double scull. In lane 1, again commercial, Lily Nolan and Maggie Stafford. In lane 2, MLC School 1, Ashley Denton and Sophie Winnell. In lane 3 from commercial, Amelia Moore and Georgia Crouch. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Isabel Nichols and Georgie Jones. In lane 5 from Loretto Normanhurst, Amelie Johnson and Ellen Ogilvie. In lane 6 from Loretto Marriotteville, Liren Ma and Emily Baldock. In lane 7 from Radford College, Hannah Kosh and Lara Clues. And in lane 8 from Manning Valley Anglican College, Lily Wright and Ava Falzon.
Over there on the far side in lanes 1, 2 and 3 are looking like the top 3 boats to progress through later today. Commercial in lane 1, that's the Lily Noland and Maggie Stafford crew, sitting just about a length ahead maybe of their competition from MLC School 1 and their fellow club mates in lane 3, also from commercial. Top 3 boats progressing through to the final later today. Tough elimination for the under-16 double scull, just 3 heats and top 3 progressing through.
Well, it's really impressive that commercial have got 4 doubles in this race. So I presume they're doing some quads later on as well.
Definitely.
But looking very good.
That crew, the Noland and Stafford crew, coached by David Vandas and Gary Townsend in lane 1, looking very comfortable as they hit the last 100 metres here. MLC School 1 crew of Ashley Denton and Sophie Winnell just hanging on to second place there over the other commercial crew. All crews just in touch as they cross the line. In first is lane 1 commercial, MLC 1 in second place, and third place is commercial. Just a fraction back now to lane 5, which is the Loretto Normanhurst crew, crossing in 4th place. Unfortunately won't progress later on today. Lane 4 Hunter Valley Grammar crew passing in 5th place, apologies. In 6th, in lane 8 we have Manning Valley Anglican. And in Radford College, crossing in 7th place, lane 7. And 8th place looking like lane 6 from Loretto Marriotteville, crossing in 8th place.
Confirming the results of the third and final heat of the Championship Women's Under-16 Double Scull. The first 3 progressing through to the final are commercial, Nolan and Stafford. Second, MLC School, Denton and Winnell. And third, commercial, Moore and Crouch. Just missing out, Loretto Normanhurst in 4th, Hunter Valley Grammar in 5th, Manning Valley Anglican in 6th, Radford College 7th, Loretto Marriotteville 8th. Winning time, 3 minutes 51.76, nice fast time. 1.55 is the first margin, 2.45 the second margin. And I have noticed it's quite difficult for us with the commentary because there are a distinct lack of bow numbers. So if you have finished racing, could you please return your bow numbers to Bay 1 in the boat park?
And we're just coming into now what is the first heat of the men's under-16 double scull. Looking like the crew over there in lane 2, Cranbrook, which is James Campbell and Maximilian Alchin, looking in a comfortable first place. Or maybe not so comfortable, actually. Apologies. Radford College, Hugo Ryan and Charlie Knight, giving them a bit of a run for their money as they get into the last 50 metres. Over looking like in 3rd place in lane 1 from Newington, Lucas Ross and Lucas van der Wijzen in 3rd place. But actually Radford looking like they're going to take out the 1st place here in the first heat. 2nd place will be Cranbrook 1 and 3rd place Newington over there in lane 1. 4th place will be lane 4 from Newington. Unfortunately not progressing through. Lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar in 5th place. 6th place is Somerset College. And a St Augustine's crew just rounding out what will be the first heat of the men's under-16 double scull. We did have a scratching from Sydney there. So that was first, went to Radford College, Hugo Ryan and Charlie Knight. 2nd from Cranbrook, James Campbell, Maximilian Alchin. And 3rd place from Newington, Lucas Ross and Lucas van der Wijzen as well.
The winning time for the Radford College crew was 3 minutes 27.25. And we've got, St Augustine's now look a little younger. Good for them.
Amazing just to be out there.
Certainly not the easiest of conditions and amongst some pretty fantastic competition. But good on you, St. Augustine's. And you know what? And next year we'll be seeing them probably racing like champions.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, they're going to be they're in a good program and they're going to have some fun at that school.
You do need to start somewhere.
You do. So where's our second heat?
Heat 2 still looks like they're lining up actually. We can hear the wind up here, so it's a bit of a tail breeze.
So in
hitting
lane
the
2,
course.
you can hear it, can't you? So heat 2, which is lining up right now in the Championship Men's Under-16 Double Scull Race, which is sponsored by Quest Apartments of Penrith. We have the crew from St. Augustine's in lane 1 of Lachlan Schofield and Matthew Giretta, coached by Bjarni Ungermach and Judith Ungermach. The crew from Redlands has scratched. In lane 3, Newington College, Nico Colantonio and Jeremy Cooper. In lane 4 from St. Augustine's, Jesse Bray and Henry O'Hare, again coached by Bjarni and Judith Ungermach. In lane 5 from Somerset College, Byron Taylor and Hugo Dirk-Siemer. In lane 6 from Corio Bay, Ty Bailey and Zander Bailey, coached by Jeff Watt and Ian Bridgeland. In lane 7 from Kinross Walleroy, Hamish Searle and Will Kirby, coached by Benjamin Watt. And in lane 8 from Tweed, Matthew Jaspers and Marcus Fox, coached by Gary Anand. So that heat has just started. That's our third and final heat in the Championship Men's... second heat. Second heat in the Championship Men's Under-16 Double Scull. And they've gone off to a flying start. Making the most of that roaring tailwind, I think. Mm-hmm.
We can see here some amazing footage from the BR rowboat, which is just chasing up behind this race here. We can see some amazing side-on footage here of the crews. Potentially the crew from Newington there in lane 3 out in front. The St. Augustine's crew are also over in lane 1, will be a bit of tough competition. And the other crew from Kinross Walleroy in lane 7 looking like they're up there in the progression potential. But of course only 1,000 metres, so we'll need to wait for the full 1,000 metres to be able to determine which crews are going to progress through later today. It is a short race, so always hard, the 1,000 metres. Coming through the 500 metres here, it looks like the crew from Corio Bay crossing in first, Kinross Walleroy in second, third is the Newington crew, and in fourth is St. Augustine's. Only the top 3 progressing through this afternoon, so St. Augustine's will have a bit of work ahead of them to maybe make up those 2 seconds. 2.7 seconds back to Tweed 1, 5 seconds back to Somerset College, and 2 seconds back to the St. Augustine's crew. Apologies, in lane 4. The Corio Bay crew, as we can see here, just coming into vision of the grandstand, looking like they're out in front. Got some very strong mid-strength there through the stroke, so catching well, pushing hard with the tail breeze, just helping them clip along. Over in the far side, the Newington crew looking like they're in a solid second place, but the Kinross Walleroy crew really isn't going to give up in lane 7, closer to the grandstand here. Still competition from the St. Augustine's crew in lane 1 on the far side. Looking like it would be tough for that third position to see who will progress through later today. Corio Bay looking like they have about a length's lead over some of their fellow double sculls this afternoon. The Kinross Woolloomooloo crew definitely putting in some big strokes here, looking to hold on to that third place with the St Augustine's crew over on the far side in lane 1, also still trying to hang on to that third place. I think it could be the Kinross crew here in lane 7 that will progress, looking like they might have got into second place here just as they're coming into the last few metres. Corio Bay sitting comfortably in front there, crossing in first. Second will be the Kinross crew, third will be the Newington crew, and then fourth looking like the St Augustine's crew over there in lane 1. Crossing in fifth from Tweed, sixth Somerset College, lane 4 about to cross the line from St Augustine's. Rounding out what is the heat 2 of the Championship Men's Under-16 Double Scull.
So just confirming the results of the second heat of the Men's Under-16 Double Scull, sponsored by Quest Apartments. A win for Corio Bay. Second, Kinross Woolloomooloo 1. Third, Newington. They progress through to the final. Fourth, St Augustine's. Fifth, Tweed 1. Sixth, Somerset College 1. And seventh, St Augustine's, Bray and O'Hare. Winning time, 3 minutes 26.89. The margins 4.65, 2.57. So the first heat was 3:26.97. This one was 3:26.89. We do look as though we've got another great final brewing, and the third and final heat has now in progress. So let's see what sort of time we'll get here. We've got Leichhardt in lane 2 from Isaac Shepherd's squad there. Ably assisted by Dua Kalantar, we have William Spuage and Luca Wilson. In lane 3 from Newington College, Ollie Stelmacher and Hugh Jones. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar School, Thomas Mitteff and Michael Thomas. In lane 5 from St Joseph's College, Rupert Cornell and Fred O'Hara. In lane 6 from Radford College, their second crew of Darcy Barlow and William Fraser. In lane 7 from UTS Haberfield, James Davis and Oliver Taylor, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wennin. And in lane 8 from Kinross Woolloomooloo, their second crew of Oscar Chandler Sullivan and Hugh Nash, coached by Benjamin Watt.
And as these boys went through the 500 metre mark, it was the St Joseph's crew in lane 5 leading, but just 0.1 of a second back to Newington, and then 0.297 back to Newcastle Grammar. Leichhardt sitting in 4th, Radford College 2 sitting in 5th, Kinross in 6th place, and UTS in 7th place. It is looking like, again, what will be another really close heat here in the men's under-16 double scull. Into the last 200 metres. The Newington crew of Ollie Stelmacher and Hugh Jones looking like they might have pulled out into a little bit of a lead over the crew in lane 5 from St Joseph's as we hit the last, almost into the red boys. In lane 4, the Newcastle Grammar crew looking like they could be in 3rd place, but getting definitely a good press from the Leichhardt crew over in lane 2, and also Radford College just on their left in lane 6. As we come into the last 100 metres of the red boys, the Newington crew starting to really pick it up and wanting to get that first place as they hit the final later on today. The St Joseph's crew just rowing over. Oh, St Joseph's looking first, Newington second. And third looking like lane 4, which will be Newcastle Grammar. Radford coming in 4th. 5th was Leichhardt. And 6th Kinross in lane 8. And our UTS crew, some young boys crossing over in 7th place, rounding out what is heat 3 of the men's under-16 double scull.
Well, the judges have said it's a photo finish, and I don't blame them, but it did look to me as though Joey's realised that Newington had come up on them and actually overtaken them, and they put in some really big strokes to take it through.
Watching the replay here.
Oh, yeah,
lane 5, the one on the bottom here is the St Joseph's crew, and lane 2, Newington. I think I'm going to back myself with the call of St Joey's over Newington.
I think so too. But whilst the judges come to an official result, we can confirm that both crews go through to the final, along with Newcastle Grammar School, who placed third, 5.35 seconds behind. Eliminated from the event now, going through, I've written the numbers down wrong. Fourth was Radford College, fifth was Leichhardt, sixth was Kinross Walleroy, seventh UTS. And the under 16 double scull for the men therefore concluded. We're going to move back to under 19, so we'll go back to the full 2,000 metre course, and our next race is at 12 minutes past 4. So give us a couple of minutes and we'll come back to you with the lineup. So folks, just a reminder please, especially to coaches, that racing today is going on until 6 p.m. So we still have a lot of races to go and we are desperately short of bow numbers. So please, if you are around the trailers or the boats, could you have a look, especially if the boats have been put back on the rack, scoop up any bow numbers that are finished with and bring them back, please. They need to be taken back to Bay 1. That's the boat sheds in the boat park itself. Bay 1 is the one on the left as you look at it from the boat park. We would be very grateful, please, if you could bring bow numbers back to Bay 1 as soon as possible after racing. Thank you. So we have crews getting onto the start now for a final, the final of the Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed 4. The current champions are Queenwood School, and they appear in one of the middle lanes in today's race. In lane 1, we have a crew from Canberra Grammar, a crew of Hannah Griffiths, Imogen Horn, Holly Howard, and Aprilla Mitchell, coxed by Lucy Robbins and coached by Beth Bryan. In lane 2, Loretto Kirabili, Eva Eels, Alexandra Whitson, Zoe Fallon and Grace Woodward, coxed by Emma Bunbury. In lane 3, the crew from Roseville of Charlie Griebel, Emma Dupreez, Grace McInley and Hannah Alexander, coxed by Jessica Davies and coached by Jack Henderson. In lane 4, a composite of Sarah Bebbington from Sydney Rowing Club, Olivia Kelly from Sydney Rowing Club, Sienna Morgan from UTS and Alice Steed from UTS, coxed by Jasmine Abela, coached by Katie Healy, Charlie Patterson and Jared Watson. In lane 5 from Queenwood School, the defending champions, Brooke Cuttance, Zara Taylor, Gemma McLaren and Addison Rolls, coxed by Melody Yin and coached by Zoe Keating and Ray Boyle. In lane 6, Felicity Bishop from the University of Queensland Boat Club with Fern Rosenbauer from Adelaide, Isabel Scheimer from UQ and Ava Mulholland from UQ, coxed by Annabelle Rosie Dodd, coached by Phil Bourguignon and Dario Sportelli. In lane 7 from the University of Queensland, Pia Hatzipetru, Sophie Crane, Charlotte Zentfeld and Tiara Rayner, coxed by Lila Meredith, coached by Phil Bourguignon and Lily Lunny. And in lane 8, from Brisbane and GPS and Toowong rowing clubs, Poppy Yarsky, Eva Hoskin, Robin Matthews and Georgia Mackay, coxed by Gracie Gascoigne and coached by Maddie Pekila and Nigel Stubbs. And the event is sponsored by the Regatta Shop. And you can get your official merchandise from the Regatta Shop at the back of the grandstand.
as we have the Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed 4 coming through the 1,000 metres. It was Queenwood who are the defending champions of the Under-19 Coxed 4 in the lead. 5.5 seconds, a solid lead over the UTS Sydney crew in lane 4. In third place, University of Queensland Adelaide crew. In fourth place, Loretto Kirribilli. Fifth, Roseville. Sixth, Uni of Queensland. Seventh, the Brisbane and GPS Toowong Composite. And in eighth place, over in lane 1, is the Canberra Grammar 2 crew. Just as we hit into the afternoon session here, hitting the finals, just a reminder that we also do have the regatta bar. There is open at the just behind the grandstand. There is air conditioning. There is the live stream in there, and as you'd expect, some cold beverages. And here we watch Queenwood crossing through the 1,500 metre mark in a very solid first place, just over 7 seconds over the UTS Sydney crew in lane 4. The Queenwood crew bringing Brooke Cuddance, Zara Tyler, Gemma McLaren, Addison Rolls and Cox by Melody Yin, and coached by Zoe Keating and Ray Boyle. These girls into a commanding lead as they come into the last 500 metres. 7.3 seconds is definitely a few lengths.
Yeah, Ray was the coach that took the Queenwood crew to the Junior World Championships in the Women's Coxed 4 in 2023. And Queenwood, a very strong program, but also a very large program, and really showing their strength now in this race. The girls looking very together and composed in rather blustery conditions.
Yeah, looking very solid. They have been in just working on that lead as they've been rowing over the full 2,000 metres here. As this is the Championship Women's Under-19 Cox Quad, sponsored by the Regatta Shop. This Queenwood crew going for a few years in a row, I imagine, as the winners of this trophy. Coming into the last 100 metres now, about to hit the red boys with clear water over the crew in lane 4, the UTS Composite, UTS Haberfield and Sydney Composite crew in lane 4. But Queenwood still looking into a strong, solid lead coming into now the final half of the red boys. Looking very comfortable in the lead here, very solid, strong strokes with the tail breezes, clipping it along as they cross the first place. That's lane 5 from Queenwood in first. Second place, looking like it'll be lane 4, the UTS Sydney Composite. And then lane 3, just half a canvas in in lane 6, the bronze medal to UTS, the University of Queensland Composite. Fourth place was Loretto Kirribilli. Fifth place, Roseville. Sixth place, Uni of Queensland. Seventh place, Brisbane GPS Toowong Composite. And in eighth place, Canberra Grammar over in lane 1.
Confirming the results of the final of the Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed 4, the title defended by Queenwood School. In silver medal position, the UTS Haberfield Sydney Rowing Club Composite, and in third, the University of Queensland Adelaide Rowing Club Composite. The provisional time for Queenwood in that Coxed 4 event, 7 minutes 12.72 seconds, the margin 6.56 and 6.22. We invite Queenwood, the UTS Haberfield crew with Sydney and the University of Queensland Adelaide crew around to come and collect their medals.
Moving now to race 151, the Championship Men's Under-19 Coxed 4, also sponsored by the Regatta Shop. We've had a few scratchings here. The lane 1 Shore 2 crew, lane 2 St Ignatius 4, St Ignatius 1 and 2 in lane 7 and 8 also scratched. So down to just 4 boats here. In lane 3, Canberra Grammar 2, Lucas McLean, James Robertson, Ethan Murphy, Joseph O'Brien. Brendan Brooks is the coach, coached by Chris Polly-Channon. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar 1 crew is Dylan Altram, Cameron Schmidt, Harry Budd, Nicholas Vanderwald, coxed by Timothy Robson, also coached by Chris Polly-Channon. In lane 5 from Ballarat Clarendon is Stuart Hall, Max Mason, James Forsyth, Charlie McClure, Reese Blaker as coached and Cox and coached by Ian Peel. And in lane 6 from Brighton Grammar, Spencer Kirkham, Oscar Gooder McGrath, Patrick Henley, Harry Pollock and coxed by James Lawback. And as we can see here, as they're coming into the last 400 metres, it is that crew in lane 5 from Ballarat Clarendon into a solid lead over their fellow school members and the Canberra Grammar crews. Canberra Grammar 1 crew looking like they're in second place on the far side, but getting some strong pressure from the Brighton Grammar crew in lane 6. Apologies, I did refer to them as Ballarat Clarendon, but it's Brighton Grammar in lane 6 with the white bucket hats. And Canberra Grammar 1 over in lane 4 looking like they're starting to step it up as they hit the last 200 metres here. Looking like they're looking into second place here, holding off the Brighton Grammar crew. But Brighton Grammar definitely not going down easily as they hit almost the red boys here. The Ballarat Clarendon in lane 5 holding on to a solid lead. Looking like about 3 to 4 both lengths. Lots of clear water from Ballarat Clarendon in first place here. Gold medalists in the men's under-19 Coxed 4. Second place looking like it will go to Brighton Grammar, and third will be Canberra Grammar 1 in lane 4. And in fourth place will be the Canberra Grammar 2 crew, just rounding out the final of the men's under-19 Coxed 4.
As our final crew comes towards the line, we confirm the results of the Championship Men's Under-19 Coxed 4 event, sponsored by the Regatta Shop. The final was won by Ballarat Clarendon, second Brighton Grammar, third Canberra Grammar, fourth Canberra Grammar. The winning time, 6 minutes, 29.79 seconds. The margins, 4.84 and 3.57. We invite Ballarat Clarendon, Brighton Grammar and Canberra Grammar to come and collect their medals.
We are back down to the start line for what is the women's under-21 8 final, sponsored by V Insurance. In lane 1 we have Swan River Composite with Western Australia, Adelaide University and Fremantle and Adelaide. In lane 2 we have MLCQ. In lane 3 University of Queensland. In lane 4 Sydney University. Lane 5 Melbourne University. Lane 6 UTS Composite with Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 7 Mercantile Composite with Wundaree, Ballarat and Nagambie. And in lane 8, closest to the grandstand, is Wesley College. This is going to be a very exciting 8th race with the tail breeze as they're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark here in the Championship Women's Under-21 8.
So the current champion in this event, the Championship Women's Under-21 8, sponsored by V Insurance, the current champions are Sydney University Boat Club, and this time they're in lane 4. Of course, the personnel in the crew are different to last year because this is an age-restricted event. So this year we have Nicole Vance in the bow seat. Nicole is an international rower from New Zealand who has just moved to Sydney, literally just moved to Sydney, to come to Sydney University. Charlotte Hartin is in 2, Zoe Bond in the 3 seat, Megan Wood in 4, Jessica Colbran in 5, Alyssa Fickers in 6, Alexandra O'Brien in 7, Imogen Gray in the stroke seat. Chloe Giretta is their cox. Their coaches are Alfie Young, Alan Bennett and Kieran Glynn. So we have at least one member there of last year's World Championship 4 from Australia, Imogen Gray, who's in the stroke seat, and possibly Alexandra O'Brien as well. And we have a real mix of the schools that these girls rowed at in this crew. I'm sure the same is for Melbourne University, their arch rivals on one side of them, lane 5, where we have Amelie McComb, Felicity Murray, Lucy Green, Olive Pascoe, Tiffany Crosthwaite, Chloe Nevins and Meg Dumbrell. Jemima Wilcox is stroking that crew and Jackie Evans is the cox. On the other side of Sydney University, we have the University of Queensland with Astrid Thomas, who's a very fast under-19 sculler, at bow. Eliza Bridgefoot at 2, Edie Russell at 3, Ruby Dollar at 4, Georgia Montague at 5, Lucy McFarlane at 6, Alice Reddy at 7, Tyler Hutton in the stroke seat, and Priscilla Russell coxing. Their coaches Phil Bourguignon and Lily Lunny. And we have a composite from UTS Haberfield, some of whom are university students, and Sydney Rowing Club. In the bow seat of lane 6 crew is Bianca Rupnik-Williams, Jade Bliss, Evelyn Stigter, Madeline Mannins, all from UTS. Isabel Yardley from Sydney Rowing Club. Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain and Lila Gaston from UTS, and their cox is Sophie Castellas. Their coach is Jared Watson. It's pretty neck and neck, isn't it? My goodness.
Yeah,
Sydney University have a narrow lead at the 1,500 metre mark over that University of Queensland crew. And that crew I just read out, UTS Sydney, has just gone and jumped in front of the mercantile composite of Kate McNeil, Clodagh McCarthy, Mia Harrison, Imogen Nation, Grace Ivers, Lucy Richardson, Abigail Cox and Jess Hawker. Isabel Finch is coxing them, and Zoe Fetting-Wynne is Jamie McDonald and Suzanne Andrews are their coaches.
The last 250 metres here, definitely going to be extremely close between the Sydney University and University of Queensland crew. There was just over a second separating them at the 1,500 metre mark, but I think it looks like the lane 3 University of Queensland crew is starting to push back as they get into the last 200 metres here. But the Sydney University crew definitely holding on as best they can to the first place as we hit the last 150 metres here of the Championship Women's Under 21-8. Sydney University crew starting to step up the rating here, wanting to hold on to that first as best as possible, but getting some strong competition here from the University of Queensland crew over there in lane 3. You can see Sydney University, still holding on to that lead just by a canvas as they come into the last 20 metres here, looking comfortable as they've started to pull away from the University of Queensland crew. That'll be Sydney University in first, University of Queensland second in the silver medal, and third place will go to lane 6, the bronze medal to the UTS composite crew.
And just before we go to the medal presentation, just confirming the results of our Championship Women's Under 21-8 final. The last 3 crews sprinting to the line. Well done, lane 8. That's pretty good. The win went to Sydney University Boat Club, defending their title. Silver medal to the University of Queensland and bronze medal to the UTS Haberfield Sydney Rowing Club Composite. 4th, the Mercantile Composite. 5th, Melbourne University. 6th, Wesley College. 7th, Swan River Composite. And 8th, MLCQ. Winning time, 6 minutes, 25.17 seconds. The margins, 1.39 and 2.9. So we move now to the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed 4, sponsored by the Regatta Shop. Bronze medal, the University of Queensland Adelaide Composite. Felicity Bishop from the University of Queensland Boat Club. Fern Rosenbauer from Adelaide Rowing Club. Isabel Scheimer from the University of Queensland Boat Club. Ava Mulholland from the University of Queensland Boat Club. And their cox, Annabelle Rosie Dodd. The crew was coached by Phil Bourguignon and Dario Sportelli. Second and silver medalists, UTS Haberfield and Sydney Rowing Club. Sarah Bebbington from Sydney Rowing Club. Olivia Kelly from Sydney Rowing Club. Sienna Morgan from UTS Haberfield. Alice Steed from UTS Haberfield. And their cox, Jasmine Abela. The crew was coached by Katie Healy, Charlie Patterson and Jared Watson. Gold medal and state champions for 2024, Queenwood School. Brooke Cuttance, Zara Taylor, Gemma McLaren, and Addison Rolls. Their cocks, Chloe Giuretta, Melody Yin. The crew was coached by Zoe Keating and Ray Boyle. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed 4.
Our thanks to Lizzie Chapman and to Tom Trobe for their commentary during the last little period. We're into the final stages now of Day 2 of the 2024 New South Wales Rowing Championships. The race coming down the course, coming to an exciting climax, is the men's under-21 eights, sponsored by V Insurance. Lane 2, the Fremantle Swan River West Australian and Commercial Composite. Lane 3, UTS. Lane 4, University of Queensland Composite. Lane 5, Melbourne University. Lane 6, Sydney Adelaide Composite. And Lane 8, Scotch College. And it is that crew from Sydney and Adelaide that are out in front. It's the last 200 metres. UTS now really starting to pick up the pace as they come down towards the finish line. It's also a battle in for third place. We've got the University of Queensland Composite, Melbourne University, as well as the Fremantle Composite from WA. But out in front, it's still Sydney and Adelaide. They've got themselves a canvas over UTS. There's not much to pick between them, but it will be, with a couple of big strokes left to go, the crew from Sydney Rowing Club and Adelaide Rowing Club. They'll go through and take the win. Second place will go through to UTS, with third going to the University of Queensland Composite, fourth to Melbourne University, fifth going through to the Fremantle Composite, and sixth going through to Scotch College over in lane number 8. So a fantastic finish there in the men's under-21 eights.
Yeah, definitely not the form crew based on the heats in the semi-finals, and a great effort from that Sydney Rowing Club and Adelaide Composite. 5:43.2. In recent memory, I can't say there's been a faster under-21 8 at the state championships. Normally 5:47.48 has sort of been the standard, but 5:43 is absolutely moving. Conditions obviously fairly generous here this afternoon.
Yeah, we're just seeing those on the flags up at the grandstands. We have had a southerly for most of today, for most of the regatta, but it is now starting to come from the southeast. So it does mean where earlier today we had lanes 1, 2 and 3 were the favoured lanes. Now if you're in 9, 8 or 7, perhaps just a little bit more favoured, get a little bit more of that tailwind as it comes across. But it is gusting, it is quite tricky conditions out there. Certainly did not bother that crew from Sydney and Adelaide rowing clubs. As we just wait for our next race to get underway, that will be the final of the men's under-17 double sculler. It is underway. So in lane number 1 from Nepean Rowing Club, we have Nicholas Walsh and Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. Also from Nepean in lane 2, Oscar Parsons and Lockie Rogers. Lane 3 from Glebe Rowing Club, Christopher Vlahos and Luke Martin, coached by Robert Mackney and Nicholas Galea. Lane 4 from St Augustine's, Rory Parker and Hamish Wise, coached by Bjarne and Judith Ungermack. Lane 5 from Canberra Grammar School, Alexander Griffiths and Benjamin McGregor, coached by Thomas Hart. Lane 6 from Radford College, Oliver Horweg and Lincoln Urin. Lane 7 from Manning Valley Anglican School, Oliver Sampson and Rianne Watkins, coached by Murray Doust. And Lane 8 from Kinross Walleroy, Toby Buckland and Lachlan DeVries.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll turn our attention to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for the men's under-19 Coxed 4 Championship of New South Wales. Third place and bronze medalists, Canberra Grammar, represented by Dylan Outram, Cameron Schmidt, Harry Budd, Nicholas Vanderwalt, coxed by Timothy Robson. Crew is coached by Chris Polychanan. Second place and silver medalist, Brighton Grammar, represented by Spencer Kirkham, Oscar Goodger McGrath, Patrick Hanley, Harry Pollock, coxed by James Lawback. gold medalists and Australian champions, New South Wales champions for 2024, Ballarat Clarendon, Stuart Hall, Max Mason, James Forsyth, Charlie McClure. Crew coxed by Reese Belcher and coached by Ian Peel. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales champions and medalists in the men's under-19 Coxed 4. Turning our attention back down to the racing. It is the final of the Championship Women's Under-17 Double Scull, and the crew from Commercial Rowing Club, Sienna Becker and Summer Phillips, with the upper hand at the 1,000-metre mark, 2 seconds up on Radford College, sitting in second, who are in turn only less than a second up on Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates from Mossman. Stella Moore and Patricia Boland from Loretto Normanhurst hot on their heels, and as they cross the 1,500-metre mark, it is still that crew from Commercial. 5:40 on the dot through the 1,500-metre mark. Mossman crossed that line in second. Loretto Normanhurst with a strong third 500 up into third, and Radford College sitting back in fourth. Commercial number 2 in fifth. Mossman in sixth, and Mossman in sixth to. No, we have a couple more. The Sydney Rowing Club crew in 7th, Newcastle Grammar in 8th. And over on the far side of the course is the crew from Kinross, Walleroy, Matty O'Brien, Lucy Reedy rounding out that heat at the 1,500-metre mark.
Coming into the final stages now, the women's under-17 double scull, Sienna Becker and Summer Phillips out in front over there in lane number 8, making the most of that really good boat run that you do get with that southeasterly now coming in, and really, when you're in lanes 1, 2 and 3, a little bit more sheltered, but if you are in 7, 8 and 9, then if you do have that ability to be able to make the most of a tailwind, then it's certainly very beneficial to you. However, on the right-hand side, we've got the crew from Mossman Rowing Club, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates, really doing well as well. They've had a big push in through that final 500 metres. A little bit behind them is the crew from Loretto Normanhurst, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland. So that's our 1, 2, 3. As things stand at the moment, Radford College sitting in 4th, Commercial in lane number 4 sitting in 5th, battling it out with Radford, and then back to Mossman in lane number 5, and then Sydney and Newcastle Grammar making up our field. Final stages, Mossman versus Commercial, either ends there, and it will be, with a couple of big strokes, Commercial Rowing Club have taken out the championship. It's a win for Commercial. Second place to Mossman in lane number 2. Third going through to Loretto Normanhurst. Fourth just going through to the crew from Radford ahead of the second Commercial crew. And then Mossman finishing in 6th. Sydney Rowing Club in 7th, and then Newcastle Grammar and the second Kinross Walleroy crew in 8th and 9th. So the winning crew from Commercial Rowing Club, Sienna Becker and Summer Phillips. Second going through to Mossman's Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates, with third going through to Loretto Normanhurst, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland.
And we'll turn our attention back to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Under-21 Coxed 8. Third place and bronze medalists, a composite of the UTS Haberfield and Sydney Rowing Clubs. Bianca Rupnick-Wilkins, Jade Bliss, Evelyn Stigter, Madeline Mannins, Isabel Yardley, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain, Layla Gaston, their cox Sophie Castellis, and the crew coached by Jared Watson. Second place and silver medalists, the University of Queensland. Astrid Thomas, Eliza Bridgefoot, Edie Russell, Ruby Dollar, Georgia Montague, Lucy McFarlane, Alice Reddy, Tyler Hutton, their cocks Priscilla Russell, and the crew coached by Philip Bergeron and Lily Lunny. Gold medalists and New South Wales champions for 2024, Sydney University, represented by Nicole Vance, Charlotte Hatton, Zoe Bond, Megan Wood, Jessica Colburn, Alyssa Fickers, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray, Chloe Giretta, and crew coached by Alfie Young, Alan Bennett, and Kieron Glynn. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists in the Under-21 Women's Coxed 8.
Switching our attention back to the racecourse, and it is the men's under-17 double sculls. Nepean in lane 2, Nepean in lane 1, Nepean in lane 2, Glebe in lane 3, St Augustine's lane 4, Canberra Grammar lane 5, Radford College lane 6, Manning Valley Anglican in lane 7 and Kinross Walleroy in lane number 8. Into the red boys, marking the final stages, Glebe Rowing Club, Christopher Vlahos and Luke Martin. They were leading in their heat, decided to take it easy, saved up the energy, and it does look like it's going to pay off. Second place is a battle between St Augustine's, Rory Parker, Hamish Wise, and Canberra Grammar, Alexander Griffiths and Benjamin McGregor. Canberra Grammar, maybe just with their bow balls out in front. They are surging now. Glebe, they've got half a boat length over the Canberra Grammar crew. They're going to go through and take the win. Second place to Canberra Grammar, third to St Augustine's. Coming through a little bit behind them, it'll be a nice little battle in for fourth between Manning Valley Anglican and Kinross Walleroy. Manning Valley will take fourth place, Kinross in fifth. Sixth place will go to the Nepean crew in lane number 1, seventh going through to Radford College, and eighth going through to the Nepean crew in lane number 8. It's a confirmation of the results there. Christopher Vlahos, Luke Martin from Glebe. Second, Canberra Grammar's Alexander Griffiths and Benjamin McGregor, with third going through to St Augustine's Rory Parker and Hamish Wise.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll jump straight to the presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Under-28 Championship of New South Wales. Right, we'll turn our attention back down to the course. So on the course now is race 156, the Championship Women's Elite Double Sculls, sponsored by V Insurance. In lane 1, Centenary, supported by the QAS. In lane 2, a composite from Sydney University Boat Club and the University of Queensland. In lane 3, a composite of UTS Haberfield and the University of Queensland. Lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club and Melbourne University. Harriet Hudson and Amanda Bateman, who are looking strong out in front in the centre of the course there. Sydney University Boat Club in lane 5. Sydney University and ANU in lane 6, the lightweights. Canberra and Team Japan in lane 7. And the Australian National University on the grandstand side of the course in lane 8, Stuart.
Yeah, out in front it is. That's Sydney Composite, Amanda Bateman and Harriet Hudson. Got themselves a couple of boat lengths lead over Tara Rigney, Kate Rowan from Sydney University, and then Caitlin Cronin and Laura Goulet from University of Queensland and UTS. So that's our 1, 2, 3 coming into the last 250 metres. Back a little bit further from them, it's the lightweight double of Anika Reardon and Georgia Miansaro. They're sitting in fourth place and just starting to make a little bit of a move there on third place, that crew in lane number 3. Back a little bit further from them, we've got the Canberra and Team Japan composite, Shiho Yonakawa and Kara Grushkoviak, and then back to Ria Thompson and Rowena Meredith from the Sydney University, University of Queensland, and then Jessica and Sophie Malcolm from Centenary up against Alexandra Moylan and Catherine Kahn in lanes 1 and 8. Coming through to the finish with a couple of big strokes left to go, it will be Amanda Bateman and Harriet Hudson from Sydney Rowing Club and Melbourne University Boat Club. They'll go through and take a convincing win in the women's double sculls. Second place will go to Tara Rigney, Kate Rowan. Third place, it's the surge from the lightweights. Had they done it, it's a photo for third. It's going to be a photo for third between UTS, University of Queensland, Caitlin Cronin, Laura Goulet and Anika Reid and Georgia Miansaro from Sydney University. 5th will go to lane 7, Kara Grushkowiak, Shiho Yonakawa, with 6 going through to lane 2. That's Ria Thompson, Rowena Meredith, Jessica and Sophie Malcolm in 7th, and Alexandra Moylan and Catherine Kahn in 8th. We'll wait for confirmation. But now to the presentations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Under 21-8 and the presentation of the Colleagues Cup. 3rd place and bronze medalists, the University of Queensland, Thomas Stevens, Samuel Forbes, Mitchell Owen, Finlay Harris, Daniel Cashman, Matthew Cashman, Lex Tucker, Monty Martin, their cox Tom Shaw, the crew coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon. Second place and silver medalists, UTS, Oscar St. Pierre, Jack Power, Will Clubb, Brandon Smith, Oliver St. Pierre, James O'Meara, Joe Lynch, Joshua Wilson, the crew coxed by Ryder Taylor and coached by Matthias and Judith Ungemak. Gold medalists and New South Wales state champions for 2024, a composite of Adelaide and Sydney rowing clubs. Nicholas Whalen, John Kenny, Adam Holland, William Rogers, Alec Hoskin, MacArthur Bucknell, Isaac Thurnham, Charlie Hine, the crew coxed by Mietta Jones. The crew to now receive the Colleagues Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists in the Men's Under 21 Coxed 8.
Moving on to action down the course, it's the men's elite double sculls. They're nearly at the end. We've got North-Est Buckingham, lane number 1, Sydney Capital Lakes in lane 2, West Australian, Sydney University, lane 3, ANU, Sydney University, lane 4, Sydney University, West Australian, lane 5, Adelaide Rowing Club, lane 6, ANU UTS in lane 7, and Banks Corio Bay in lane number 8. Out in front, they were first and second in the singles. It's Caleb Ansell and David Bartolo from Sydney University and the ANU. Second place, well, it's anyone's guess. We've got Jack Cleary and Campbell Watts, but they are under some serious pressure here from Harry Glacken and Alexander Wolf from Capital Lakes and Sydney Rowing Club, and the Adelaide crew, Mitchell Reinhardt and Oscar McGuinness, also bringing it home with a wet sail. Out in front, it's going to be Bartolo and Ansell with the win. Second place going to Cleary and Watts. Third, they've held on. It's Adelaide's Mitchell Reinhardt and Oscar McGuinness finishing just ahead of Harry Glacken and Alexander Wolf, with fourth going through to Sean Murphy and Hamish Harding. Fifth place going to Marcus Delamata and Alex Rossi. Sixth going to the Banks Corio Bay composite of Xavier Hall Sullivan and James Mead, and then Joseph Wilson and Jack Barrett finishing up. The results, the bronze medal for the women's elite double sculls, it was the lightweights, Anika Reid and Georgia Miansaro, 0.02 of a second over Caitlin Cronin and Laura Goulet. A fantastic result there.
Yeah, fantastic result for the Lighties in the women's elite double a couple of races ago. 0.02 is just about as close as you can get. It's about half a bound number, if not even less.
It was on the surge. It was 100% on the surge.
100%, 100%. Fantastic racing. And some pretty interesting racing as well there in the elite double from that Adelaide crew, getting up over the Australian lightweights, getting up very, very close to our National Training Centre athletes. So obviously a lot of opportunity for the for scullers in Australia. So we'll be looking forward and looking very closely at those results going forward. But on the course now, race 158, the final of the Championship Women's Elite Coxed 4. We have 8 crews racing on the course now. In lane 1, a composite of Sydney, Sydney University, Swan River and Fremantle. I'm just going to call them by the shortened names. I don't think I can deal with all the composites in these races, Stuart. It's getting Nationals-esque. But it is worth noting that the Elite Coxless 4, sponsored by V Insurance and competing for the Ava Goodman Memorial Trophy. So over in lane 1, a composite with Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney Uni, Swan River and Fremantle. Lane 2, a composite of Melbourne University, University of Queensland and Sydney University. Lane 3, a composite of UTS, Sydney and Adelaide. And lane 4, a composite of Fremantle, Mercantile, Melbourne University. Lane 5, a composite of West Australians, Swan River, University of WA and Mercantile. Lane 6, we've got University of Queensland and Melbourne University. Lane 7, a composite from Cairns, Sydney Uni and Adelaide. And in lane 8, the solely Sydney Rowing Club crew, the Clubby 4, looking very elite over there in the in lane 8 and really hanging with these National Training Centre girls. So the final of the Elite Four, storming quickly towards the finish. Some fantastic conditions here for, maybe not some fantastic conditions for racing, but fantastic conditions for setting a quick time. That is absolutely for sure, and it is somewhat unsurprisingly. The 2 crews in the centre of the course, the 2 National Training Centre combinations in lanes 4 and 5, who are leading the charge at the 1,500 metre mark. So the crews coming into view of the grandstand. We'll see the 2 crews in lanes 4 and 5. So in lane 4, we've got Lucy Steffen, Katrina Wary, Jess Morrison, Annabelle McIntyre. Those 2 were the top 2 pairs in our pairs races earlier on this morning. And then in lane 5, a combination of Paige Barr, Bronwyn Cox, Jackie Swick and Georgia Patton. And those girls also featuring in the top half dozen or so athletes in the Coxless pairs. So somewhat unsurprising that those 2 crews out in the head of the field, but a close margin, that is for sure. Currently sitting in the 3rd place is the composite from Canned Rowing Club, so not a National Training Centre composite. Ella Bramwell from Adelaide, Eleanor Price from Sydney Uni, and then Maddie Williams and Jess Scott from Canned Rowing Club, really taking it to the big girls in the closing stages of the race. We can see the early race leaders have maintained their lead coming down into the closing minute or so of the race, and the crew on the far side of the course from UTS, Sydney and Adelaide, Molly Goodman, Samantha Morton, Sarah Hoare and Georgie Rowe, also in with a chance at a medal, as are the crew on the far side of the course. That is University of Queensland and Melbourne University, Eliza Gaffney, Jean Mitchell, Laura Foley and Sarah Tisdall, who are right up in the hunt for the medals. Our gold medalists are pretty much decided. Our silver medalists have their bows just in front, but who is going to come home with the bronze medal? That final spot on the podium is anyone's game. Could it be the 4 girls on the near side of the course in the Canned, Sydney Uni and Adelaide colours, who are not a part of the National Training Centre, looking to put their mark on the elite field here? It could be the Fremantle composite take gold. The crew from the Canned composite on the podium. The Canned composite with Adelaide and Sydney University Boat Club just getting ahead of the Sydney and Adelaide composite on the far side of the course, and the crew in lane 6 from the University of Queensland and Melbourne University Boat Club. So a fantastic effort from them, and the crew on the far side. In lane 2 from Melbourne University, crossing the line in 6th place, and the All Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 8 in 8th place, and the Sydney composite on the far side of the course, the under 23 crew there in 9th.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Under-17 Double Sculls. In third place and bronze medalists representing Loretto Normanhurst, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland. They're coached by Thomas Parker, Lily Gavin and Mark Featherston. In second place and silver medalists representing Mossman Rowing Club, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates. They're coached by Ben Whitewolf and Tom Schranko. And the winners and New South Wales champions for 2024, representing Commercial Rowing Club, Sienna Becker and Summer Phillips. They're coached by David Vandis and Ross Batho. Please congratulate our 2024 New South Wales state champions and medalists. And now for the presentation of medals for the men's Under-17 Double Scull. In third place and bronze medalists representing St Augustine's, Rory Parker and Hamish Wise. They're coached by Bjarne and Judith Ungermark. In second place and silver medalists representing Canberra Grammar School, Alexander Griffiths and Benjamin McGregor. They're coached by Thomas Hart. And the winners and 2024 New South Wales state champions representing Glebe Rowing Club, Christopher Vlahos and Luke Martin. Their coaches are Robin Mackney and Nicholas Galea. Please congratulate our 2024 New South Wales state champions and medalists. And now for the presentation of medals for the men's elite double sculls. The bronze medalists, representing Adelaide Rowing Club, Mitchell Reinhard and Oscar McGuinness. Second place and silver medalists, representing the West Australian Rowing Club, Jack Cleary, and representing Sydney University, Campbell Watts. And the winners and gold medalists, representing Sydney University, David Bartolo, and representing the Australian National University, Caleb Antill. Our winners will now be presented with the Frank Gardner Trophy. Please congratulate our 2024 New South Wales state champions and medalists.
So out on the course now, we had a short little 10-minute break in proceedings there to catch up with our medal presentations, and we are well and truly underway with the Championship Men's Elite Coxless 4, sponsored by V Insurance, for the TC Tom Nixon Trophy. In lane 1, a composite. So I will brief you all early. All composite crews in this race and a number of our National Training Centre crews. So in lane 1, a composite of Sydney University and Cand. We've got Miller Rowe, Elliot Appel from Cand, Devlin Walsh, Marcus Britt from Sydney University. In lane 2, we have a composite of Sydney Uni, UTS, Commercial and Melbourne University. We have Rowan Lavery, Harley Moore, Paddy Holt and Will O'Shannessy in lane 2. In lane 3, we have a composite of Adelaide, Sydney, Melbourne University and Mercantile. So Spencer Turren, Simon Keenan, Fergus Hamilton, Alex Hill in lane 3. In lane 4, Sydney Uni and Adelaide, Jack Hargraves, Alex Purnell, Angus Dawson and Jack O'Brien. In lane 5, a composite of Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney University, Melbourne University and Mercantile. We've got Angus Whitcomb, Ben Canham, Jackson Kench and Josh Hicks. In lane 6, Canned UTS and Mercantile composite, Jared Lord, Austin Reiner, Nick Pender, Mitch Salisbury, Matthias Ungemark, Scott Rowe, In lane 7, the all Melbourne University crew of William Ackerman, Fraser Miscampbell, Hamish Winpope, Charlie Batruni, and in lane 8, a composite of Sydney and Cand, Alec Hoskin from Sydney, Darcy Watter from Cand, Miles Harrod and Bradley Graham from Sydney Rowing Club. And at the 500 metre mark, unsurprisingly, in lane 4, the Sydney Uni Adelaide composite, Hargraves, Purnell, Dawson and O'Brien, 2 Olympic champions in that boat, and 2 athletes who we have seen performing at the very highest level this week, not only this weekend, but over the last year or so at domestic and international regattas in the form of Angus Dawson and Jack O'Brien. They had just 0.71 of a second up on the lane 5 composite of Whitcomb, Canham, Kench and Hicks, who are sitting in second place, just a little bit ahead of the Canned composite in lane 6. So that's Lord, Reiner, Pender and Salisbury, an under 23 combination currently sitting in the provisional podium positions ahead of another crew which is half made up of Olympic champions, which was the crew of Whitcomb, the crew of Turren, Keenan, Hamilton and Hill. But at the 1,000 metre mark, that Sydney Uni Adelaide composite over in lane 4, Hargraves, Purnell, Dawson and O'Brien have only extended their lead 2.11 seconds. That's almost a boat length in this class of boat over the crew of Whitcomb, Hicks, Canham and Kent, still sitting in second place, and the Sydney University composite have just moved up over our early race leaders from the under 23 division. So the crew in lane 2 of Lavery, Moore, Holt and O'Shannessy moving up into the provisional bronze medal position. As you can see, the crew in lane 4 on your picture there, our leaders at this point in the race. That's the combination of Jack Hargraves, Alex Purnell, both from Sydney University Boat Club, Angus Dawson from Adelaide Rowing Club there in the 3 seat, and Jack O'Brien from Sydney University Boat Club in the stroke seat, who are making absolute fine work of things. They were leading by 2.11 seconds at the 1,000 metre mark, and at the 1,500 metre mark, we can only expect that lead to grow. We can see there is clear water between these crews. The crew on their left-hand side, Whitcomb, Canham, Kench and Hicks, look to be the form favourites for a minor medal, for a silver medal in this case. They're the only crew that is managing to stay anywhere near our early race leaders in the form of Hargraves, Purnell, Dawson and O'Brien, who continue to extend that lead, but it is neck and neck for the bronze medal. So at the 1,500 metre mark, we had the crew in lane 2 of Lavery, Moore, Holt and O'Shannessy, and then the crew in lane 3, the Adelaide University composite of Turren, Keenan, Hamilton and Hill, who were both vying for the bronze medal. At that timing point, it was the former crew over in lane 2 who had the ascendancy, but I would say that there is going to be absolutely nothing between these two crews, and the battle for third may even encroach on our crew that was looking a firm favourite for the silver medal of Whitcomb, Canham, Kench and Hicks in the centre of the course. So the battle for third really hotting up and starting to knock on the door of the silver medal positions. Our provisional gold medalists, our race leaders, somewhat unchallenged. I wouldn't say unchallenged, but certainly having a relatively easy time of it out in the lead and not looking under threat at this stage. That's the combination of Jack Hargraves, Alex Purnell, Angus Dawson, and Jack O'Brien. They've led from the start to finish. They extended that lead in the middle 1,000, and they've done enough just to hang on in the closing stages of the race. The crew in lane 5 will come for the silver medal. The crew in lane 5, that's the combination of Turren, Whitcomb, Cannon, and Kench, or Hicks rather, not Turren, will come across the line for the silver medal. The crew over in lane 3 of Turren, Keenan, Hamilton and Hill will take the bronze medal after a tight tussle between the combination in lane 2, Lavery, Moore, Holt and O'Shannessy. The Cairn Composite in lane 6 come across in 4th, valiant effort there, ahead of the Melbourne University crew in lane 7, and the Sydney Rowing Club and Cairn combination, the under-23 combination there in lane 8, rounding out this field in the Championship Men's Elite Coxless 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Elite Coxless 4s. Third place and bronze medalists, representing Adelaide Rowing Club, Ella Bramwell. Representing Sydney University, Eleanor Price. Representing Cairn Rowing Club, Madeline Williams. Representing Cairn Rowing Club, Jess Scott. Their coaches are Thomas Larrick and Scott Rowe. Second place and silver medalists, representing the West Australian Rowing Club, Swan River Rowing Club, University of Western Australia and Mercantile Rowing Clubs, Paige Barr, Bronwyn Cox, Jackie Swick and Georgia Patton. And gold medalists and champions for 2024, representing Fremantle Rowing Club, Mercantile Rowing Club and Melbourne University Boat Club, Lucy Stephan, Katrina Werry, Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre. Our winning crew will now be presented the Ada Goodman Memorial Trophy. Please congratulate our 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists.
So turning our attention back down to the course now, race 160 on your program, less than an hour of racing, 45 minutes of racing indeed left on your programs this afternoon on day 2 of the New South Wales Rowing Championships. We've got the Championship Schoolboy, or Schoolgirl rather, quadruple scull, sponsored by Mobius. In lane 1, Radford College, lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar, Lane 3, Gippsland Grammar. Lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar. Lane 5, All Hallows. Lane 6, Kinross Wallaroy. Lane 7, Queenwood. And in Lane 8, Melbourne Girls Grammar School.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Elite Double Sculls. Third place and bronze medalists representing Sydney University and the Australian National University, Anika Reardon and Georgia Miansaro. Their coaches Nigel Harding and Thomas Larrick. Second place and silver medalists representing Sydney University, Tara Rigney and Kate Rowan. And first place and champions for 2024 representing Sydney Rowing Club and Melbourne University, Amanda Bateman and Harriet Hudson. Our winners will now be presented with the Elizabeth Kell and Brooke Pratley Trophy. Please congratulate our 2024 New South Wales champions and medalists.
Back down to the course now, some fantastic pictures looking into the afternoon sun as we watch the championship schoolgirl coxed quad scull storm down towards the finish line. The crew in lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar, who were, I believe, the fastest qualifiers in this event. That's the combination of Emily Walker, Charlotte Bowen, Samantha Burns and Eliza Lilly, coxed by Olivia Noonan and coached by Caroline Pitchbers, who are leading at this early stage. So as they come through the 1,000-metre mark there, you can see Canberra Girls Grammar a bit over a boat length in front to about a boat length and a half, 6.3 seconds over Kinross Wallaroy in second place. All Hallows in third. Not a school with a particularly large showing here at this regatta, so All Hallows sitting back in third place. Queenwood in fourth, Gippsland Grammar in fifth, Melbourne Girls Grammar's number 2 crew in sixth, Melbourne Girls Grammar in seventh, and Radford College in 8th place at that halfway point. But Canberra Girls Grammar 3:30 through the K, which is pretty handy for a schoolgirl Cox quad at this stage of the season, and pretty handy lead as well as they storm towards the 1,500-metre mark.
Presentation of medals for the men's elite coxless fours. In third place and bronze medalists representing Adelaide Rowing Club, Mercantile Rowing Club, Melbourne University and Sydney Rowing Club. Spencer Turren, Simon Keenan, Fergus Hamilton and Alex Hill. Second place and silver medalists representing Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney University, Melbourne University and Mercantile. Angus Whitticombe, Benjamin Canham, Jackson Kench and Joshua Hicks. And the winners and gold medalists representing Sydney University and Adelaide Rowing Club, Jack Hargraves, Alex Pennell, Angus Dawson and Jack O'Brien. Our winning crew will now be presented with the TC Tom Nixon Trophy. Please congratulate our 2024 New South Wales champions and medalists.
Things hotting up out on the course in the final of the championship schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. In the last 5 hours or 4.5 hours, these girls have been down the course 3 times now. Some of them even more if they're racing in other events, which would be a very hectic afternoon indeed. But the girls from Canberra Girls Grammar in the centre of the course, Emily Walker, Charlotte Bowen, Samantha Burns, Eliza Lilly and Olivia Noonan, their coxswain, are completely unfazed by the afternoon and unfazed by the conditions here. In fact, probably feeling at home after coming all the way up from Lake Burley Griffin to row in the wind here and doing a fine job of it as they lead out the crew from Kinross Walleroy. Those will almost certainly be our top 2 crews, but a bit of a battle unfolding for the bronze medal between All Hallows School in lane 5 in the blue shell, the crew in lane 3 from Gippsland Grammar in the green, and the Canberra Girls Grammar number 2 crew on the far side of the course there with the red hats on. They look to be just out of it at the moment. All Hallows have the favour for the bronze medal. It'll be Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 4 and all the way start to finish win in the schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull, about 4 lengths clear of the crew from Kinross Walleroy in lane 6, who will be the silver medalist. All Hallows School in the blue boat in lane 5 will cross the line for the bronze medal ahead of the lane 3 combination of Gippsland Grammar. Canberra Girls Grammar number 2 just narrowly ahead of Queenwood for 6th place. Melbourne Girls Grammar School in 7th, and over on the far side of the course we'll have Radford College in 8th place. And not too much waiting around for the boys' equivalent, which is almost upon us as they storm through the 1,500 metre mark.
Yeah, lane 1, we've got Trinity. Lane 2, Kinross Walleroy. Lane 3, Gippsland Grammar. Lane 4, Kinross Walleroy. Lane 5, Radford College. Lane 6, Newcastle Grammar. Lane 7, Marist College 1. Lane 8, Marist College 2. And lane number 9, we have Mossman. So through the 1,000 metres, it was Kinross leading Marist 1, Radford College 1. Only 3 seconds between first, second and third, and not much back to Mossman. Kinross 2, Trinity, Gippsland Grammar, Newcastle Grammar and Marist College number 2. As they come up now towards that 1,500 metre mark, it is going to be a humdinger of a race into the final stages here. Kinross Walleroy, how many times have we said that they're in the lead during this regatta or even in general? They've got the lead coming in through the 1,500 metre mark, but it's only about a boat length between first and second. That's the Marist College crew in lane number 7. They're just a boat length back, and then we've got Radford College and Mossman. 0.07 of a second between Radford and Mossman in that battle for bronze. Back then a little bit further, we've got Kinross 2 in 5th, Trinity in 6th, Gippsland Grammar in 7th, and then back to Newcastle Grammar in 8th place. It's the final of the schoolboy Coxed Quad Sculls. Who is going to come away with the win? Kinross Walleroy number 1, Yarni Jarek, Belle Clinton. Kinross Walleroy number 1, Harry Dimmick, George Wakeham, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith and Angus Peterson in the lead ahead of Garvin Hayes, Charles Carter, Austin Benny, Harrison Brathwaite, Theodore Campton from Marist College. Sitting in 2nd place at the moment. 3rd place would go to the Radford crew, Rowan White, Angus Scott, Hamish Gaydon, Hamish McKee and Izzy Farris. But certainly, they're our 1, 2, 3, but certainly the Mossman crew, Floris Elias, Tobias Elias, Harry Coddington, William Robertson and Hamish Reid also right up there. So we've got a humdinger of a battle in for 3rd place. Out in front, Kinross in lane number 4. They look comfortable. They've still got that boat length lead over Marist. Can Marist come back? Radford and Mossman battling it out for the bronze. Over on the far side, we've got Trinity making a bit of a move on Kinross 2 as well, pushing ahead of them. Out in front, it's going to be Kinross in lane number 4. They've had a start-to-finish win. They've held on to that boat-length lead over Marist. And now it's the win for Kinross, second to Marist College. Who'll take the bronze? It's going to be Radford. It's Radford with the bronze. 4th place going to Mossman. 5th place going to Trinity over in lane number 1, with 6th going to Kinross Walleroy, number 2. Then 7th place going to Gibson Grammar, 8th going to Newcastle Grammar, and then back a little bit further to the Marist College 2 crew. So the winners, Kinross Walleroy, lane 4, 2nd place Marist College, lane 7, and 3rd to Radford College in lane number 5.
Pretty handy time there in the schoolboy quad as well. 6:23 in a Coxed quad for a bunch of 17-year-old boys is nothing to snub at all. So on the course now, back to 1,000 metre racing for a brief little period. We've got race 162 in your program. The Championship Women's Under-16 Double Scull, sponsored by Quest Apartments, Penrith. In lane 1, Heidi McKenzie and Kensington Steele from Newcastle Grammar. Lane 2, Ashley Denton and Sophie Winnell from MLC School, coached by our co-commentator Rob Glendenning. In lane 3, Bethany Peaty and Genevieve Davies from Commercial. Lane 4, Kinross Walleroy number 2, Laura Chudley and Isabel Grout. Lane 5, Kinross Walleroy number 1, Rani Jarek and Belle Clinton. Lane 6, Commercial Rowing Club, Lily Nolan and Maggie Stafford. Lane 7 is Nepean Rowing Club's Sophia Whitelaw and Ellie Taylor. Lane 8 is Amelia Moore and Georgia Crouch from Commercial. And lane 9 is Emily Turner and Izzy Ingham from Loretto Marriotteville. That is a school who has done some serious amount of racing so far this weekend. But it is the crews over in the centre of the course, lanes 2, 3 and 4, who appear to be leading the charge early on as crews storm towards the 500 metre mark, which is the halfway point of this 1,000 metre race. So those crews are approaching the 500 metre mark now. It's the 1,500 metre timing board, but 500 metres here in these under-16 races. This will be the last championship events that these under-16s get to race over the 1 kilometre distance, and it is a bow ball to bow ball here. Commercial Rowing Club are first across past the post at the 500 metre mark, but 0.29 of a second to Kinross Walleroy, 0.41 to the Commercial number 2 crew. MLC School 0.25 back, and Kinross Walleroy another 0.47 back. So we've got our top 5 crews all separated by about a second and a half, and then the remaining 4 crews all within about 4 seconds as well. So some tight racing here, tailwind conditions, a slightly faster boat for these under-16s racing the double scull here, and of course a 1,000 metre race. We're going to see some neck and neck racing, and it's going to come right down to the line here, ladies and gentlemen, between Kinross and Walleroy, as well as MLC and the 2 commercial crews who are really storming towards. It's going to be hard to call. We've got Kinross and Commercial. Kinross in the blue boats and blue zooties. Commercial, of course, just in the blue zooties with white boats, although one's got a grey boat. So we're making things really, really difficult up here, splitting our race leaders. But it was the crew from Commercial, Bethany Peaty and Genevieve Davies in lane 3, who were leading the charge at the 500 metre mark. I would say the crew over in lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy may have just edged in front, but the crew to their left, which is the other commercial crew are looking to challenge for the win here as they cross into the last 100 metres. It is our early race leaders from commercial, Bethany Peaty and Genevieve Davies in lane 3, who are still maintaining the ascendancy. They've just got half a canvas in front as they push towards the line. They'll almost certainly be our winners, but I can't even say for certain at this stage. There's only about 4 or 5 strokes to the line. They've still got their bow balls in front. Kinross Wallaroy are charging. Commercial number 2 are charging. It'll be Commercial Rowing Club in lane 3 who take the win. Kinross Wallaroy in lane 4 who in lane 5, rather, the Kinross crew of Rani Jarek and Belle Clinton for the silver medal. And then the commercial crew of Lily Nolan and Maggie Stafford for the bronze medal. Less than 2 seconds separating those 3 crews. Kinross Wallaroy number 2 in 4th, MLC School in 5th, and Nepean in 6th. Newcastle Commercial in 7th, Newcastle Grammar in 8th, and Loretto Marriotteville 9th.
Presentation of medals for the championship schoolgirl Coxed Quad Sculls. In 3rd place and bronze medalists representing All Hallows, Nell Murphy, Danielle Watt, Gabrielle Ryan, Abby Collins, and their cox, Gracie Gascoigne. In 2nd place and silver medalists representing Kinross Wallaroy, Xanthi Staniforth, Elkie Sweetapple, Olivia Searle, Tessa Wong, and coxed by Philippa Martin. And our winners and champions for 2024, Canberra Girls Grammar School, the crew of Emily Walker, Charlotte Bowen, Samantha Burns, Eliza Lilly, coxed by Olivia Noonan. They're coached by Carolyn Pipers. Please congratulate our 2024 New South Wales champions and medalists.
So the men's under-17 double scull on the course and actually just approaching the last 100 metres of the race course at this stage. Corio Bay were our early race leaders. Tug Bailey and Xander Bailey, Jeff Watt and Ian Bridgeland, the coaches there. They're going to win the race. They're going to come across and be state champions in the under-17 double scull. But it is neck and neck between Kinross Wallaroy on the far side of the course, Radford College on the near side of the course, St Joseph's and Newington trying to get a look in, but it'll be too little too late. Corio Bay come across the line, will be state champions in the under-17 double scull. It is going to come right down to the line, and Radford College by a bow ball from Kinross Wallaroy. Radford College silver, Kinross bronze, St Joseph's in 4th, Newington in 5th, Newington again 6th place. Newington in 7th as well. The crew over in lane 1 from Newcastle Grammar in 8th, and Cranbrook crossing the line in 9th place to round out this field of very tight racing here in the men's under-16 double scull, sponsored by Quest Apartments Penrith.
Presentation of medals for the schoolboy Coxed Quad Sculls. In 3rd place and bronze medalists representing Radford College, Rowan Whites, Angus Scott, Hamish Gaydon, Hamish McKee, and their cox Izzy Farris. In 2nd place and silver medalists representing Marist College, Garvin Hayes, Charles Carter, Austin Benny, and Harrison Brathwaite. Their cox is Theodore Campton, and they're coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny, and Taylor Thomas. And the winners for 2024, Kinross Walleroy. Our winning crew of Harry Dimmick, George Wakeham, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith, their cocks Angus Peterson, their coaches are Adam Harrison and Benjamin Watts. Please congratulate our 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists. The view on your screen as we enter into the final stages of racing for day 2 of the 2024 New South Wales Rowing Championships. It's the Championship Women's Under-21 Lightweight Double. In lane 2 from the University of Queensland and Brisbane and GPS, we have Poppy Yarsky and Lila Meredith. They're coached by Maddie Pakelia and Philip Bergignon. In lane 3 from Corowa, Anastasia McFarlane and Adelaide Robb, and they're coached by Wesley Canny. In lane 4, representing Torrens and ANU, Alex Perry-Dalton and Emily Lang. They're coached by Dario Sportelli and Nigel Harding. In lane 5, from the University of Queensland, Scarlett Woodbury and Emily Graham, coached by Michael Russell. In lane 6, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Berricktree and Georgina Stevenson, coached by Charlie Patterson and Lachlan Carter. Lane 7, from Melbourne University, Charlotte Ball and Amelie McComb. And then in lane 8 from Adelaide University and Sydney Rowing Clubs, Neve Tierney and Victoria Binns, and they're coached by Tom Tolinar and Charlie Patterson. And you can see on the screen now that viewers, the sun starts to go down on day number 2 of the 2024 New South Wales State Rowing Championships. The view from the BRO boats, the sun glistening off as our last few races head on down the course. We've got the women's under-21 lightweight double on now, the men's under-21 lightweight double on next. Then we have a combined under-23 and elite lightweight doubles before we head on to the men's elite and elite lightweight doubles, and then the men's elite Cox 4 to finish up racing.
Yeah, I've got to say that, Claire. Not sure if I'd want to be coxing a boat heading into the into that sunset, but that is how we did feel early on this morning looking down the course.
Presentation of medals for the championship. Women's under-16 double sculls. In third place and bronze medalists representing Commercial Rowing Club, Lily Nolan and Maggie Stafford. They're coached by David Vandas and Gary Townsend. In second place and silver medalists representing Kinross Walleroy. Presentation of medals for the women's under-16 double sculls. Third place and bronze medalists representing Commercial Rowing Club, Lily Nolan and Maggie Stafford. They're coached by David Vandis and Gary Townsend. Second place and silver medalists representing Kinross Walleroy, Yanni Yarrick and Belle Clinton. They're coached by James Perrin. And the winners and champions for 2024 Commercial Rowing Club, Bethany Petey and Genevieve Davies. They're coached by David Vandis and Gary Townsend. Please congratulate our 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists.
So this next race coming down the course, under 21 lightweight double scull, should be a little bit of a luxury for the lightweights. So the rule is if you weigh in, once you weigh in for your first race of the day, not of the regatta of the day, you carry that weight forward. So you must weigh in between 2 hours before and 1 hour before the race. But if you have subsequent events, you get to carry that weight forward. You don't have to weigh in again. So pretty much all of these girls would have raced earlier this morning in their single sculls, so getting to get some good recovery food in during the day in preparation for this event. We do have a couple scratching, so University of Queensland and Brisbane GPS composite on the far side of the course have scratched, and the Adelaide University Sydney Rowing Club composite on the near side of the course appear to have not scratched, but just not shown up for this final, straight final of the under 21 lightweight double scull.
Presentation of medals for the men's under-16 double scull. Third place and bronze medalists representing Kinross Walleroy, Hamish Searle and Will Kirby. They're coached by Benjamin Watt. Second place and silver medalists representing Radford College, Hugo Ryan and Charlie Knight. And our winners and champions for 2024, representing Corio Bay, Tad Bailey and Xander Bailey. They're coached by Jeff Watt and Ian Bridgeland. Please congratulate our 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists.
So on the course now, the under 21 women's lightweight double starting to heat up in the third 500. It's been the Melbourne University combination, Charlotte Ball and Amelie McComb, who led through the 500 and the 1000, but haven't quite been able to get away from the chasing pack. They're only about a boat length up on their two nearest rivals, who will see them coming over the 1500 metre line on the live stream or on the big screen now. So the Torrens and ANU combination have actually gone through the Melbourne University crew. University of Queensland still trailing back in third. So that Torrens ANU composite, Alex Perry-Dalton from ANU, who I believe is racing up a couple of years, and Emily Liang from Torrens, who we've seen racing probably about half a dozen times already this regatta for Loretto Marriotteville, also racing up a couple of years. So two juniors here racing in the under 21 lightweight double scull over there in lane 4, and they're being closely trailed by our early race leaders Charlotte Ball and Amelie McComb of Melbourne University, while Scarlett Woodbury, Emily Graham of University of Queensland sitting just off the pace in third place. But as we know, lightweight racing and a tailwind can only be a good combination set for a photo finish. So we'll see how things play out now in the last 275 metres of the course here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre.
250 metres left to go. It is ANU and Torrens composite out in front. Couple of lane across from them. It's the University of Queensland. They're starting to make a little bit of a move, as are Melbourne University, Charlotte Ball, Emily McComb in lane number 7. It's still, though, the ANU Torrens crew. They've just pulled ahead now. They've got themselves now a boat length. Now it comes down to the battle for second place. University of Queensland still leading Melbourne University. That's Scarlett Woodbury, Emily Graham sitting in the second place. And then back a little bit further to the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane number 6, and then Corowa in lane number 3. The red boys go past. It's still Torrens and ANU out in front. You can hear the cheers coming from the crowd. Alex Perry-Dalton, not long graduated from Canberra Girls Grammar School. There's plenty of girls grammar girls that'll be cheering her on at the moment. There's a boat length left between them and about 20 metres or so to go with a couple of big strokes. It is going to be Torrens and ANU taking the win. University of Queensland in second. Third place will go to Melbourne University. Fourth will go to the Sydney Rowing Club crew, and fifth to Corowa. So that's confirmation of the results. Alex Perry-Dalton, Emily Lang with the win in the women's under-21 lightweight double sculls. Second place going to the University of Queensland, Scarlett Woodbury and Emily Graham, with third going to Melbourne University's Charlotte Ball and Emily McComb.
Yeah, a very well-timed race there from the Torrens and ANU composite. The Melbourne University crew got out to a fairly healthy lead. They were up by about a second and a half at the 500, second and a half or so at the 1,000-metre mark, and just slowly fading. And while the Torrens and ANU crew just built their way through the race to take a fairly decisive victory in the end in the under-21 women's lightweight double. And on the course now, the men's under-21 lightweight double scull, sponsored by Mobius Designs. In lane 1, Hunter Valley Grammar's Hayden Williamson and Luke Purdy. Lane 2, Kyle Miller and Hugo Worm of Adelaide University. Lane 3, Nicholas Mather and Zink Bosco of UTS Haberfield. We saw them racing in the elite lightweight pair earlier this morning. Lane 4, we have Max Ward Harvey and Luke Oishi from Somerset College. Lane 5, we have Lucas Burton and Vincent Mitef from Newcastle Grammar. Lane 6, we have Nathaniel Talbot and Riley Hibble from the Cathedral School. In lane 7, we have a composite of Mercantile and Leichhardt rowing clubs. We have Dylan Lee of Leichhardt and Oscar Tyrrell of Mercantile. And in lane 8, we have a crew from the Australian National University, Max Reardon and Ishan Shalika.
So we've already seen Max Reardon's sister, Anika Reardon, win a bronze in the women's elite double sculls. Can her younger brother go through and take a bronze and match the family achievement? Out in front, though, it is still that UTS crew of Nicholas Mathua and Zink Bosco ahead of Kyle Miller and Hugo Worm. We're seeing a bit of a push come here from the Mercantile Leichhardt composite in lane number 7. So the ANU guys a little bit over a boat length ahead in third place. There's also a big push coming here from Hunter Valley Grammar, Hayden Williamson and Luke Purdy over on the far side, as well as the Cathedral Schools, Nathaniel Talbot and Riley Hibble.
Tight little battle unfolding for that last podium spot, actually.
Tight little battle going on for first.
So a battle for first and second, a battle for third and fourth. Lightweight racing at its absolute best here in the under-21 men's lightweight double. The UTS crew and the crew from Adelaide Uni going bow ball for bow ball. UTS were leading. Adelaide Uni have the momentum. They're surging on the line. It'll be 2 or 3 strokes to go. Adelaide Uni and UTS Haberfield, they're going stroke for stroke. UTS are responding. Adelaide Uni had the momentum, but UTS make a response in the last minute. UTS Haberfield win the gold medal in the under-21 lightweight double scull. ANU hang on to a fast finishing Leichhardt and Mercantile combination. ANU cross the line before the bronze medal. Leichhardt and Mercantile in 4th place. It'll be really tight for 5th. But I'd say Hunter Valley Grammar on the far side of the course for 5th over the Cathedral School for 6th. And the crew in lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar will cross the line in 7th place, and Somerset College in the green boat in lane 4 in 8th place here in the under-21 men's lightweight double scull.
And they are also underway in the race number 166. It's the women's under-23 lightweight double scull and the women's elite lightweight double scull. In the under-23s in lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page and Laura Cypher, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Lane 3 from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise and Toowong, we have Jemima Powell and Olivia Cook, coached by Christopher Holliday and Alex Field. Lane 4 from Canberra and Banks Rowing Clubs, we have Ellie Brennan and Abby Richards, coached by Eleanor Crute and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 5 from Sydney University and Tasmania University, Sophie Robertson and Phoebe Teal, coached by Alfie Young. In the elite lightweight double sculls, we have Lucy de Glary-Acade from Melbourne University and Antionetta de Cosmo from Banks. And then in lane 7 from Newcastle University in Corio Bay, Lauren Murphy and Katrina Reynolds. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the women's under-21 lightweight double sculls. In third place, representing Melbourne University, Charlotte Ball and Amelie McComb. In second place, representing the University of Queensland, Scarlett Woodbury and Emily Graham. They're coached by Michael Russell. And the winners and champions for 2024, representing Torrens and ANU, Alex Perry-Dalton and Emily Lang. They're coached by Dario Sportelli and Nigel Harding. Please congratulate our 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists.
So on the course now, a tale of two races. We've got the under-23 and the elite women's lightweight double sculls. And the winners of that under-21 race last year, Liesl Page and Laura Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club, moving up an age group this year, although I don't believe either of them have actually aged out of the under-21s, but looking for some spicier competition moving into the under-23 lightweight double scull. And over there on the far side of the course, they've certainly found it. They were just trailing at the 1,000-metre mark and have just moved into the lead, 1.15 of a second ahead of the crew from Sydney University and the Tasmanian University Boat Club. So Liesl Page and Laura Cypher from Sydney ahead of Sophie Robertson and Phoebe Teal from Sydney Uni and Tasmanian University Boat Clubs, but it is going to come right down to the closing strokes for those two crews in the under-23 lightweight double sculls. Closer to this side of the course, you've got the Banks and Melbourne University composite crew. You'll see the pink zooty of the Banks Rowing Club and the white zooty of Melbourne University. They're racing in the elite category and have a pretty clear margin over the other crew racing in the elite category from Newcastle University and Corio Bay, who are just trailing the pack at this stage. But Sydney Rowing Club's Laura Cypher and Liesl Page. Laura took out the win in the under-21 lightweight single earlier this morning, and she's looking to back it up with a win in the under-23 lightweight double alongside Liesl Page. They weren't in front at the early stages of the race, but they've timed their run to the line to perfection, and they'll take the win in the under-21 lightweight women's double scull by a length and a half over the Sydney Uni and Tasmanian University Boat Club combination in lane 5. The Banks Melbourne University crew will win the elite lightweight women's double scull. And the crew over in lane 3, the composite of Griffith University Surfers Paradise and Toowong, Olivia Cook and Jemima Powell will take the bronze medal in the under-23 lightweight double scull. The Canberra and Banks composite, Abby Richards from Canberra and Ellie Brennan of Banks Rowing Club will finish in 4th place in the under-23 lightweights. While the crew in lane 7 there, the Newcastle University and Corio Bay composite, Katrina Reynolds and Lauren Murphy will take the silver medal in the elite lightweight women's double scull.
Presentation of medals for the men's under-21. Presentation of medals for the men's under-21 lightweight double sculls. In third place, representing the Australian National University, Max Reardon and Ishan Shalika. They're coached by William Hatcher. In second place, representing Adelaide University, Kyle Miller and Hugo Worm. They're coached by Sam Morton. And our winners and state champions for 2024, representing UTS, Nicholas Mathua and Zinc Bosco. They're coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon. Please congratulate our 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists.
So out on the course now, another tale of two races unfolding in one event in front of us. We've got the under-23 men's lightweight double scull And in the near side of the course, just the one crew competing in the elite lightweight double scull. So that's the Banks composite of Jordan Roberts from Mercantile, Nick Ziggiter from Banks. They're currently sitting second overall in the entire field, obviously leading the elite lightweight double scull because they are the only crew in that event within this one race. But the leaders overall in this race at the moment are in the centre of the course. The crew from North Esk in Tasmania, Laurie Dean and Oscar Birtwhistle, 6.5 seconds at the 1500 metre mark, and look to have only extended that lead as they come charging down the course. The silver medal will be a tight battle between the crew on their right-hand side, which will be from Fremantle, Jacob Casey and Jacob Sangster, and but they'll have to fend off a late charge from the Sydney Rowing Club combination. Nicholas Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club, joined by Charles Rardon of Corio Bay. I think this is Nick Whalen's 6th trip down the course today, including already a silver and a gold medal. So he'll be looking to add a bronze to the tally. It'll certainly be the crew from Tasmania, from North Esk Rowing Club, who take the win and the state championship in the under-23 men's lightweight single scull. The elites will just get in front of the under-23s. It'll be photo for second and third in the under-23s, but I will say that it was the crew from Fremantle over in lane 4 who just nabbed the silver medal in the under-23s ahead of the Corio Bay and Sydney composite on the near side of the course. And then in back in 4th place in the under-23s was the Melbourne Uni Mercantile composite. 5th went to Mercantile, 6th to University of Queensland Toowong, 7th to Black Mountain, and 8th to Townsville JCU and Adelaide Rowing Clubs.
An exciting finish there in the men's elite lightweight and also the men's under-23 lightweight double sculls. As we head towards our final race of the day, it's the Championship Men's Elite Coxed Fours. They do look to have started now. So from UTS, we have Nicholas Pender, Torben Ungermack, Joe Lynch, Joshua Wilson, and coxed by Anna O'Hanlon. Coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermack. Lane 2 from Mercantile, Barry Connolly, Jasper Gleeson, Andrew Curry, Julian Thomas, and coxed by Arabella Hall. Lane 3 also from Mercantile, Benjamin Vanderberg, Jackson Morrish, Charlie Clark, Hamish Nicol, and Jess Rawlo. In lane 4 from Canned Rowing Club, Elliot Appel, Mitch Salisbury, Darcy Watter, Miller Rowe. John O'Cook is the coxswain and they're coached by Scott Rowe. Lane 5 from Melbourne University, William Ackerman, Fraser Miss Campbell, Hamish Wynne Pope, Charlie Petruni, James Rook is the coxswain. Lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Harry Crouch, Angus Aitken, Tom Cregan, Torin Olsen and Hannah Kowap. Lane 7 from the University of Queensland, Lex Tucker, Matthew Cashman, Daniel Cashman, Monty Martin and Priscilla Russell, coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon. Lane 8 from Mercantile, Jake Polkinghorn, Harry Ahmad, Harry Cathcart, Oliver Scalso and Isabel Finch. And lane 9 from Sydney Rowing Club, James Fredrickson, Galen Quinn, Toby Tegg, Declan Glendenning, and their coxswain is Teresa Harris.
And things pretty tight in the old lead sled in the men's Coxed 4. This is the final race of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We have made it, although if you complain too much, we'll let you know that the racing goes for about an hour longer tomorrow, with about half an hour on either end of the racing, but we're nothing but looking forward to it. The Men's Elite Cox 4 is of course one of the blue ribbon events here at the state championships. That meaning it cannot contain any composite crews, straight club crews only. So a lot of bragging rights for the clubs on the line. And I would say that Mercantile and Sydney would be two of the crews that are most interested in those bragging rights. Mercantile Rowing Club with 3 crews in this race and Sydney with 2. But they'll have to compete with Melbourne University Boat Club, who are also putting forward a strong showing. At the 1,000 metre mark, it was Mercantile Rowing Club, their number 1 crew in lane 8. Jake Polkinghorn, Harry Ahmad, Harry Cathcart, Oliver Scalso and Isabel Finch, the coxswain. The Melbourne University crew of Ackerman, Miss Campbell, Wynne Pope and Petruni, James Rook, the coxswain, were sitting in the provisional silver medal position at that 1,000 metre mark, with Sydney Rowing Club's combination on the near side of the course, Fredrickson, Quinn, Tegg, Glendenning and Teresa Harris, the coxswain, sitting back in 3rd place at that point, who do look to have possibly just dropped off the pace a little bit, but it is now the Mercantile Rowing Club moving through, or extending their lead rather. So Mercantile still in 1st place, Melbourne University sitting in 2nd, the Sydney number 2 crew, or maybe the number 1 crew, depending on who you ask. That's the Harry Crouch stroked crew of Crouch, Aitken, Cregan, and Olsen. Hanakau up the coxswain over there in the centre of the course. That crew moving up into the bronze medal position. The other Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 9 sitting back in 4th. Canned in 5th. Mercantile 2 in 6th. UTS in 7th, and the Mercantile crew over in lane number 3, rounding out the field here in the Cox 4 as they storm their way down towards the line. The Cox 4 obviously a very slow moving boat relative to the other boat classes that we row, so a change in speed is possible despite these strong tailwind conditions, and we'll see these crews. A lot of these boys have not been out on the course as much as some of their club mates today, so a little bit fresher legs here on the last race of the day. The Championship Men's Elite Cox 4, sponsored by Bentley's. Current champions, the Sydney Rowing Club. It'll take a lot of work for them to retain that trophy or that title this year. It does look to be going south to the Boathouse Row, but to which club remains unknown. The Mercantile Rowing Club have led the entire way down the course. Melbourne University showing strong. The Sydney crew of Crouch, Olsen, Cregan, Aitken, Cox by Hanakau. They're moving through, trying to challenge the Mercantile crew. It might be the Melbourne University crew with a late surge. The Melbourne University Boat Club crew, Ackerman, Muscamble, Wynn, Pope and Petruni, coxed by James Rook, will win the Men's Elite Coxed 4 Championship of New South Wales, half a length ahead of Mercantile Rowing Club. Sydney Rowing Club take the bronze medal. The crew from Canned in lane 4 will come across in 4th place. The early provisional silver medalists in lane 9 from Sydney come across in 5th place. The Mercantile number 2 crew over on the far side in 6th. UTS in 7th. And the final Mercantile crew rounding out the final race of the day here, the Championship Men's Elite Cox 4.
Presentations now for the women's under-23 lightweight double sculls. In 3rd place, and bronze medalists representing Griffith University Surfers Paradise and Toowong Rowing Clubs, Jemima Powell and Olivia Cook. They're coached by Christopher Holliday and Alex Fields. In 2nd place, representing Sydney University and Tasmania University, Sophie Robinson and Phoebe Teal. They're coached by Alfie Young. And the winners and champions for 2024, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page and Laura Seifer. They're coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Please congratulate our 2024 state champions and medalists. As we move on to the presentation of medals for the women's elite lightweight double sculls. Our gold medalists and champions for 2024, representing Banks Rowing Club and Melbourne University Boat Club, Lucy de Glaria Cade and Antionetta de Cosmo. Please congratulate our 2024 New South Wales champions. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's under-23 lightweight double sculls. In 3rd place, representing Corio Bay and Sydney, Nicholas Whalen and Charles Radin. In second place, representing Fremantle Rowing Club, Jacob Casey and Jacob Sangster. And our winners and state champions for 2024, representing North Esk, Laurie Dean and Oscar Birtwhistle. They're coached by Trevor Barrett. Please congratulate our 2024 state champions and medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the final presentation for today, the presentation of medals for the championship. Men's Elite, Coxed 4. Presentation of medals for the championship, Men's Elite Coxed 4. In third place and silver medalists, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Harry Crouch, Angus Aitken, Tom Cregan, Torin Olsen and Hannah Coap. In second place and silver medalists, representing Mercantile, Jake Polkinghorn, Harry Ahmad, Harry Cathcart, Oliver Scalzo and Isabel Finch. And our winners and state champions for 2024, Melbourne University, the crew of William Ackerman, Fraser Miss Campbell, Hamish Wynn Pope, Charlie Batruni, and James Rook. Please congratulate our 2024 New South Wales State Champions and medalists.
So ladies and gentlemen, that draws to a close the racing here on day 2 of the 2024 Rowing New South Wales State Championships. Still a lot of racing to come tomorrow. We're kicking off bright and early. Just a quick update on where we're sitting at with the medal table between a few different clubs vying for that one. So currently sitting in 3rd place, UTS 3.5 gold, 10.875 in total. 2nd place at the moment is Sydney Rowing Club, 6.37 gold with 12 totals. And Sydney University Boat Club currently leading the medal tally, 7.25 gold with 13.25 total medals. So still absolutely all to play for in the medal tally, in the school point score, in the school racing, and heaps of fantastic racing to come tomorrow. We're kicking off from 7:30 in the morning, bright and early. Now, us commentators, make sure to pack our sunglasses so we're not completely blinded looking east down the course tomorrow morning. So if you're joining us from home, we'll see you on the live stream. If not, we will see you out here tomorrow, and safe travels to everyone heading home.